Tonight, my friends, there's nothing you need to understand all at once. This is a story that unfolds on its own timescale. Long before life could settle in, the earth changed slowly and patiently, shaped by cooling stone, quiet oceans, and cycles that repeated for millions of years before anything noticed they were ready. We're continuing to monitor the audio issues in case they randomly appear, so keep us in the loop if you notice anything. Now, if you enjoy these long, unhurried journeys through the deep history of our world, you can like the video, subscribe, and let me know where you're listening from and what time it is for you. Dim the lights, let a fan or soft background noise fill the room, and let's begin. Welcome to a time before memory, before witness, before any living thing existed to observe the world. You're settling into the story of Earth's early years, when the planet was simply becoming itself through processes so gradual they would be invisible to any single observer. Here, change happens across millions of years, and there is no urgency, only the steady work of rock and water and air finding their rhythms together. You wake on a planet that has been turning for hundreds of millions of years already, though nothing has ever woken here before. The sun rises over an ocean that covers most of the surface, and the light touches water that has never reflected a living eye. The day begins as it always has, with warmth spreading across the curve of the world. The early Earth rotates faster than it will in later ages. A full day passes in perhaps 18 hours, and the cycle of light and darkness moves quickly across the empty seas. You watch the sun climb, and you notice how the light changes the temperature of the rock beneath shallow water. The stone warms through the morning, holds that warmth through this brief afternoon, then releases it slowly as darkness returns. This happens every day. The pattern never breaks. Light arrives, warmth follows, darkness comes, and coolness settles in. No drama marks these transitions. The sun simply moves through its arc while the planet turns beneath it, and the temperature shifts in response, degree by degree, predictable and steady. Rain falls somewhere on Earth nearly all the time during these early ages. Clouds form over the warm ocean, drift with winds that follow their own consistent patterns, and release water that returns to the sea. You stand on a rocky shore and watch rain approach across the waves, a grey curtain moving steadily toward you, bringing coolness and the sound of water striking water. The rainfall here is not violent. It arrives, continues for hours or days, then passes. The clouds move on, the sky clears, and the sun returns to begin warming the surface again. This cycle repeats without fail, creating a rhythm you could set your breathing to if you needed to breathe. Tides rise and fall with the moon's pull, which is stronger now than it will be later because the moon orbits closer to Earth. Twice each day, water advances up the rocky slopes at the ocean's edge, then withdraws. You watch the waterline climb over familiar stones, pause at its height, then retreat to reveal the same stones again, darkened and dripping. The tidal rhythm connects to the moon's position overhead, and the moon's position connects to the time of day, and the time of day connects back to the sun's light. Everything moves in relation to everything else, creating patterns within patterns, all of them regular, all of them repeating at intervals you could learn to anticipate. At night the stars wheel overhead in their own slow circles, unchanging in their positions relative to one another. The same constellations that marked the sky 1,000,000 years ago mark it tonight. They will mark it 1,000,000 years from now. You lie on a warm rock and watch them turn, knowing they will return to these exact positions tomorrow night and the night after that. The volcanic vents scattered across the ocean floor pulse with heat on their own schedules, releasing warmth and minerals into the water in steady streams. Some vent continuously, others follow cycles of activity and rest that span decades or centuries. But each vent maintains its particular rhythm, reliable in its pattern, even as the pattern differs from neighbour to neighbour. You notice how the cooling of lava follows its own predictable path. When molten rock meets seawater, it hardens from the outside inward, creating pillow shapes that stack and tumble according to the slope they flow down. The process happens the same way each time. The outcome varies in detail, but never in principle. Temperature differentials drive winds that circle the planet in bands, and these winds push surface water into currents that also circle in their own patterns. Warm water flows toward the poles, cools, and returns toward the equator. The circulation continues day and night, year after year, moving heat around the planet in a system that balances itself through its own motion. Lightning flashes somewhere over the ocean every few seconds during these ages, as storms build and release electricity through the atmosphere. Each bolt follows the path of least resistance between cloud and water, and though no two paths are identical, the principle remains constant. Charge builds, resistance breaks down, energy flows, and balance returns. You watch the sun set over the western horizon, and you know it will rise again in the east. You watch the tide retreat, and you know it will return. You watch clouds gather, and you know they will release their water and clear again. The early Earth operates through cycles that nest inside one another, each one completing itself before beginning again, none of them requiring intervention or adjustment from any outside force. The day ends as it began, with the planet turning toward darkness at the same rate it turned toward light. Nothing has changed in any way that you could measure from one day to the next. Everything has happened exactly as it should, in the order it should, at the pace it should. Tomorrow will be the same, and the day after tomorrow, and the day after that, for millions of years to come. You stand on rock that was once liquid and has only recently become solid. The Earth's crust is still forming its permanent features during these ages, but the process happens slowly, with each change building on the last in an orderly progression. The surface is taking shape, but it takes its time doing so. Water condenses from the atmosphere and collects in low places, and as it collects, it begins to define what is ocean and what is land. The distinction emerges gradually over millions of years. At first, water and rock share space in uncertain boundaries, with shallow seas covering platforms that are almost land and almost not. Then, as more water falls and more time passes, the deepest basins fill completely, and the highest platforms rise clear of the water, and the difference between sea and continent becomes real. The rock itself is cooling from the inside out, releasing heat that built up during the planet's formation. This cooling continued for hundreds of millions of years, and it continues still, though more slowly now. You can feel the warmth rising through the stone beneath your feet, steady and gentle, like standing on a surface that remembers being hot and is slowly forgetting. Continents form where lighter rock floats on denser material below, and these floating platforms drift with currents in the layer beneath them. The movement is extraordinarily slow, measured in fingernail widths per year, but it is continuous. A continent drifts northward or eastward, or into collision with another continent, and the collision raises mountains, and the mountains rise at the same patient pace the continents drift. Erosion begins as soon as land rises above water. Rain falls on high ground and runs downward, carrying tiny particles of dissolved rock with it. The particles wash into streams, the streams carry them to rivers, and the rivers deliver them to the ocean. This process never stops, and over time it wears down mountains and fills in valleys, smoothing the landscape toward a gentler average. Minerals crystallize out of cooling rock in predictable sequences. First, the minerals that require the highest temperatures form and settle. Then, as cooling continues, minerals that form at lower temperatures crystallize and join them. The result is stone made of different components arranged in layers and pockets, each mineral in its proper place according to the temperature at which it solidified. The atmosphere is denser now than it will be later, thick with water vapour and carbon dioxide released from volcanic activity. This density holds heat close to the surface, keeping temperatures warm and stable even during the long nights. The air feels heavy when you breathe it, substantial, like something you could almost swim through. Chemical reactions happen constantly wherever water meets rock. Certain minerals dissolve more easily than others, and as water flows over and through stone, it preferentially removes these soluble minerals, leaving behind what does not dissolve. This creates gradual changes in the composition of both the water and the rock, with each becoming more defined in its character over time. Sediment accumulates on the ocean floor in layers that record the passage of time. Fine particles settle continuously, drifting down through the water column and coming to rest on top of what settled before them. Each layer is thin, sometimes representing only a few years of accumulation, but the layers stack into sequences that grow thick enough to compress their own lower portions into new stone. Island chains form where volcanic vents break through the ocean floor repeatedly as tectonic plates move over them. One volcano builds until it rises above the waterline, then the plate carries it away from the heat source and it goes dormant. Behind it, a new volcano begins building from the same deep source. The result is a line of islands, each one slightly older than the one behind it, all of them recording the plate's steady motion. The ocean's salinity increases gradually as rivers deliver dissolved minerals to the sea. The water evaporates and falls as rain again, but the minerals stay behind, concentrating slowly over millions of years. The ocean is becoming saltier, but the change happens so slowly that at any given moment the ocean tastes the same as it did 1,000 years before. Glaciers will form later in colder ages, but during these early times the poles are warm and ice-free. Water circulates from equator to pole without freezing, and the temperature difference between tropical and polar regions is smaller than it will become. The planet maintains warmth more evenly across its surface, creating less variation in climate from one latitude to another. Basalt and granite establish themselves as the primary rock types, with basalt forming the ocean floor and granite forming the continents. This division happens because basalt is denser and granite is lighter, and the denser material sinks while the lighter material rises. The arrangement is stable and self-maintaining, requiring no outside adjustment to preserve it. The landscape develops patterns of drainage, with water following the lowest available path downward until it reaches the sea. These drainage patterns organise themselves according to the slope and composition of the land, creating branching networks that look similar whether you view them at the scale of a small watershed or an entire continent. Minerals weather out of rock, dissolve in water, react with other dissolved substances, and precipitate out again as new minerals. The ocean floor is paved with these precipitates in places, forming deposits that will eventually become limestone and other sedimentary rocks. The process is chemical rather than biological, driven by concentration gradients and temperature changes rather than living activity. The crust thickens as lighter materials continue to separate from denser ones, and as the crust thickens, it becomes more stable. What was once a surface that shifted and reorganized frequently becomes a surface that shifts and reorganizes slowly. The change is not towards stillness, but toward a slower, more gradual kind of movement that allows features to persist for longer spans of time. You watch a river carry sediment to the sea, and you know that this river has been carrying sediment for millions of years, grain by grain, building a delta at its mouth that grows outward into the ocean. You watch rain dissolve minerals from a cliff face, and you know that this cliff has been dissolving for millions of years, retreating inland at a pace too slow for any single lifetime to measure. The surface is being built and maintained simultaneously, with construction and erosion balancing each other in a slow equilibrium. You notice how water connects everything to everything else. Rain that falls on high ground flows downward, carrying minerals that will nourish later life. Ocean water evaporates and forms clouds that will become that rain. The cycle links atmosphere to ocean to land and back again, moving material and energy through each component in turn. The atmosphere and ocean exchange heat continuously. When air moves over warm water, it absorbs warmth and carries it to cooler regions. When air cools, it releases that warmth to the water below or the land beneath. This exchange evens out temperature differences, preventing any part of the planet from becoming too hot or too cold relative to the rest. carbon moves between air, water and rock in its own slow circulation. Carbon dioxide dissolves in ocean water, reacts with minerals, and eventually becomes part of sedimentary rock. Volcanic activity releases carbon from rock back into the atmosphere. The cycle takes millions of years to complete one full circuit, but it operates continuously, keeping carbon in motion rather than allowing it to concentrate in any single reservoir. Tectonic plates interact at their boundaries, and these interactions take different forms depending on what kind of plate meets what kind of plate. Where two plates move apart, new ocean floor forms between them. Where they move together, one plate slides beneath the other, or both crumple and rise into mountains. Each type of boundary creates its own characteristic landforms, and the boundaries collectively organise the surface into distinct sections. Energy from the sun drives winds, which drive ocean currents, which distribute heat, which affects where clouds form, which determines where rain falls, which shapes the land through erosion, which changes the patterns of drainage, which alters where sediment accumulates. Each process connects to the next in a chain that loops back on itself, so that the end state of one cycle becomes the starting condition for another. The ocean's temperature affects how much carbon dioxide it can hold in solution. Warmer water holds less. Colder water holds more. As currents circulate water between warm and cold regions, they also circulate carbon between surface and atmosphere, participating in the larger carbon cycle through this temperature-dependent exchange. Weathering of rock requires both water and time, and the rate of weathering depends on temperature and rainfall. In warm, wet regions, rock breaks down more quickly, releasing minerals into solution. In cool, dry regions, rock weathers more slowly, remaining intact for longer periods. This variation creates different kinds of soil in different climates, each one suited to the conditions that produced it. The day-night cycle creates temperature variations that expand and contract rock, and this expansion and contraction contributes to mechanical weathering. The effect is small on any single day, but repeated millions of times over millions of years, it becomes significant. Rock fractures along lines of weakness, creating smaller pieces that weather chemically more quickly than solid stone. Volcanic gases feed the atmosphere, and the atmosphere feeds the ocean through rain, and the ocean feeds back to volcanism by carrying waters down into subduction zones, where it lowers the melting point of rock and enables magma to form. The system is circular, with each component supplying what another component needs to continue its own processes. Seasonal variations develop as the Earth's tilted axis causes different parts of the planet to receive more or less direct sunlight at different times of year. The variation is subtle during these early ages when the climate is generally warm, but it exists. You can observe how rainfall patterns shift with the seasons, following the sun's apparent movement north and south. The formation of new ocean floor at spreading ridges pushes older floor outward toward the edges of ocean basins, and at those edges the old floor sinks back into the mantle. The ocean floor is therefore young near the ridges and old near the margins, and it exists in constant circulation, renewing itself completely every few 100 million years. Minerals transported by rivers accumulate in deltas and coastal areas, and these accumulations become resources for later processes. Iron settles in certain conditions, silica in others, and calcium carbonate in still others. Each mineral finds its preferred environment and concentrates there, creating variety across the landscape. The atmosphere shields the surface from harmful radiation while allowing visible light through, and this selective filtering creates conditions where chemistry can proceed at moderate temperatures without being disrupted by high-energy particles. The shield is not perfect, but it is sufficient, maintaining a protected space between the vacuum of space and the solid surface of the planet. Hydrothermal vents on the ocean floor create zones of chemical activity, where hot, mineral-rich water meets cold seawater. Minerals precipitate out of solution, forming chimney-like structures around the vents. The chemicals released by these vents enrich the surrounding water, distributing elements that will later prove useful to living systems. The gravitational pull of the moon and sun together creates tidal forces that flex the Earth's crust slightly, and this flexing generates a small amount of heat through friction. The heat is minor compared to the heat from radioactive decay in the planet's interior, but it contributes to the total energy budget, adding one more source to the mix of energy that keeps the planet active. Ocean currents transport not just heat, but also dissolved minerals, distributing resources around the planet. Water that rises from the deep ocean in upwelling zones brings nutrients to the surface. Water that sinks in downwelling zones carries oxygen to depth. The circulation ensures that the ocean does not stratify into permanently separate layers, but remains mixed and accessible. The land surface channels water into rivers, and the rivers carve valleys that channel water more efficiently, and the improved drainage allows the land to dry out between rains, and the drying and wetting cycles weather the rock more effectively. Each change enables the next change, so that the landscape gradually becomes more organised, more defined in its features, and more distinctly itself. You stand at the edge of the ocean and watch waves arrive from far out at sea, their energy delivered by winds that gathered force over hundreds of miles of open water. The waves break on the shore, and their energy goes into moving sand and grinding rock, contributing to the ongoing reshaping of the coastline. Nothing is wasted. Every bit of energy does work, and the work accumulates into lasting changes. You notice that the Earth settles into long periods where little seems to change. After the initial cooling and the formation of the first permanent oceans, the planet enters stretches of time measured in tens of millions of years where conditions remain remarkably steady. The temperature holds within a narrow range. The ocean stays at roughly the same level. The composition of the atmosphere shifts, but slowly without sudden transitions. These periods are not stillness. Erosion continues, tectonic plates continue drifting, and volcanic activity continues adding material to the surface. But the rate of change is slow enough that the planet at the end of a 10 million year span looks much like it did at the beginning. The changes are real but gradual, creating a sense of deep stability even while nothing actually stops moving. The ocean reaches an equilibrium where the rate of evaporation matches the rate of precipitation, and where the rate of sediment washing into the sea matches the rate of sediment being subducted and returned to the mantle. Water enters and leaves the ocean constantly, but the total volume remains stable, with the same amount present year after year, millennium after millennium. Temperature fluctuations even out over time. Early in Earth's history, volcanic activity was more intense and less predictable, creating periods of unusual warmth followed by relative cooling. As the planet ages, volcanic activity becomes more regular and more distributed across the surface, and less prone to clustering in ways that would create climate extremes. The result is a more stable climate, one that varies from season to season but not drastically from age to age. You observe how the day-night cycle provides a built-in rhythm of activity and rest. During the day, solar energy warms the surface, evaporates water, drives winds, and powers photochemical reactions in the atmosphere. During the night, the surface cools, winds calm, and chemical processes that require darkness or cooler temperatures take their turn. The alternation creates a natural pacing, a rhythm that prevents any one process from running continuously without pause. Tides provide another rhythm, independent of daylight but equally regular. The rise and fall of water at the ocean's edge creates alternating periods of exposure and submersion for the intertidal zone. Rock that is underwater during high tide is exposed to air during low tide, and this alternation creates conditions that will later prove useful for organisms transitioning between aquatic and terrestrial life. The seasons, even though mild during these warm ages, create their own rhythms of variation and return. Rainfall patterns shift with the sun's position, creating wetter and drier periods that alternate in predictable ways. These variations are gentle, never extreme, but they add texture to the passing of time, making one part of the year distinguishable from another. Volcanic cycles follow longer rhythms, with periods of increased activity separated by periods of relative quiet. These cycles are irregular, not tied to any particular schedule, but they average out over time into a background level of activity that feeds the atmosphere and ocean without overwhelming them. The planet has time to process what each eruption releases before the next eruption arrives. Continental drift proceeds at its unhurried pace, moving land masses across the surface over millions of years. A continent that begins near the equator will eventually drift toward a pole, and then perhaps back toward the equator again. The movement is slow enough that climate zones shift gradually, allowing the surface to adjust to new conditions without sudden disruptions. The carbon cycle maintains a rough balance between carbon stored in rocks, carbon dissolved in the ocean, and carbon present in the atmosphere. The balance is not perfect. Carbon concentrations shift over time, sometimes increasing, sometimes decreasing, but the shifts happen slowly, and the system has mechanisms that prevent carbon from accumulating entirely in one reservoir at the expense of the others. Between periods of mountain building, the land has time to erode back towards sea level. Mountains rise when continents collide, creating highlands that stand well above the surrounding plains. Then, over the following tens of millions of years, erosion wears those mountains down, grain by grain, returning the material to the ocean. The land surface rises and falls in long cycles, never remaining at one elevation permanently. You notice how the ocean floor records these rhythms in its sediments. Layers of fine clay alternate with layers of coarser material, recording changes in the strength of ocean currents. The layers stack in regular patterns, each one representing a particular set of conditions that repeated at intervals too long for any single observer to witness, but clear enough in the geological record to show that they happened regularly. The atmosphere's composition stabilizes as the initial outgassing from volcanism slows, and the various chemical reactions reach a kind of working balance. The air still contains more carbon dioxide than it will in later ages, but the amount is not increasing as rapidly as it did earlier. The atmosphere is finding its functional composition, the mix of gases that will support the chemistry of the surface, without requiring constant adjustment. Hydrothermal circulation at mid-ocean ridges provides a rhythm of water heating and cooling. Cold seawater seeps into cracks in the ocean floor, circulates through hot rock, and emerges heated and enriched with minerals. The cycle takes years to decades to complete, depending on the path the water follows, but it operates continuously at spreading centres around the planet, providing a slow, steady flow of chemical energy to the ocean. The planet's rotation is slowing due to tidal friction, and this slowing adds a few seconds to the length of the day every few million years. The change is imperceptible on human timescales, but real over geological time. The Earth is settling into a rhythm that will eventually stabilise at a 24-hour day, though it is not there yet. You stand on a coast and watch the same waves arrive day after day, year after year. The waves are driven by wind, the wind is driven by temperature differences, and the temperature differences are driven by the sun's heat. The chain of causation is long but unbroken, and it operates continuously, creating patterns that repeat without requiring intervention. The ocean rises and falls with the tides, the surface temperature varies with the time of day, and the planet turns beneath the sun, all of it happening in rhythms that nest inside one another like the gears of a vast patient clock. You notice that the planet is preparing conditions that will later support living things, though nothing is alive yet during most of these early ages. The preparation happens without intention, simply as a consequence of chemistry and physics, playing out according to their rules. Water accumulates in places where it will be accessible. Minerals dissolve and precipitate in forms that will be useful. Energy flows through the system in ways that will later be captured and used. Water is everywhere. It fills the ocean basins, saturates the atmosphere as vapour, falls as rain, flows through rivers and seeps into rock. This abundance means that when chemistry begins producing the first simple organic molecules, those molecules will have a medium to interact in. Water is the universal solvent, capable of dissolving a wide range of substances and bringing them into contact with one another. The ocean contains iron, sulfur, phosphorus, nitrogen, and other elements that will become essential to living chemistry. These elements wash into the sea from weathering rock, or emerge from hydrothermal vents, or arrive in volcanic gases that dissolve in seawater. They are present in small concentrations but in reliable supply, distributed throughout the ocean rather than concentrated in a few inaccessible locations. Energy is available in multiple forms. Sunlight reaches the surface, providing a constant input of energy that drives photochemical reactions. Lightning adds brief bursts of high energy, capable of forging chemical bonds that would not form otherwise. Hydrothermal vents provide thermal energy and chemical gradients. Radioactivity in rocks provides a slow, steady background of energy. The planet offers many sources, ensuring that chemistry has options to draw from. The atmosphere contains the building blocks of organic chemistry. Carbon in the form of carbon dioxide, nitrogen and hydrogen in water vapour. These simple molecules can combine into more complex ones given the right conditions and enough time. The atmosphere is like a cupboard stocked with ingredients, waiting for the right recipe to emerge from trial and error. Tidal pools form in rocky coastal areas, and these pools provide natural laboratories where concentrated solutions can undergo chemical reactions. When the tide is high, seawater fills the pools, bringing fresh minerals. When the tide is low, evaporation concentrates whatever is dissolved in the water, increasing the chances that molecules will encounter one another and react. The pools fill and empty on a regular schedule, creating a rhythm that repeats the experiment over and over. Clay minerals form from the weathering of volcanic rock, and these clays have useful properties. They provide surfaces where molecules can absorb and be held in close proximity, increasing the likelihood of reaction. They can also catalyze certain reactions, speeding them up without being consumed themselves. The ocean floor and coastal areas are rich in clays, offering countless microscopic reaction chambers. The temperature of the early Earth is warm but not too hot, cool but not too cold. Water remains liquid over most of the surface, maintaining the range where chemistry proceeds at useful rates. If the planet were hotter, water would evaporate and chemistry would slow. If it were colder, water would freeze and chemistry would stop. The temperature is in the range where things can happen. Cycles of wet and dry provide opportunities for molecules to form in solution, and then concentrate as water evaporates. Some chemical reactions proceed better in concentrated solutions, and others proceed better in dilute ones. The alternation between wet and dry periods allows both types of reactions to occur in sequence, creating pathways to complexity that would not be available if conditions were always the same. Volcanic activity continues to add fresh material to the surface, replacing what erosion removes and ensuring that the supply of minerals does not run out. Each volcanic eruption brings rock from the mantle to the surface, rock that has never been weathered before, rich in elements that dissolve readily once exposed to water and air. The planet is not running down but renewing itself, maintaining the conditions that support chemical activity. The day-night cycle creates temperature variations that can drive chemical processes. Some reactions proceed better in warmth, others in coolness. The alternation between day and night provides a natural cycling between conditions, allowing different types of chemistry to take turns using the same space. Rivers deliver nutrients from the continents to the ocean, concentrating minerals in deltas and estuaries. These transition zones between fresh water and salt water provide gradients in salinity, temperature, and mineral content, creating diverse chemical environments in close proximity. What does not react in one environment may react in the next. The ocean circulation ensures that no part of the water becomes permanently isolated. Surface water eventually sinks, deep water eventually rises, and the mixing distributes whatever forms in one location to other locations. This circulation prevents resources from becoming trapped and unavailable, keeping them in motion and accessible. Phosphorus, crucial for later biochemistry, weathers out of rock and accumulates in sediments. It is not abundant, but it is present, and the processes that concentrate it in particular locations are slow and reliable. The planet is gathering phosphorus in places where it will be available when needed. The magnetic field generated by the Earth's molten core shields the surface from solar wind, preventing the atmosphere from being stripped away over time. This protection ensures that the atmosphere remains thick enough to support chemistry at the surface, maintaining pressure and retaining water vapour. The shield is invisible but essential, preserving the conditions that make everything else possible. You stand at the edge of a warm, shallow sea and observe how gentle waves stir the sediment, keeping particles suspended and in contact with dissolved nutrients. The water is rich with potential, holding everything that will be needed but not yet assembled into the forms that will use it. The planet is ready, stocked with materials and energy, maintaining stable conditions and simply waiting for chemistry to find its way to the patterns that will eventually become life. You notice that the Earth is entering longer periods of predictable calm. The initial intensity of planetary formation has passed. The atmosphere is thick and stable. The ocean has reached its long-term volume. The continents have taken shape and are drifting slowly, no longer reorganizing dramatically from one age to the next. The planet is settling into a mature rhythm, like an evening after a day of activity. The sun's light is gentler now than it was billions of years ago, slightly dimmer as the star ages, but still sufficient to warm the surface and drive the water cycle. The light arrives each morning at the same angle for any given location and season, creating patterns of warmth and shadow that repeat with comforting regularity. Temperatures across the planet fall within a moderate range. The equator is warm, the poles are cool, but the difference is less extreme than it will become in later ages. The atmosphere and ocean currents distribute heat effectively, preventing any region from becoming too hot or too cold. The climate is mild and stable, without the swings that will characterize later periods when ice ages develop. Volcanic activity has decreased from the intense levels of the planet's youth. Eruptions still occur, but they are less frequent and less massive. The crust has thickened and cooled, making it harder for magma to reach the surface. What volcanism remains is spread across many small vents, rather than concentrated in a few large ones, creating a background level of activity that is steady rather than punctuated. The ocean's chemistry has stabilized. The salinity is set, the pH is buffered by dissolved minerals, and the concentration of various elements remains roughly constant over long periods. The water is clear in the open ocean, allowing sunlight to penetrate to significant depths. Near the coast, sediment clouds the water, but even this is a regular feature, not a disruption. Coastlines have taken on familiar shapes. Bays and headlands repeat patterns determined by the underlying geology, with resistant rock forming promontories and softer rock eroding into embayments. The shapes are not permanent, but they are persistent, lasting for millions of years before erosion significantly alters them. River systems have carved their valleys and established their courses. The rivers flow in the same channels year after year, moving water and sediment from highlands to sea. The drainage patterns are mature, efficiently moving water without the frequent flooding and channel changes that characterize younger river systems. The atmosphere's transparency allows you to see the stars at night without obstruction. The sky is clear more often than not, with clouds forming and dispersing in predictable patterns. You can observe the full moon rising over the ocean, its light reflecting off calm water, creating a path of silver that reaches from horizon to shore. Tides continue their rhythmic rise and fall, but the moon is slightly farther from Earth now, and the tides are slightly less extreme than they were earlier. The change is gradual, a slow lessening of the moon's gravitational grip as orbital mechanics carry it farther away over millions of years. The tides remain strong enough to mix coastal waters and shape shorelines, but gentle enough not to cause disruption. Sediment accumulates on the ocean floor in regular layers, each one recording a particular interval of time. The layers are undisturbed in the deep ocean, far from the turbulence of currents and storms. They lie flat and parallel, like pages in a book, waiting to be read by anyone who learns to interpret them. The land surface has been weathered into soil in many places, with rock broken down into particles that can hold water and support the chemical processes that will later nourish plants. The soil is thin during these early ages, but it is present, a transitional layer between solid bedrock and open air. Clouds form in the same regions day after day, driven by reliable patterns of heating and evaporation. You can look at the sky in the afternoon and predict where rain will fall by evening, based on where clouds are building. The patterns are not rigid, but they are consistent enough to learn. The ocean's surface is calm between storms. Waves rise and fall with the wind, but when the wind drops, the water smooths into gentle swells that travel for hundreds of miles without breaking. The swells are regular, spaced evenly, and the product of distant weather systems that have already passed. The ocean carries memory in its motion, reflecting events that happened far away in time and space. Sunsets paint the sky in shades of orange and pink as dust and water vapour scatter the sun's light. The colours are vivid during these ages when the atmosphere is thick and volcanic. Dust adds particles to scatter light. You watch the sun descend toward the horizon, the colours shifting as the angle changes, until the sun slips below the edge of the world and twilight takes over. The transition from day to night is gradual, not abrupt. The sky remains bright for some time after the sun sets, then slowly darkens as the last light fades. Stars appear one by one, the brightest first, then the dimmer ones, until the full array is visible. The transition is gentle, giving the surface time to release the day's heat before the coolness of night fully settles in. You stand on a hillside as evening arrives, watching the landscape soften in the fading light. The temperature is dropping, but slowly, and the air is still. Below you, a river reflects the last of the daylight, a ribbon of silver winding through darker land. The planet is calm and settled, at rest in the way that a system at equilibrium can be said to rest, while still maintaining all its processes in perfect balance. You settle into the planet's darkness and discover that night is not absence but another kind of presence. The sun's light is gone, but other rhythms continue. The earth turns eastward through its own shadow, and as it turns, the stars wheel overhead in their ancient patterns, unchanging markers of the planet's rotation. The surface cools after sunset, releasing the warmth it accumulated during the day. The cooling is gradual, a slow return toward equilibrium with the surrounding air. Rock that was hot to the touch at midday becomes merely warm by midnight and will be cool by dawn. The heat does not disappear but radiates outward into the atmosphere, then upward into space, continuing the energy flow that began when sunlight first struck the surface. The atmosphere remains active at night. Winds continue blowing, though they often calm as temperature differences even out. Air that rose during the day now sinks, completing convection cycles that span 12 hours or more. The movement is invisible in darkness but no less real, redistributing heat and moisture across the landscape. Clouds that form during the afternoon may linger into the night, or they may dissolve as cooling air loses its ability to hold water vapour. When they dissolve, the moisture falls as dew or light rain, wetting surfaces that dried during the day. The water cycle continues in darkness, just operating through different mechanisms than it does in daylight. The ocean remains warmer than the land after sunset because water holds heat longer than rock. This temperature difference drives coastal winds that blow from land to sea at night, the reverse of the pattern that prevails during the day. The winds are gentle, but they persist through the dark hours, part of the daily rhythm that ties land and sea together. Stars provide a small amount of light, enough to distinguish sea from sky, enough to navigate by if you know their positions. The light is steady, unlike the flickering of flames, because stars are so distant that their light arrives as parallel rays, unaffected by any turbulence close to Earth. The starlight has travelled for years to reach this surface, and it arrives softly, without fanfare. The moon, when it's above the horizon, provides brighter light than the stars. During a full moon, you can see clearly enough to walk without stumbling, to watch waves break on the shore, and to observe the texture of rock beneath your feet. The moonlight is reflected sunlight, arriving second-hand but sufficient for the night's purposes. Tides continue to rise and fall regardless of whether the sun is up. The gravitational pull that drives tides does not depend on light, only on the positions of the moon and sun relative to Earth. A high tide arrives at midnight as reliably as one arrives at noon, bringing water up the shore and then withdrawing it, keeping the coastal zone in motion even while the rest of the landscape rests. Temperature-dependent chemical reactions slow at night as the surface cools, but other reactions proceed more readily in darkness or cooler conditions. The chemistry of the surface shifts in character from day to night, not stopping but changing its emphasis, allowing processes that cannot occur in heat or light to take their turn. The absence of sunlight provides a respite from ultraviolet radiation, which is more intense during these early ages before oxygen accumulates in the atmosphere and forms an ozone layer. Night offers protection from this radiation, a daily reprieve that allows chemical processes sensitive to UV light to proceed without disruption. Darkness creates gradients between surfaces that face the open sky and those that are sheltered. Surfaces that radiate heat freely to the night sky cool more than surfaces protected by overhangs or surrounded by other rocks. These temperature variations create microclimates at small scales, diversifying the conditions available for chemistry across the landscape. The planet's rotation ensures that night is temporary. No part of the surface remains in darkness permanently. Every location that experiences night will experience day again after a few hours, and the alternation continues without interruption, creating a rhythm that divides time into manageable intervals and provides both activity and rest in regular succession. You notice that sounds carry differently at night. Without the sun's heating creating turbulent air currents, the atmosphere becomes more stratified, and sound waves travel farther before dissipating. The crash of waves on a distant shore reaches you clearly. The rumble of a far-off volcanic vent carries across miles of open water. The night is not silent, but filled with the quiet sounds of ongoing processes. The stars move across the sky as the Earth rotates, rising in the east and setting in the west. Their motion is steady and predictable, completing one full circuit in approximately 18 hours during these early ages, when the day is shorter than it will later become. You can use their positions to track the passage of time, to know how much of the night has elapsed and how much remains. The ocean glows faintly in places where certain chemical reactions occur, producing light without heat. The glow is subtle, a pale shimmer on the water's surface, visible only in complete darkness. It is not biological yet, just chemistry that happens to emit photons as a byproduct, but it adds a gentle luminescence to the night sea. Cooling rock contracts slightly, and the contraction sometimes produces small cracking sounds, like the ticking of cooling metal. The sounds are occasional, not constant, but they remind you that the landscape is active even in stillness, that motion continues at scales too small to see but large enough to hear. The night sky is perfectly dark between the stars, unaffected by any artificial light, and clear enough to see the Milky Way as a band of concentrated starlight across the heavens. The darkness is complete and clean, offering contrast that makes the stars seem brighter by comparison. You lie on warm rock and feel the stored heat of the day rising through stone into your body. The sky above is vast and scattered with stars. The ocean murmurs at the shore. The planet turns eastward, carrying you with it, bringing the dawn that will arrive in a few hours when the rotation carries this location back into the sun's light. Night is balance, part of the rhythm that prevents the surface from overheating or overcooling, providing the alternation that makes stability possible. You watch the Earth maintain itself across millions of years through simple repetition. The same processes that operated yesterday operate today and will operate tomorrow. Water evaporates, condenses and falls. Rock erodes, sediment accumulates, and new rock forms. The planet does not innovate or adjust or intervene in its own cycles. It simply continues, letting physics and chemistry follow their rules without guidance. The reliability of these processes creates a kind of predictability that extends across deep time. The sun will rise tomorrow because the Earth will continue rotating. Rain will fall somewhere because the water cycle will continue operating. Tides will rise because the moon will continue orbiting. None of these outcomes requires any special conditions to be maintained, or any external input beyond what is already present. Erosion will eventually wear down every mountain that rises, returning the material to the ocean, where it will accumulate as sediment, be subducted, melt, and potentially rise again as new mountains millions of years later. The cycle is long, but it is reliable, and it ensures that the surface is constantly being renewed rather than wearing out. The atmosphere will continue to exist as long as gravity holds it in place, and volcanic activity continues to replace gases that react or escape. These conditions are stable, built into the planet's structure and composition, and not dependent on anything that might cease unexpectedly. The ocean will continue to exist as long as the temperature remains within the range where water is liquid. The Earth orbits the Sun at a distance where this condition is met, and the orbit is stable, maintained by the same gravitational forces that have held it for billions of years, and will hold it for billions more. Living organisms will eventually emerge from the chemistry that is already occurring in tidal pools and hydrothermal vents. When they emerge, they will find a planet that is ready for them, with water, minerals, energy, and stable conditions all available. The planet did not create these conditions for life's benefit, but simply by following its own processes, which happened to produce a habitable environment as a side effect. Life, once it begins, will participate in the cycles that already exist. Organisms will take in water and release it, take in minerals and incorporate them into structures, and capture energy and use it to build complexity. These are extensions of processes that already occur in non-living chemistry, just organised in ways that can reproduce and persist. The carbon cycle will incorporate living chemistry once life appears, but the cycle itself will continue operating on the same principles as before. Carbon will still move between atmosphere, ocean and rock, just with an additional pathway through organisms. The cycle will become more complex but not fundamentally different. The planet's ability to maintain habitable conditions does not depend on life. The conditions existed before life appeared and will continue if life ever ends. Habitability is a product of size, distance from the sun, geological activity and atmospheric composition, none of which require biology to maintain. You notice that the Earth's stability comes from having multiple overlapping cycles, each one buffering variations in the others. If one process speeds up, another compensates by slowing down. If one reservoir fills, another empties. The system self-regulates through feedback loops that are built into the physics and chemistry, not added on as separate control mechanisms. Temperature stability comes from the ocean's thermal inertia, the atmosphere's ability to redistribute heat, and the planet's distance from the sun. These factors work together to keep surface temperature within a range that allows water to remain liquid, which in turn allows all the other processes to continue. Chemical stability comes from the buffering capacity of the ocean, which can absorb excess acids or bases without large pH changes, and from the slow cycling of elements through rock, which prevents any element from accumulating to toxic levels or depleting entirely. Energy balance comes from the match between incoming solar radiation and outgoing thermal radiation. The planet absorbs sunlight and re-radiates it as infrared, and the balance between these flows determines the surface temperature. The balance is not perfect at every moment, but it averages out over time to a stable state. The Earth does not rest, but it does not hurry either. It operates at the pace that its processes require, some fast like lightning, some slow like continental drift, all of them finding their natural rates without external pressure to speed up or slow down. The pace is suited to the scale, with fast processes handling small-scale variations and slow processes handling large-scale changes. You stand on a beach at dawn and watch the sun rise over the ocean, knowing that this same scene has played out every day for hundreds of millions of years and will continue for hundreds of millions more. The waves that break at your feet are driven by winds that are driven by temperature differences that are driven by the sun's heat. The chain of causation is clear, unbroken, and will continue operating as long as the sun shines and the earth turns. The habitability of Earth is not a gift or an accident, but a consequence of how matter behaves under these particular conditions of size, composition, and solar distance. The planet became habitable by being what it is and where it is, and it remains habitable by continuing to be those things. There is no mystery in it, only physics and chemistry playing out across time, creating complexity through repetition, maintaining balance through circulation, and offering stability through the simple persistence of its cycles. You breathe the air, feel the warmth of the sun on your face, and listen to the waves, and you know that these experiences are possible because the Earth has spent billions of years preparing conditions where they can occur. The planet has done this work without awareness or intention, just by following the rules that govern matter and energy, and those same rules will keep it habitable as long as the fundamental conditions remain in place. The Earth continues, quiet and reliable, turning through its days and nights, cycling its materials, maintaining its temperature, simply being itself across the vast stretches of time. Imagine waking up one morning and finding out that your neighbour became a millionaire by picking up shiny rocks from a riverbed. That's pretty much what happened in 1848 when James Marshall saw something shining in the American River at Sutter's Mill in California. What began as one man's curious observation would soon lead to the largest voluntary migration in human history. People from every continent except Antarctica loaded their lives into wagons and ships and set off in search of dreams that shone like fool's gold in their minds. The California gold rush wasn't the first in the world, but it was the most famous. This is partly because it happened at the same time as the invention of the telegraph and mass-produced newspapers. Within months, word spread to the East Coast, Europe, Australia, and even small villages in China. It spread faster than a fire in dry grass. Farmers in Iowa were leaving their plows, shopkeepers in Boston were closing their stores, and whole families were selling everything they owned to try to get rich in the Sierra Nevada foothills. But California was only the start. Gold discoveries in Australia in 1851 caused their own rush, bringing people looking for wealth to the hot outback. The Klondike Gold Rush of 1896 sent people looking for gold to the other end of the world. The frozen wilderness of Alaska and Canada, where temperatures could drop to 50 below zero, and it was dark for months. The Witwatersrand goldfields in South Africa turned empty Veld into one of the world's largest cities almost overnight. There were different things about each gold rush, but they all had some things in common that seem almost magical when you think about them. People like teachers, farmers, blacksmiths, and seamstresses suddenly thought they could survive in places that would be hard for even experienced outdoorsmen. It was like having gold gave you some kind of magnetic power that made you ignore common sense and the need to protect yourself. It's interesting to think about the psychology of gold fever as you go to sleep. Gold doesn't go bad, rust, or lose its value overnight like other kinds of wealth. For thousands of years, people have thought it was valuable. It was used in the burial masks of pharaohs and the crowns of kings. The weight of gold in your hand, how it catches light, and how it doesn't tarnish or decay are all very satisfying. In a world that is always changing, gold stands for stability and safety in a universe that is always changing. For the miners going west, gold was the ultimate American dream. The idea that anyone, no matter where they came from or how much they knew, could change their life with hard work and a little luck. Gold didn't care if you were a Harvard graduate or couldn't read your own name. It didn't care about your family tree. What mattered most was your willingness to go through hard times and your ability to see opportunities when they were right in front of you. Getting to the goldfields was often just as hard as mining for gold. Think about putting everything you might need for months or years into a space smaller than your bedroom closet, and then travelling thousands of miles through places that were more in your head than on reliable maps. The overland route to California went through deserts where water was hard to find and valuable, mountain passes that could be blocked by snow even in the summer, and rivers that could be calm one day and raging torrents the next. People who took the sea route had to deal with different problems. It could take 6 months to sail around Cape Horn, and the water was some of the roughest on Earth. Men who had never been to sea were crammed into ships that were meant to carry cargo, not passengers. This would make modern cruise ship passengers ask for their money back. Those who could afford to go through Panama had to deal with tropical diseases, dangerous river crossings, and sometimes weeks of waiting for ships on the Pacific side. But people came anyway, drawn by stories that got more and more amazing with each telling. Stories about miners finding nuggets the size of turkey eggs, rivers so full of gold that you could fill a pan in minutes, and regular people becoming incredibly rich in just a few weeks. Most of the time these stories were exaggerated or made up, but they had just enough truth in them to keep the dream alive. It's amazing how these individual dreams, when added together, changed whole continents. In places where only coyotes and rattlesnakes had lived before, cities sprang up overnight. The search for gold led to the growth of economies, transportation systems, and social structures in whole areas. The effects on the environment and culture would last for generations, long after the gold that was easy to get was gone. As you drift off to sleep, think about how brave, or maybe foolish, it was to give up everything you knew for the chance of something that might not be real. These weren't trained explorers or professional adventurers. They were just regular people who thought the chance of making a lot of money was worth the risk. Their stories show us that sometimes the most important events in history are caused by people who refuse to believe that their situation will never change. Imagine yourself standing in the middle of what would become downtown Sacramento on a July afternoon in 1850. The temperature is around 110 degrees Fahrenheit, and the air above the hot pavement looks like water. The sun is as hot as a forge, and there's no way to get away from it. There's no air conditioning, ice, or tall buildings to block the sun. Now picture this. Instead of going inside, you're going to spend the next 12 hours bent over a creek bed, sifting through gravel and sand with just a metal pan and your willpower. This was the case for thousands of gold miners who went to areas where summer temperatures often went above what most people today would consider survivable. The California Central Valley, the Australian outback, and parts of Nevada and Arizona weren't places where people were supposed to work outside during the hottest times of the year. But they worked, driven by dreams that burned hotter than the sun above their heads. The human body wasn't meant to be in such extreme heat for long periods of time, especially when doing hard physical work. Your body regulates its temperature in a way that is similar to a simple air conditioner. It sweats to cool the skin through evaporation, it changes the flow of blood to release heat, and it breathes more to get rid of warm air from the lungs. But these systems could only do so much, and miners in the 1800s pushed them to their limits every day. Smart miners learned to change their plans based on the sun's movement. They would get up before dawn, when the air was still a little cool from the night before, and start working as soon as the sun came up. The early morning hours were very important because you could get things done before the heat made it too much to handle. As the sun rose higher, experienced miners would look for any shade they could find. They would often work in shifts so that some could rest while others kept looking for gold. Miners called the time between noon and 4 in the afternoon the Devil's Time. This was when the sun was at its hottest and the heat from rocks and sand could literally cook skin that was exposed. During these hours, smart miners went back to whatever shelter they could find. Some people dug shallow caves into hillsides to make cool places to hide that were 10 to 20 degrees cooler than the surface. Some people put canvas between trees or over wooden frames to make patches of blessed shade where people could gather to rest and talk. The clothes that miners wore tell an interesting story about how they adapted and used their brains. Forget the Hollywood image of shirtless men working in the hot sun. That was a sure way to get burned badly and have a heat stroke. Instead, experienced miners learned how to cover almost every inch of skin that was showing while still letting air flow. They wore wide-brimmed hats that cast shadows on their faces and necks, long-sleeved shirts that were loose enough to let air flow, and bandanas that could be soaked in water and tied around their necks to cool off. Many miners wore clothes that they learned from Mexican vaqueros and Native American tribes that had been living in these areas for a long time. Eastern gentlemen liked dark wool suits better than loose, light-coloured cotton clothes because they reflected heat better. Some miners even started wearing multiple layers, a thin inner layer to soak up sweat and an outer layer to keep the sun out while letting air flow between the fabrics. Finding shade became almost as important as finding gold. In mining camps, trees were valuable because they provided shade and lumber. A single big oak or pine tree could decide where a whole camp would be set up. Tents and lean-tos would be set up in careful patterns to get the most shade possible during the day. Water wasn't just for drinking, it was also very important for staying cool. When there was water, miners would soak their shirts and hats, which worked as a simple but effective way to cool off. Some smart people even came up with complicated ways to move water over canvas awnings, which were like evaporative coolers in the 1800s. The mental effects of extreme heat were just as hard to deal with as the physical ones. Not only does heat exhaustion make you feel bad physically, but it also changes the way you think, feel, and make decisions. When miners worked in very hot or very cold weather, they often got cranky, made bad decisions, and got what we now call heat-induced depression. The constant pain made mental strength weaker, just like it made physical strength weaker. But people were very good at adapting. Bodies that had never been in such heat before slowly got used to it, becoming better at handling heat, sweating more effectively, and circulating blood better. When miners made it through their first summer in the goldfields, they often found the second year easier to handle because their bodies got used to conditions that would have seemed impossible when they first got there. Some of the best mining companies were the ones that knew how important it was to keep workers safe from the heat. Companies that gave their workers enough shelter, encouraged them to rest during the hottest parts of the day, and made sure they could get to cool water usually had healthier and more productive workers. It was an early lesson in industrial safety that most people wouldn't learn for decades. As you picture yourself in those hot mining camps, feeling the sun on your shoulders and the coolness of the evening shade, remember that these were not superhuman people. They were just regular people who learned to deal with unusual situations. The fact that they were able to live and even thrive in such conditions shows how strong the human spirit can be when it is driven by strong dreams. In romantic stories about the gold rush, water is always there. There are babbling creeks where miners pan for gold and clear mountain streams that show off the Sierra peaks. But the truth was often very different and much harder. Getting clean, safe water was often a matter of life and death, and getting enough food in remote mining camps took a lot of creativity that would impress modern survivalists. Ironically, miners often valued water more than the gold they were looking for. On a hot afternoon, a glass of cool, clean water could be worth more than a handful of gold dust, especially if the water cost $1 a gallon, which is like $30 or $40 now. In some of the more remote mining areas, entrepreneurs made a lot of money not by finding gold, but by bringing water in barrels from faraway places and selling it to miners who needed it. Finding water turned into both a science and an art. Experienced miners could read the landscape like a book. They looked for small signs that showed where water was underground. Some plants only grew where their roots could get to water tables. Animals' behaviour, such as where they gathered at dawn and dusk and the paths they wore through the landscape, often revealed hidden springs or seasonal water sources. Some miners became very good at dowsing, which is the art of finding underground water with forked sticks or metal rods. Modern science still doesn't fully understand how they did it. These methods became a big part of mining camp folklore. Whether they really worked or just made miners feel more sure about digging in places where they thought they might find water. It was like playing the geological lottery to dig wells in mining country. The same rocky ground that might hide gold deposits could make it very hard to get to the water table. Sometimes miners would spend weeks chiseling through solid rock, hoping to find water before their current supply ran out. The deeper they dug, the cooler the water they might find. This was a great bonus in places where surface water could get too warm to be refreshing. When water was hard to come by, miners came up with very clever ways to save it that would impress environmentalists today. You could save the water you used to cook with to wash dishes, then use it again to do laundry, and finally use it to clean up dust around the campsite. There was no waste. Some camps set up strict rationing systems with community leaders keeping an eye on how much water people used and making sure everyone had access to basic supplies. The quality of the water that was available was often just as bad as the amount. Minerals that made people sick could be in mountain streams that looked crystal clear, or worse, bacteria from mining operations or natural sources upstream. Miners learned how to tell if water was good by its taste, colour and smell. They also figured out how to clean up water that wasn't clean. Boiling water was the best way to clean it, but it needed fuel and time that weren't always available. Some miners used simple filters made of cloth, charcoal and sand to clean their water. Some people learned how to add chemicals like alum or other minerals that would make impurities settle to the bottom, leaving cleaner water at the top. Getting food in mining camps took a lot of creativity that would be hard for modern campers. There weren't any grocery stores, refrigerators, or dependable supply chains. Everything had to be kept safe, moved over rough ground or hunted and gathered from the area around them. The outcome was a cuisine that mixed old recipes with whatever was on hand. resulting in some surprisingly creative dishes. Beans became the main food for miners and were known as miner strawberries. They were cheap, easy to carry, didn't spoil easily, and gave them the protein and carbs they needed for hard work. A pot of beans that was slowly cooked over a campfire and seasoned with whatever was on hand could feed several miners and give them energy for days of work. Salt pork and bacon did the same things. They gave you fat and protein and could last for weeks without being kept cold. The salt used to keep things fresh also helped to replace electrolytes lost through sweating in very hot weather. Smart miners learned how to get the fat out of these meats so they could cook other foods and make lamp oil. Hardtack, which is made by mixing flour, water and salt and baking it into biscuits that are as hard as rocks, became another staple because it could last for months without going bad. To make hardtack easier to eat, miners would soak it in coffee or water. Sometimes they would fry it with bacon fat to make it taste better. The joke was that hardtack was so hard it could stop a bullet, but it kept miners from starving when they ran out of other food. People didn't just enjoy coffee, they thought it was necessary for survival. The caffeine helped miners stay awake during long work days, and the hot drink kept them warm at night in the cold mountains. Coffee could be stretched by reusing the ground several times. In very bad situations, miners made coffee substitutes from chicory, acorns, or even roasted grain. Hunting and fishing added to basic supplies when there was game to be caught. Deer, rabbits, and game birds gave us fresh meat, and streams and rivers might have fish in them when they weren't too muddy from mining. Some miners learned how to find edible plants by learning from Native Americans which roots, berries, and greens could add to their diet. It was very important to learn how to preserve things. To make fresh food last longer, miners learned how to smoke meat, dry fruits and vegetables, and salt fish. Some camps set up community smokehouses so that everyone could keep meat when they had too much to eat right away after a successful hunt. People in mining camps can't ignore the social side of food. Shared meals became important community events where miners could relax, catch up on news, and keep the social ties that made living alone bearable. A miner who could cook well often became well known for more than just his gold-finding skills. You can start to understand how the simple things in life became very important in the harsh environment of the mining camps when you think about how good strong coffee would taste around a campfire, how good a hot meal would taste after a long day of hard work, and how good clean water would feel on a hot day. These weren't just skills for staying alive. They were the building blocks of communities that would last long after the gold was gone. Imagine seeing a city come to life. One week there are only rocks, empty wilderness, and maybe a thin stream running through a valley. The following week, tents start to pop up like mushrooms after a rainstorm. In a month you might see the rough outlines of streets, a general store, and maybe even a saloon with canvas walls and dreams of painted signs. The amazing thing about mining camp communities was that whole societies could come together almost overnight, with rules that had to be made up on the spot. It was amazing and a little chaotic how quickly these communities came together. There were no zoning laws, building codes, or an urban planning department. People just showed up, found a good place to stay, and started building the infrastructure they needed to stay alive. The result was towns that grew naturally, following the shape of the land and the needs of the people who lived there instead of following a master plan. People in early mining camps had to be creative with the few materials they had to build their homes. The classic miner's tent was often just the start. It was a temporary place to stay while a more permanent structure was built. Miners became amateur architects, coming up with plans for buildings that could be built quickly with materials that were easy to find. People liked to log cabins where there were trees, but most mining areas had their trees cut down quickly. Instead, miners learned how to build with stone, mud bricks, or even canvas and wood frames that could be taken apart and moved if the gold ran out. Some of the more clever buildings used more than one material. For example, they had stone foundations for stability, log walls for insulation, and canvas roofs that could be easily replaced when they wore out. The way mining camps were set up looked random, but they actually made sense. For both convenience and mining, the most valuable real estate was usually near water sources. Secondary locations were chosen because they were sheltered from the wind, had access to shade, or were close to promising geological formations. Streets, if you could call them that, often followed animal paths or mining trails instead of the neat grid patterns that planned cities have. This gave mining towns a natural, almost medieval feel that visitors either loved or hated depending on how they saw it. In mining camps, people ran things democratically. Miners had to make up their own rules and ways to enforce them because there were no established legal systems or government authorities. The outcome was frequently unexpectedly advanced systems of community governance that reconciled personal liberty with communal safety. Most of the time, mining camps held community meetings to set basic rules for claims, fights, and how people should act. These weren't official court cases. They were just people talking to each other as equals and agreeing that some kind of organisation was needed for everyone to stay alive. They often put their rules on trees or buildings and enforced them through pressure from the community instead of through the police. Claim jumping, which is taking someone else's mining claim, was one of the worst things you could do in mining communities. Depending on how bad the crime was and how the community felt, the punishment could be anything from forced payment to being kicked out of the camp. People usually didn't want miners to hurt each other because it made it hard for them to work, not because it was wrong. The way people were divided up in mining camps was different from how they were in their old lives. A man's education, family background, or previous wealth mattered much less than how well he could help the community survive and thrive. A former professor might have to listen to an illiterate farmer who happened to be better at finding gold. This social fluidity led to both chances and problems. Men who had never been treated as equals suddenly found that their ideas were important in community meetings. Others who had been in charge in their past lives had to get used to being judged only on what they could do. In the early days of mining, there weren't many women, but those who did come often found jobs that weren't available in more stable communities. Some became successful businesswomen and ran boarding houses, restaurants, or general stores. Others offered much-needed and highly valued services like laundry, cooking, or medical care. Families with kids in mining camps had their own set of problems. There were no schools, no planned activities for kids, and not many other kids to play with. Some communities set up informal schools where literate miners took turns teaching basic reading and writing. Kids who grew up in mining camps often learned a lot of practical skills and became very independent, but they didn't always get the formal education that would help them later in life. In mining camps, religion was often informal, but very important. Because many camps didn't have an ordained minister, anyone who felt called to give spiritual guidance could lead religious services. These services often brought together people from different denominations and traditions, making a kind of practical ecumenism that came about out of need rather than theology. The general store was the centre of most mining towns. It was a place to get supplies, hang out with friends, and talk to people. Store owners often acted as informal banks, keeping miners' gold dust and nuggets safe. They also worked as post offices, places to send messages and places to get news from the outside world. Medical care in mining camps was basic but often new. Communities had to rely on folk medicine, trial and error, and whatever medical knowledge individual miners might have because there weren't any trained doctors around. Some miners learned how to treat common injuries and illnesses, and the respect and thanks they got for it could be worth more than gold. Entertainment in mining camps showed how hard life was, and how much people needed to have fun and relax. Music was very important to the miners. They loved people who could play instruments or sing well. Dancing, telling stories, and playing cards helped people forget about the hard work of mining and the loneliness of living in a camp. When you think about how these rough communities grew from nothing but people's willpower and need for each other, you start to see that the American frontier spirit was about working together as much as being independent. These weren't stories of lone wolves conquering the wild, but of regular people building amazing communities in the hardest of times. The romance of gold mining often centres on the moment of discovery. The glint of metal in a pan, the thrill of finding a nugget, the hope of getting rich. But the truth is that successful mining was mostly about learning how to use tools and techniques that were much more complicated and advanced than most people think. Successful miners had a mix of science, art, physical skill, and sheer determination that set them apart from those who went home empty-handed. The basic gold pan, which is probably the most famous tool from the gold rush, was actually a precision tool that required a lot of skill to use well. A good pan was made of steel or iron, and had sloped sides and a flat bottom that let you carefully separate things by weight. It could take months to learn how to pan properly, which means moving water and sediment in just the right way so that heavy gold settles and lighter materials wash away. Imagine standing in a cold mountain stream with a pan full of gravel, sand, and hopefully a few gold flakes. The water is moving around your legs, your back is starting to hurt from bending over, and your hands are getting numb from the cold. You need to find the right rhythm. If you go too fast, you'll wash away the gold. If you go too slowly, you'll never process enough material to make the work worth it. Panners who had been doing it for a while could tell if they were likely to find gold in a certain spot by the way the gravel felt, the colour of the sand, and the way the water moved in their pan. They had a connection with their tools and their surroundings that was almost magical, and they could read subtle signs that new miners couldn't. But panning was only the start. As miners learned more about their work and found places with good gold deposits, they came up with more advanced methods that could process more material faster. The rocker, which is also called a cradle, was like a gold pan that worked mechanically. It was a wooden box with a screen bottom that was rocked back and forth while water flowed through it, separating gold from lighter materials. Many miners had to learn how to do carpentry on the job in order to build a good rocker. The proportions had to be just right. If they were too steep, the gold would wash away with everything else, and if they were too shallow, the machine wouldn't work well. The rocking had to be smooth and rhythmic, like rocking a baby to sleep. But the baby was a few £100 of wood, metal and wet gravel. The long tom was an even more ambitious piece of equipment. It was basically a long wooden trough with different screens, riffles and catching devices that could handle a lot of dirt and gravel. Most of the time, a group of miners worked together to run a long tom. Some would shovel material into the machine while others would clean out the gold-catching parts and keep the water flowing. The most advanced way to get gold was through hydraulic mining. Miners would use strong streams of water to wash away tons of soil and rock from hillsides, revealing gravel that contained gold. The water pressure was so strong that it could blast away whole mountainsides. This kind of destruction of the environment would horrify people today, but it was seen as the height of technological progress at the time. Hydraulic mining had a terrible effect on the environment that could not be undone. Debris filled whole valleys, streams were permanently changed, and landscapes that had taken millions of years to form were destroyed in just a few seasons. But for miners who wanted to get the most gold with the least amount of work, hydraulic mining was a huge step forward in terms of efficiency. For serious miners, knowing about geology became very important. Gold doesn't just spread out randomly across the landscape. It follows patterns that have been there for millions of years, like the flow of ancient rivers, volcanic activity, and geological processes that made and moved gold deposits. Miners who could read the rocks, find formations that looked like they might contain gold, and guess where gold was likely to be found had a big edge over those who just dug where they thought they were lucky. To mine quartz, you needed a whole different set of skills and methods. Instead of looking for loose gold in streams and on the surface, quartz miners had to find veins of gold in solid rock and then take that rock out and process it to get the gold out. This meant learning how to drill, blast and tunnel through solid rock, which is more like engineering than farming, which is what most miners came from. To process quartz ore, the rock had to be crushed into a fine powder, and then mercury had to be used to mix with the gold particles. This job was both dangerous and hard to do because it needed knowledge of chemistry and metallurgy. Mercury poisoning was a big health problem in mining towns, but people didn't know much about what it did to them at the time. Miners often made their own tools or changed existing ones to suit their needs. In mining towns, a good blacksmith was very useful. They didn't just shoe horses, they also made specialised mining tools, fixed broken equipment, and figured out how to fix mechanical problems that came up when tools were used in ways they weren't meant to be used. Miners were very creative when it came to using technology that was already there for their own needs. People turned wagon wheels into water wheels to power machines. Kitchen tools were changed to do specific mining jobs. Miners even changed their clothes. They learned how to sew extra pockets into their clothes so they could carry tools, gold samples and other small but important things. Don't forget about the social side of mining technology. Like recipes, successful methods spread through mining communities, with miners sharing new ideas and ways to make things better for everyone's benefit. If a miner came up with a better way to build a sluice box or use a rocker, he might teach his neighbours how to do it, which would create communities of practice that sped up technological progress. Quality control in mining was mostly about how skilled each person was and how much they paid attention to the details. There were no set ways of doing things or ways to ensure quality. A miner's success depended on how well he could find gold, use his tools, and avoid the many small mistakes that could cost him gold or time. As you picture yourself learning these old skills, feeling the weight of the tools in your hands and developing the small skills that made the difference between success and failure, you start to realise that gold mining was much more than just digging in the dirt. It was a skill that required a lot of physical strength, technical knowledge, artistic intuition, and scientific observation, and it was hard for even the most skilled people to do. The blazing sun and extreme temperatures were certainly some of the most obvious problems that gold miners had to deal with, but they were not the only ones that tested people's strength and creativity. The full picture of life as a miner includes a list of problems that would test even the best survival experts today. Each one needs a different plan, set of skills, and amount of mental and physical strength. Disease was probably the most feared enemy in mining camps. It spread quickly through crowded areas and wiped out whole communities before anyone knew how to stop it. Waterborne diseases like cholera, typhoid and dysentery could turn a busy mining camp into a ghost town in just a few weeks. Miners were basically defenseless against epidemic diseases that thrived in the conditions they created because they didn't know about germ theory or how to keep things clean. Irony was cruel. Communities that formed around water sources to make mining easier often polluted those same water sources with human waste, which made it easy for diseases to spread. Miners who survived bullets, heat stroke, and accidents in the mines could die from something as simple as drinking from the wrong stream at the wrong time. At best, the medical knowledge in mining camps was basic. Most miners used folk remedies, patent medicines that may not have worked, and any medical knowledge they had from family traditions or trial and error. If a broken bone isn't set right, it could mean permanent disability or death. If basic antiseptic steps weren't taken, a simple cut could get infected and require amputation or worse. Some miners learned how to do battlefield medicine out of necessity. They learned how to stitch wounds, set bones, and treat common illnesses by practicing and watching others. People in the community often looked up to these informal medics as leaders, and their medical skills were just as valuable as their ability to find gold. Mining operations were always at risk of accidents. Cave-ins could bury miners alive without much warning. Explosives used to break up rock were often unstable and unpredictable. They would sometimes go off too soon, or not at all when they were supposed to. People often made their own mining tools, and they didn't have basic safety features that we think are necessary now. The mental challenges of mining life were just as hard as the physical ones. Being away from family and friends had a big effect on mental health. A lot of miners had what we now call depression, anxiety, and post-traumatic stress disorder because of the hard times they went through. People who were physically tired, socially isolated, and always worried about the future found it hard to deal with these things. Miners who had left their families behind to look for work were especially lonely. Letters from home could take months to get there and cost a lot of money compared to what a miner made. It was impossible to measure the emotional toll of being away from loved ones in ounces of gold, but it was always there. Even miners who found gold on a regular basis often had trouble with money. In remote mining areas, the same supplies could cost 10 to 20 times as much as they would in settled areas. A simple meal could cost a whole day's pay, and basic tools could cost weeks of carefully saved gold dust. Mining communities went through boom and bust cycles which added to the stress. A miner might spend months getting a claim and building the tools he needs to work it, only to find out that the gold deposit is smaller than he thought, or that the water levels have changed and made his location unusable. To start over, you needed more than just money. You also needed a lot of emotional strength. Extreme heat wasn't the only problem with the weather. Sudden storms could hit mountain mining areas and flood claims, break equipment, and leave miners stuck for days or weeks. Miners who didn't have enough shelter or supplies could die in the winter if they were at higher elevations. Flash floods were especially dangerous in mining areas because mining activities often changed the landscape in ways that made floods more likely. Streams that had been redirected for mining could suddenly change course during heavy rains, destroying months of work in just a few hours. Living in all-male communities was hard on social relationships, which sometimes led to violence. In communities where everyone was armed and stress levels were always high, arguments over claims, equipment, or even small personal insults could quickly get out of hand. Because there were no established legal systems, justice was often informal and sometimes harsh. For many miners, gambling was both a way to have fun and a way to make things harder. After weeks of hard work, it was hard to resist the urge to gamble with the gold they had saved up on cards or dice. Some miners lost months of work in one night because of bad luck or bad judgment. This made cycles of boom and bust that lasted much longer than the normal risks of mining. Substance abuse was another way to get away from the hard life of mining, but it often made things worse. Most mining camps had easy access to alcohol, which helped people deal with physical pain, emotional stress, and being alone. But it also made people less able to think clearly, made accidents more likely, and made people dependent on it, which could be hard to break. Because mining work is seasonal, there were times when workers had to sit around and do nothing, which was almost as hard as the times when they had to work hard. When the weather made mining impossible, miners had to live off of stored resources while keeping their tools in good shape and hoping for better weather. For men who defined themselves by their work, these times of inactivity could be very bad for their mental health. For individual miners or small partnerships, Equipment failure or theft could be a disaster. If a sluice box breaks or tools are stolen, it could mean weeks or months of investment that would be hard or impossible to replace. Because people shared equipment and resources, one person's bad luck often hurt whole communities. Even with all of these problems, it's amazing how many miners not only lived through them, but also kept their spirits up and their sense of humour. The capacity to discover joy and companionship amidst adversity illustrates the inherent resilience of humanity, which facilitated the establishment of enduring communities in some of the most formidable environments globally. As you get more comfortable, think about how these individual stories of hardship and hope changed whole continents. Imagine the last embers of a mining campfire glowing against the dark desert. The gold rushes weren't just things that happened in the past, they were events that changed the world and still affect your daily life today. The most obvious thing that will last is geography. Gold discoveries in the 1800s led to the creation of cities like San Francisco, Denver, Johannesburg, and many smaller towns in the American West, Australia, and South Africa. But the effect is much bigger than just the city limits. The transportation networks built to supply mining camps became the basis for transcontinental railroads, interstate highways, and shipping routes that are still used for business today. Think about the Transcontinental Railroad, which was finished in 1869. People often say that it was a great achievement of American engineering and willpower, but it was really built to meet the needs of mining communities in the Western Territories. The economic reason for such a big project was the need to move supplies to miners and gold back to markets in the East. The railroad could have been delayed by decades without the gold rush, which would have changed the way the American West grew up. The environmental effects of gold mining are more complicated and sometimes worrying. California's hydraulic mining moved more dirt than building the Panama Canal, changing the landscape and river systems forever. Some places are still dealing with mercury pollution from mining that happened in the 1800s. But these same mining activities also led to some of the first laws to protect the environment. Communities downstream fought against mining debris destroying farmland. The social legacy of gold mining communities calls into question many ideas we have about life on the frontier. These weren't lawless places where people were violent and selfish. They were communities that built complex systems of cooperation and mutual aid in very difficult situations. The democratic governance systems they established, direct democracy, community justice, and collective decision-making, shaped political evolution across the Western Territories and beyond. Social structures in mining camps were very equal compared to the more divided societies that most miners had left behind. Instead of his family background, education, or previous wealth, a man's worth was based on what he did for the community. This idea of meritocracy became part of the mythology of the American West and changed how people thought in the growing country. In the 19th century, mining communities were made up of people from many different countries, which led to a level of cultural mixing that had never been seen before. Chinese miners working with Mexican vaqueros, German immigrants teaching Irish workers new skills, and Australian prospectors learning from American 49ers all contributed to cultural exchanges that benefited everyone involved and set the stage for the multicultural societies that would form in the 20th century. In mining towns, women's roles were often very different from the strict Victorian ideals that were common in more settled areas. The practical needs of life on the frontier and the lack of women gave women chances to start businesses, be independent, and have an impact on society that wouldn't be common in mainstream society for decades. Some of the first successful female business owners, political leaders, and social reformers came from mining towns, where necessity was more important than traditional gender roles. The new technologies that were made in mining camps could be used for a lot more than just getting gold. For decades, methods for moving big amounts of dirt and rock affected how buildings were made. Water management systems made for mining operations were used as models for irrigation projects all over the dry West. When former miners returned to settle communities, even simple new ideas like better camping gear and portable cooking methods spread throughout society. The financial systems that grew up around gold mining helped make modern banking and investing possible. The need to store, move, and trade gold led to the creation of safe vaults, dependable scales and assaying methods, and standardized ways to judge the value of precious metals. Some of the biggest banks in the world today started as banks that served mining communities. The boom and bust cycles that mining areas went through also taught important lessons about how to diversify the economy and make it last. Communities that were able to move away from economies that relied on mining and toward more varied economic bases often did the best in the long run. These experiences were some of the first examples of how communities that depend on resources could change when the economy changes. The tales and myths that came out of mining camps became part of the national mythology, and have had an impact on literature, movies, and popular culture for generations. The idea of the independent prospector, the idealised view of life in mining camps, and the hope of getting rich through hard work became important parts of American and Australian culture. But maybe the most important legacy was psychological and spiritual. The gold rushes showed that regular people could go through very hard times when they were driven by strong dreams. They showed that social hierarchies weren't set in stone, that new communities could be built from scratch with just human willpower, and that the promise of change, both personal and social, was worth almost any sacrifice. The mining camps also taught people how to be strong as a community. Strangers could get together, form useful societies, and help each other through problems that would be too much for one person to handle. People in mining communities helped each other out in emergencies, took care of sick and injured people, and gave each other emotional support during tough times. These informal support systems became models for how to organise communities that had an impact on social development throughout the frontier period. The gold rushes were the first truly international migration patterns of the modern era, because they happened all over the world. People from all over the world, except Antarctica, took part in gold rushes, which made it possible for people to talk to each other and share their cultures. Former miners brought back to their home countries new ideas, stories, and ways of doing things, which spread across borders. The entrepreneurial spirit that was common in mining towns had an effect on the way economies grew in the areas where gold was found. The willingness to take risks, try new things, and quickly adjust to new situations became part of the business cultures in the area that still exist today. The entrepreneurial energy that first came out during gold rushes is still going strong in some of the world's most dynamic economies. Early conservation movements were also helped by experiences in mining camps. Miners were among the first people to see how bad the environment could get on a large scale, and to understand how important it is for communities to be healthy. Some of the first laws to protect the environment were passed because mining was hurting the environment. These laws set the stage for later conservation efforts. The medical knowledge that miners learned in camps through trial and error helped to improve field medicine, emergency treatment, and public health. Methods for treating injuries in remote areas, preventing disease in crowded places, and caring for mental health in isolated communities all worked in places other than mining camps. Innovations in education that came from mining communities also had a long-lasting effect. The informal schools and adult education programs that sprang up in mining camps showed that people could learn anywhere, that communities could offer educational opportunities even when things were tough, and that practical skills were just as important as formal academic knowledge. As your breathing slows and you start to fall asleep, think about how the resourcefulness and strength of gold miners in the 1800s still affect our world today. Their problems with extreme heat, lack of water, building communities, and adjusting to harsh environments can teach us a lot about the problems we face today. Climate change has made extreme heat a bigger problem for millions of people all over the world. Communities that are dealing with record-breaking heat waves and droughts are rediscovering and adapting the ways that miners learn to survive in dangerous temperatures. These include scheduling work around the sun's intensity, making effective shade and cooling systems, and conserving and managing precious water resources. Modern urban planners who want to design cities that will last often look to new ideas from mining camps. The quick formation of communities, the smart use of limited resources, and the democratic governance structures that were common in successful mining communities can be used as examples for modern problems like refugee resettlement, disaster, recovery and sustainable development in places with few resources. The miners' water-saving methods like careful rationing, systems that can be used more than once, and new ways to purify water are very similar to the methods being developed for areas where water is scarce today. People living in areas that are affected by drought are dealing with the same problems that miners did. How to live and thrive when water is scarce and unreliable. The psychological resilience that allowed miners to endure isolation, uncertainty, and physical hardship provides valuable insights for mental health professionals assisting individuals confronting contemporary stresses. The informal support systems, community building practices, and strategies for making meaning that helped miners stay hopeful during tough times can also help people today who are dealing with economic uncertainty, social isolation, and environmental problems. Many modern business owners look to gold rush stories for inspiration, and there are real similarities. Modern entrepreneurs often leave safe situations to chase risky chances in tough situations, just like miners. The same traits that made miners successful, being willing to change quickly, learn new skills, and keep going even when things go wrong, are what make businesses successful today. The way that mining camps came up with new ways to use old tools, made new things with limited resources, and shared improvements with the rest of the community is similar to how modern tech startups and maker communities come up with new ideas. The spirit of finding practical solutions to problems that helped miners survive and thrive is still what drives human progress today. Efforts to restore the environment in areas where mining used to take place have taught us a lot about how ecosystems can recover, how to develop sustainably, and the long-term costs of getting resources. These experiences shape modern choices about protecting the environment, developing in a way that is good for the future, and figuring out how much it really costs to use natural resources. Mining communities were international, which was a sign of our modern globalized world. The cultural exchange, communication networks, and economic relationships that formed among miners from various countries established initial frameworks for international collaboration and cultural comprehension that persist in contemporary relevance. The simple daily routines that miners came up with, like working around environmental limits, keeping equipment in good shape with limited resources, and making comfort and community in tough situations, can help anyone who is trying to live well in less than ideal conditions. The medical and health practices that developed in mining camps, especially their focus on prevention, community health, and making do with what they had, have had an impact on how we provide healthcare in places where resources are limited. The ideas that came up in mining communities in the 1800s are still used in remote medicine, emergency care, and public health strategies. Mining camps had egalitarian social structures that weren't perfect, but they were some of the first examples of merit-based societies where what you did mattered more than what you inherited. These experiences shaped the growth of democracy and still inspire movements for social and economic equality. The boom and bust economic cycles that were common in mining areas taught early lessons about how to diversify the economy, develop in a way that is good for the environment, and make communities stronger. These lessons are still used in modern economic planning and development. Communities that successfully transitioned away from mining dependence offered models for economic adaptation that continue to be applicable today. The stories and legends that came out of mining camps are still a big part of popular culture today. They also teach us important lessons about what people can do, how communities form, and how individual dreams can lead to group success. These stories remind us that regular people can do amazing things when they need to. As you drift off to sleep, think about all the people who were able to get through the heat, lack of water, loneliness, and uncertainty because they believed that change was possible. Their legacy isn't just the gold they found or the communities they built. It's also the fact that they showed that people can adapt, survive, and even thrive in the most difficult situations. The miners who worked in the hot sun, saved every drop of precious water, and built communities out of shared need and hope left us more than just stories from the past. They showed us how to be strong, come up with new ideas, and build communities that are still useful when we face problems that seem impossible to solve. Their capacity to discover joy and camaraderie amidst adversity, sustain hope in the face of uncertainty, and derive meaning from challenging experiences serves as a model for individuals navigating the complexities of modern existence. The same human traits that helped them survive and even do well in the tough conditions of mining camps in the 1800s, being able to change, being persistent, helping each other, and being stubbornly hopeful, are still what make people strong today. As the last embers of our pretend campfire fade away, and the stars in the desert sky become clearer, take a moment to think about the amazing journey we've taken through the world of gold mining communities. These weren't superhuman people. They were normal people who found amazing amounts of strength, creativity, and community spirit when they were faced with challenges that would test anyone's limits. The miners who worked in the heat and kept their spirits up, who built thriving communities out of nothing but determination and need, and who used old tools and came up with new ways to get gold from the earth, remind us that people are much more resilient and creative than we think. Their stories aren't just interesting bits of history. They show that we all have abilities that are just waiting to be used when the time is right. In today's world, with air conditioning, dependable water systems, GPS navigation, and emergency medical services, it's easy to forget that our ancestors didn't have these things. The miners' ability to do well without modern technology and to make things safe and comfortable through working together and using their own skills is both humbling and inspiring. We can learn about how to adapt and keep going from their experiences with extreme heat. Their ways of saving water remind us not to waste valuable resources. Their ability to build communities shows us how people who don't know each other can become family when they work toward a common goal. Their technological advances show how useful it is to work together to solve problems and share information. But maybe most importantly, their stories show us that change is possible. People can change who they are, communities can grow from nothing, and hope can help people get through the hardest times. The same spirit that drove an Iowa farmer to leave his plow for a mining pan, or a Boston teacher to leave her classroom for a tent in the Sierra Nevada, still drives people to take risks, follow their dreams, and make their lives and the lives of those around them better. As you drift off to sleep, think of the tough miners coming back to their camps after a long day in the hot sun. They would gather around fires to eat, tell stories, and make plans for the next day. Their ability to find comfort and community under the stars, keep their dignity and humanity in the face of the toughest challenges, and keep working toward better futures despite daily hardships, is a powerful reminder of what people can do when they work together and support each other. They may have spent the gold they found a long time ago, and the communities they built may have changed into something completely different, but the spirit of resilience, innovation, hope, and community that they embodied is still as valuable today as any precious metal they ever took from the ground. Sleep well, knowing that you have the same ability to adapt, keep going, and build community that helped those miners survive and thrive in the blazing sun long ago. Their legacy lives on not only in the cities and institutions they helped build, but also in the ongoing story of humanity, which you are a part of. This story is about regular people doing amazing things when life demands it, and finding ways to find comfort, meaning, and hope, even in the toughest situations. Sweet dreams. May your sleep be as peaceful as a mining camp under the stars, when the day's work was done and the possibilities for tomorrow stretched out forever on the horizon. Picture this. You're living in ancient Rome, around 50 AD. You've got your toga pressed, your sandals polished, and you think life is pretty good. Then you discover your spouse has been spending their afternoons with someone else, and suddenly your carefully ordered world feels about as stable as a house of cards in a windstorm. Now, if you were just any regular Roman citizen, you might have done what most people did back then. Maybe thrown some pottery, started a public shouting match, or plotted some elaborate revenge involving questionable seafood left in strategic locations. But you're different. You've been studying this new philosophy called Stoicism, and you're about to find out whether all those hours spent reading Epictetus were worth it. The Stoics proposed the radical notion that you could master your reaction to betrayal. The betrayal itself had already occurred, likely while you were occupied with rearranging your collection of scrolls, but your reaction, that was entirely up to you. And the issue wasn't just theoretical philosophy class nonsense. These were practical people dealing with real problems, just like you are right now, thousands of years later. Marcus Aurelius, who spent his days running an empire and his nights writing what essentially amounted to diary entries about not losing his mind, understood the circumstances better than most. He knew that people would do what they wanted, no matter what you wanted or expected. Your spouse choosing to be unfaithful wasn't really about you controlling them. It was about you controlling you. Taking a deep breath and asking yourself a simple question. What exactly can you control in this situation? Is the first thing a Stoic would advise. You can't control what your partner did yesterday. You can't control whether they'll do it again. You cannot influence the actions of your partner from yesterday, nor can you determine if they will repeat those actions. Additionally, you have no control over whether the individual with whom they were unfaithful possesses more appealing hair than you. However, you do have the power to decide how you will think about the situation, how you will respond, and what actions you will take moving forward. This may seem almost overly simplistic, but the Stoics held a strong belief in the value of straightforward truths. But you can control your thoughts, reactions, and next steps. These principles might sound almost ridiculously simple, but the Stoics were big believers in simple truths. They figured that most of human suffering came from trying to control things that were completely outside our influence, while ignoring the things that were actually within our power. It's like spending all your energy trying to change the weather while forgetting to grab an umbrella. Seneca, another famous Stoic who had plenty of experience with life's unexpected curveballs, would probably remind you that betrayal hurts precisely because we had expectations about how other people should behave. We create these elaborate mental contracts with the people in our lives, unspoken agreements about loyalty, honesty, and not sneaking around behind our backs. When someone breaks that contract, we feel violated not just by their actions, but also by the shattering of our assumptions about how the world should work. But here's where it gets interesting. The Stoics would suggest that those expectations were the real problem all along. It's not that your desire for faithfulness and honesty was incorrect. Those are entirely valid desires. Rather, it's because you mistakenly believed that your strong desire for faithfulness and honesty could ensure their fulfillment. So there you are, standing in your Roman villa or your modern apartment, holding the pieces of what you thought was your life, and some ancient philosopher is essentially telling you that this moment, this exact moment of discovering betrayal, is actually an opportunity. An opportunity to practice the most important skill any human can develop, the ability to respond rather than simply react. You know what's amusing about finding out you've been cheated on? Your brain immediately starts working overtime, like a detective who's had way too much coffee and is convinced they're about to crack the case of the century. You start remembering every little detail, how they seemed distracted last Tuesday, why they suddenly needed to work late on Fridays, and what that weird smile meant when they looked at their phone. Your mind becomes this relentless investigation machine, and honestly, it's exhausting. The ancient Stoics would have recognized this mental spiral immediately. The ancient Stoics referred to this mental spiral as getting carried away by your initial impressions, and they offered some surprisingly practical advice for addressing it. Epictetus, who understood a thing or two about life not going according to plan, would suggest starting by separating facts from the stories you tell yourself about those facts. Here's what he meant. The fact is that your partner was unfaithful. That's it. That's the actual event that happened in the world. But then your mind starts adding layers to this fact. Stories about what it means about you, about your worth, about your future, about whether you're attractive enough or interesting enough, or whether you should have seen it coming. What do all those additions mean? Those aren't facts. These are interpretations, and interpretations are something you can effectively work with. This does not imply that one should disregard the pain or minimize the significance of betrayal. The Stoics weren't advocating for becoming emotionally numb. They were way too smart for that. They understood that pain is a natural human response to loss and disappointment, but they also understood the difference between pain and suffering. Pain is what happens when something undesirable occurs. Suffering occurs when you take that pain and amplify it with narratives about how terrible everything is, how things will never improve, and how this validates all your deepest fears about yourself. Marcus Aurelius used to write himself little reminders about this distinction. He'd note that when something unpleasant happened, he had a choice. He could experience it as just that one unpleasant thing, or he could let it contaminate everything else in his life. Getting cheated on could be one of the worst things that happened, or it could prove that love is impossible, that you're unlovable, that you can't trust anyone, and that you should just get 17 cats and give up on human relationships. The Stoics were also surprisingly practical about the whole others are going to do what other people do thing. They weren't naive about human nature. Seneca, who lived through some pretty dramatic political times and saw plenty of betrayal up close, wrote extensively about how people often act out of their pain, confusion, or weakness rather than out of some calculated desire to hurt you specifically. This view doesn't lessen the pain or justify the betrayal, but it does take you out of the centre of someone else's bad choices. Maybe your partner cheated because they're going through something you don't understand. Maybe they cheated because they never learned healthy ways to resolve problems in relationships. Maybe they cheated because they're fundamentally selfish or scared, or they just make really poor choices when they're feeling overwhelmed. These reasons don't justify the betrayal, but they do lessen its impact on your humanity. And that's vital, as infidelity can make you doubt everything about yourself. The Stoics would remind you that someone else's poor choices are information about them, not about you. The really revolutionary part of Stoic thinking is how they approach the whole question of what you deserve from other people. Most of us operate with the underlying assumption that if we're good partners, loyal, loving and supportive, then we've somehow earned the right to be treated the same way in return. The universe owes us faithfulness because we've been faithful. But the Stoics would gently suggest that this entire framework is based on a misunderstanding of how the world actually works. Even the best partner can be betrayed. This isn't due to your deservingness or inadequacy, but rather because individuals possess their own free will, intricate inner lives, and the ability to make dreadful choices. Let's clarify that acceptance does not equate to being a doormat. This principle is probably one of the most misunderstood aspects of Stoic philosophy, and it's particularly important when you're dealing with betrayal. When Epictetus talked about accepting what you cannot control, he wasn't suggesting that you should just smile and nod when someone treats you badly. He was emphasizing a more practical point. Resisting reality is a futile struggle that depletes your energy and leaves you feeling helpless. But how do you accept reality? That's actually the first step toward figuring out what you can do about your situation. Think about it this way. As long as you're spending all your mental energy being outraged that this thing happened, trying to figure out how to make it not happen, or spinning elaborate fantasies about what you should have done differently to prevent it, you're not available to deal with what's actually in front of you right now. You resemble an individual standing in the rain, shaking your fist at the clouds and insisting that they cease being wet, rather than seeking shelter or obtaining an umbrella. The Stoics understood that acceptance is actually a form of power. When you accept that your partner cheated, not that it was okay, not that you have to like it, but simply that it happened and you can't change the fact that it happened, suddenly you free up all that energy you were using to fight reality, and now you can use that energy for something useful, like figuring out what you want to do next. This is where the Stoic approach gets intriguing, because they were big believers in focusing on the future rather than the past. Marcus Aurelius used to remind himself that he couldn't change what happened yesterday, but he had complete control over what he chose to do today. And when you're dealing with infidelity, this perspective can be liberating. You can't make your partner not have cheated, but you can decide whether you want to try to work things out or end the relationship. You can't control whether they'll be faithful in the future, but you can decide what your boundaries are and what you're willing to accept going forward. You can't erase the hurt and betrayal you're feeling, but you can choose how to process your feelings and what to learn about yourself and your relationships. The Stoics were also remarkably practical about the whole forgiveness question. They didn't think you owed anyone forgiveness, especially not on someone else's timeline, but they did understand that carrying around anger and resentment is exhausting and ultimately self-destructive. Seneca wrote about how anger is like picking up a hot coal to throw at someone else. You're the one who receives burned. This doesn't mean you have to forgive and forget and pretend nothing happened. It means that at some point, for your own well-being, you might choose to let go of the anger, not because the person who hurt you deserves it, but because you deserve to not carry around that burden anymore. It's less about them and more about you reclaiming your peace of mind. The ancient Stoics also had some modern insights about self-worth. They understood that basing your sense of value on how other people treat you is essentially giving other people control over your emotional well-being. If your worth depends on your partner being faithful, then their infidelity doesn't just betray the relationship, it attacks your fundamental sense of self. But what if your worth was based on something more stable? What if it was based on your character, your values, your choices, and your growth as a person? What if it was based on how you treat others, how you handle difficulties, and how you show up in the world? These are all things that belong to you, regardless of what anyone else does or doesn't do. Epictetus, who had lived as a slave before becoming a philosopher, understood better than most that other people might control your circumstances, but they couldn't control your character unless you let them. Your partner's betrayal might change your relationship status, but it doesn't have to change who you are or what you're capable of or what you deserve in life. Here's something the Stoics understood that we're still figuring out today. Emotions are a lot more like weather than we usually admit. Emotions fluctuate in frequency and intensity, and attempting direct control is akin to attempting to halt the rain. Just as you can learn to read weather patterns and prepare for storms, you can also learn to work with your emotions instead of being completely at their mercy. When you first discover infidelity, the emotional storm is usually pretty intense. You might feel angry one minute, devastated the next, then maybe numb and furious again. If you're anything like most people, you probably also feel guilty about feeling so many different things. Shouldn't you just be angry, or just be sad? Why are you cycling through emotions like you're trying on different outfits? The Stoics would tell you that this emotional chaos is completely normal and actually kind of useful information. Epictetus taught that emotions are signals. They tell you something about how you're interpreting what's happening to you. Your anger might be telling you that an important boundary was crossed. Your sadness might be telling you that you've lost something that mattered to you. Your fear might be telling you that you're worried about what comes next. None of these emotions are wrong or bad. They're just information. The issue arises when you either let them make all your decisions or try to shut them down. The Stoic approach is more like being a weather forecaster for your own inner climate. You observe what's happening, you acknowledge it, and then you make conscious choices about how you want to respond. Marcus Aurelius used to practice this kind of emotional observation. He'd notice when he was feeling frustrated or disappointed or hurt, and instead of immediately reacting, he'd pause and ask himself what story he was telling about the situation. Was he making it worse by adding layers of interpretation? Was he catastrophizing about the future? Was he taking someone else's behaviour more personally than he needed to? Such behaviour doesn't mean you should talk yourself out of legitimate feelings. When someone betrays you, it's understandable to feel hurt and angry. But there's a difference between feeling hurt and angry, and deciding that being hurt and angry means your life is ruined and you'll never be happy again, and you should probably start collecting ceramic cats, and become suspicious of everyone you meet for the rest of your life. The Stoics were particularly adept at distinguishing between what they called first impressions and judgments. Your first impression when you discover infidelity might be something like, "This is terrible and painful." That's a pretty accurate first impression. But then your mind might add judgments like, "This means I'm not lovable," or "This proves that all relationships are doomed," or "I should have known better." Those judgments are where you have some choice. You can examine them, question them, and decide whether they're actually beneficial or true. Maybe the betrayal does indicate some problems with this particular relationship, but does it really prove that all relationships are doomed? You may wish you had seen some red flags, but does that mean you should have known better, or just that your partner got good at hiding things? Seneca wrote about this process as being like a judge in your own mental court. You can listen to all the different arguments your mind presents, the prosecutor who insists that this proves you're fundamentally flawed, the defense attorney who argues that none of this is your fault, and the witness who just wants to go over every detail again and again. But ultimately, you get to decide which arguments are convincing and which ones are just your pain and fear talks. This Stoic approach truly liberates you by restoring your control over your emotional life. You're not just a victim of whatever feelings happen to wash over you. You're an active participant in deciding what these feelings mean and how much power you want to exercise them over your choices. You know what's weird about major life crises? They have this uncomfortable way of showing you who you actually are underneath all the roles you play and the image you try to maintain. When your world becomes turned upside down by betrayal, all your usual coping mechanisms and social masks tend to fall away, and you're left face to face with your raw, unfiltered self. The Stoics actually thought that such vulnerability was one of the most valuable things about difficult experiences. Epictetus used to tell his students that every challenge was an opportunity to practice virtue. He did this not in a preachy or sanctimonious manner, but rather in a practical sense. When everything is going well, it's easy to think you're patient, forgiving, resilient, and wise. But when someone you love betrays you, that's when you find out what you're actually made of. And more importantly, that's when you begin to decide who you want to become. The Stoics identified 4 main virtues: wisdom, justice, courage, and temperance. These weren't abstract ideals floating around in some philosophical cloud. They were practical skills you could develop through practice, especially during difficult times. And dealing with infidelity, it turns out, provides you opportunities to practice all 4. Wisdom involves seeing situations clearly, without the distortion of wishful thinking or catastrophic fear. When you've experienced infidelity, wisdom requires you to be truthful about the events without exaggerating or downplaying them. It means recognizing the difference between what you know for sure and what you're assuming. It means acknowledging your feelings without letting them completely cloud your judgment. Justice, in the Stoic sense, wasn't about revenge or punishment. It was about treating people fairly, including yourself. Justice means holding your partner accountable for their choices without turning them into a cartoon villain. It means protecting yourself from further harm without unnecessarily inflicting it on others. It means being fair to yourself about what you deserve and what you're willing to accept. Courage doesn't just mean being brave in the face of physical danger. It means being willing to face difficult truths, to have hard conversations, and to make changes that scare you. When you discover infidelity, courage might mean confronting your partner even though you're afraid of what you might learn. It might mean ending a relationship even though you're terrified of being alone. It may involve remaining in the relationship and striving to resolve issues despite uncertainties regarding your ability to trust once more. Temperance is about moderation and self-control. It's probably the most relevant virtue when you're dealing with the intense emotions that come with betrayal. Temperance means feeling your anger without letting it consume you. It means acknowledging your hurt without drowning in self-pity. It involves taking care of yourself without completely shutting down or going completely out of control. Marcus Aurelius used to write about how every difficult situation was like a training ground for these virtues. He'd remind himself that he couldn't control what other people did, but he could control whether he responded with wisdom, justice, courage, and temperance. And the more he practiced these responses, the stronger his qualities became. This perspective can be incredibly empowering when you're dealing with infidelity. Rather than viewing yourself as merely a victim of someone else's poor decisions, you can perceive yourself as an individual undergoing a comprehensive education in essential life skills. You're learning how to maintain your integrity under pressure. You're learning how to make difficult decisions with incomplete information. You're learning how to take care of yourself while still treating others with basic human decency. The Stoics also recognise that character development involves more than just persevering through challenging times. It's about consciously choosing to use those challenging times as opportunities to become the kind of person you want to be. Every time you choose to respond thoughtfully instead of just reacting emotionally, you're strengthening your capacity for thoughtful responses. Every time you choose self-care over self-destruction, you're building your ability to take care of yourself. This doesn't mean you have to be perfect or that you won't make mistakes. The Stoics were compassionate about human imperfection. They understood that developing wisdom and virtue is a lifelong process, and that setbacks and failures are part of that process. What matters isn't being flawless. It's being committed to learning and growing from whatever life throws at you. There's something almost magical about perspective. How the same situation can look completely different depending on how far back you step, and how much of the bigger picture you can see. The ancient Stoics were masters of this kind of mental zooming out, and they applied it to everything, including heartbreak and betrayal. Marcus Aurelius, who had plenty of experience with both personal loss and the broader challenges of human existence, used to practice what we might call the view from above. He'd imagine looking at his problems from a great height, first from across the city, then from high above the earth, and finally from the perspective of years, decades, or even centuries. He aimed to contextualize his problems, not to downplay his pain or deny their significance. When you're in the immediate aftermath of discovering infidelity, everything feels enormous and permanent. The hurt feels like it will never end. The anger feels justified and necessary. The whole situation feels like it defines everything about your life and your future. But the Stoics would gently encourage you to experiment with different time perspectives. What if you imagined looking back at this situation from 5 years in the future? What would matter most to you then? The fact that this painful thing happened, or how you chose to handle it? What would you want to tell your current self about getting through this period? What would you be proud of yourself for doing or not doing? Or what if you zoomed out even further and imagined the view from the end of your life? When you're old and looking back, how much of your life story will this betrayal take up? What other chapters will there be? What will you have learned? How will this difficult experience have contributed to your growth as a person? This isn't about minimizing the real pain you're experiencing right now. It's about remembering that this moment, however intense and overwhelming it feels, is just one in a much larger life. The Stoics understood that we suffer more when we lose perspective, when we let one painful experience eclipse everything else about our existence. Seneca wrote extensively about the temporary nature of all human experiences, both good and bad. He'd remind himself that periods of happiness don't last forever, but neither do periods of pain. Everything passes. Everything changes. The acute agony you feel right after discovering betrayal will not feel the same 6 months from now, even if the situation hasn't resolved completely. The Stoics also had a sophisticated understanding of how relationships work over time. They understood that people change, that love itself changes, and that expecting any relationship to remain exactly the same forever is unrealistic. This understanding doesn't excuse betrayal or suggest that you should accept poor treatment, but it does suggest that maybe some of our suffering around relationship problems comes from unrealistic expectations about permanence and control. Consider this. You are likely not the same individual you were at the onset of your relationship. You've grown, changed, learned new things, developed new interests, and maybe even discovered parts of yourself you didn't know existed. Your partner has probably changed too. Sometimes people change in compatible ways, and sometimes they don't. Sometimes people change in ways that make them better partners, and sometimes they change in ways that make them worse partners. The Stoic approach would be to acknowledge these changes without necessarily taking them personally. It is possible that your partner's infidelity reflects changes they have undergone or challenges they are facing. Maybe it says something about problems in your relationship that neither of you knew how to address directly. Maybe it doesn't say anything particularly meaningful about you at all. This perspective can be oddly freeing. You can view the betrayal as information about where things stand right now, rather than as proof of some fundamental flaw in yourself, your relationship, or love in general. And right now is just one point, not a permanent verdict on your worth or your future. The Stoics were also realistic about the fact that some relationships simply run their course. It's not because someone committed a heinous act or love faltered, but rather because individuals and situations undergo transformations that render the continuation of a relationship more detrimental than beneficial. Sometimes betrayal is a symptom of a relationship that has already ended emotionally, even if nobody has been willing to admit it yet. You may think the ancient Stoics had useful insights on betrayal, but you may also wonder how to apply this to your own situation. The beautiful thing about Stoic philosophy is that it was always meant to be practical, not just intellectual ideas to contemplate, but actual techniques you could use in daily life. The Stoics developed what they called spiritual exercises, regular practices designed to train your mind the same way you might train your body. These weren't religious or mystical practices, but practical mental habits that could help you respond to difficult situations with more wisdom, courage, and peace of mind. One of the most fundamental practices is what Epictetus called the dichotomy of control. Every morning, or whenever you're feeling overwhelmed, you can take a few minutes to sort your concerns into two categories: things you can control and things you can't control. When you're dealing with infidelity, your approach might look like acknowledging that you can't control what your partner did, what they're feeling now, or what they'll choose to do in the future. But you can choose how to care for yourself, set boundaries, converse, and interpret events. Another useful practice is what Marcus Aurelius called objective representation, trying to see situations as clearly as possible, without the emotional colouring that can make everything seem worse than it actually is. Instead of thinking my life is ruined, you might practice thinking my partner was unfaithful, and I'm feeling hurt and angry about it. Instead of saying, I'll never be able to trust anyone again, you might think, right now I'm having trouble trusting, and that makes sense given what I've just learned. The Stoics also practice something we might call negative visualization, not to make themselves miserable, but to build resilience and gratitude. Imagine what it would be like if the relationship ended completely. Instead of persuading yourself that the relationship should end, you should reassure yourself that you could endure it if it did. Often, when we're terrified of a particular outcome, half of our suffering comes from the fear itself rather than the actual situation. Seneca recommended keeping what he called a philosophical journal, a regular practice of writing about your experiences and examining your thoughts and reactions. When you're dealing with betrayal, writing can help you sort through the complicated mix of feelings and thoughts that tend to swirl around in your head. You might write about what happened, how you're feeling, what you're afraid of, what you're learning, and what you want to do next. The key to all of these practices is consistency rather than perfection. You don't have to become a perfectly wise, calm, rational person overnight. You just have to be willing to practice responding thoughtfully rather than just reacting emotionally. And every time you choose to pause and think before you act, every time you focus on what you can control rather than what you can't, and every time you treat yourself and others with basic decency despite being hurt, you're strengthening those mental muscles. The ancient Stoics understood something that we sometimes forget in our modern world. Wisdom isn't something you either have or don't have. It's something you develop through practice, especially through practicing during difficult times. Your current situation, painful as it is actually an opportunity to develop some of the most valuable life skills there are. The ability to stay grounded during a crisis, to make good decisions under pressure, to maintain your integrity when you've been wronged, and to take care of yourself while still treating others with compassion. These skills will serve you well beyond your current relationship drama. They'll help you navigate future challenges with more confidence and less suffering. They'll help you build better relationships because you'll know better what you need and what you're willing to give. They will assist you in cultivating self-trust, as you will recognise your ability to manage whatever challenges life presents. The Stoics believed that the goal of philosophy wasn't to eliminate all problems from life. That would be impossible and probably boring anyway. The goal was to develop the inner resources to meet whatever problems arise with wisdom, courage, and grace. In that sense, dealing with betrayal isn't just about getting through a difficult time. It's about becoming the kind of person who can get through difficult times, and maybe even grow stronger in the process. Before there were goddesses that transformed people into spiders because they were better weavers, or gods that threw lightning bolts, there was just chaos. Not the kind of chaos you get when your internet goes down during a crucial video call, but real primordial emptiness. You can see why the ancient Greeks simply shrugged and referred to it as chaos, if you try to explain what existed before existence itself. The first beings appeared from this cosmic soup of nothingness. Eros, the force of attraction that would later cause more trouble than a dating app algorithm gone awry. Tartarus, the deepest, darkest pit you can imagine. Think of your basement, but infinitely worse, and with more screaming. And Gaia, who was essentially Mother Earth before environmental awareness was fashionable. Being the productive type, Gaia decided that life was boring on its own and made the sky. Uranus. In ancient Greece, family trees resembled family wreaths, and everything was connected in awkward ways. You might think that having your mother create your husband sounds like the start of serious therapy sessions. The fact that Uranus and Gaia had children together should have been the first clue that something was amiss in the family dynamic. Among their descendants were the Titans, giant creatures that were essentially the first draft of godhood, strong, unkillable, and devoid of all sense of proportion or self-control. Consider them gods who have never been trained in customer service. Cronus, who would have been a perfect fit at any corporate takeover, was one of these Titans. After observing his father, Uranus, Cronus concluded that committing patricide was a great way to advance his career. Cronus castrated his father and tossed the parts into the sea, using a scythe that his supportive mother Gaia had given him. The fact that this act gave birth to the goddess of love, Aphrodite, tells you all you need to know about the Greeks' perception of romance. Lovely, but with a history you probably don't want to delve too deeply into. Since Uranus was no longer involved, Cronus assumed control of the universe, wed his sister Rhea. Again, the dynamics of ancient Greek families were complex, and began what ought to have been a peaceful reign. But Cronus had heard a prophecy that, like his father, he would be overthrown by one of his children. Being a pragmatic person, Cronus came up with the straightforward idea of eating each newborn right away. At this point, the narrative takes a turn that makes even the most dysfunctional holiday dinners seem like fun. As Rhea watched Cronus gobble up their first 5 children like some kind of immortal baby-eating monster, she was understandably upset about her husband's unusual approach to childcare. Rhea had finally had enough of this particular parenting approach when Zeus, their 6th child, was born. Rhea wrapped a stone in swaddling cloths and offered it to Cronus instead of baby Zeus, who was presumably too eager or too naive to notice the difference. Rhea spirited the real Zeus away to be raised in secret by goats and nymphs on the island of Crete, which explains much about Zeus's later personality, while Cronus swallowed the rock with his usual zeal. Imagine Zeus as a teenager growing up on a Mediterranean island surrounded by goats, discovering that he was destined to defeat his cannibalistic father and free his siblings from their unusual prison. This type of origin story would make superhero comics seem uninteresting, and it certainly clarified why Zeus never acquired what one could refer to as typical social skills. With the help of Metis, a titaness whose name means cunning intelligence, and who would go on to become Zeus's first wife, Zeus returned to confront Cronus after he'd reached adulthood. Cronus became so sick from the emetic that Metis made him throw up Zeus's 5 siblings in the opposite order that they were consumed. Just think of how awkward it would be to be reintroduced to siblings who had lived their entire lives in their father's stomach. Poseidon, the god of the seas, who had apparently developed a permanent case of motion sickness from his time in Cronus's stomach. Hades, the underworld's destined ruler, who was already displaying signs of preferring solitude to family gatherings. Hera, who would become Zeus's wife and regret it for all eternity. Demeter, the future goddess of agriculture, and the only one who appeared to have come out of the experience with any sense of nurturing. And Hestia, the goddess of the hearth, who, looked at her family and decided that staying by the fire was far more important than participating in their drama. The Titanomachy, a 10-year war between the Titans and the Olympians, followed, making contemporary conflicts seem like parking lot quarrels. Prometheus, who was reportedly the only Titan with anything approaching foresight, literally what his name meant, and other Titans who were fed up with Cronus' management style formed an alliance with Zeus and his siblings. Natural disasters would seem like minor annoyances compared to the devastation caused by the war that raged across the earth and heavens. Oceans boiled, mountains were flung like softballs, and reality itself was strained to its limit. Zeus learned that he had inherited the ability to control lightning and thunder, which made him extremely effective in combat, but for the rest of eternity, utterly awful at having conversations indoors. The Cyclopes were eventually released from Tartarus, where Cronus had imprisoned them due to their differences by Zeus. As a token of appreciation, these one-eyed smiths created Hades' helmet of invisibility, Poseidon's trident, and Zeus's well-known thunderbolts. It was like getting the ultimate package of divine weapons, with eternal warranties. Zeus' release of the 100-handed ones being so strong and terrifying that even Cronus had been terrified of them, marked a turning point. The Titans were ultimately vanquished by the Olympians with the help of these allies, and they were banished to Tartarus, where they would live forever thinking about the consequences of choosing the wrong side in a family conflict. The three brother gods split the universe like partners dividing a business after winning the battle. With all the wisdom and self-control of a child who had never learned to share toys, Zeus took the sky and assumed the role of king of the gods. Because the seas were large, strong, and prone to abrupt, violent storms, Poseidon claimed them, which was a perfect fit for his temperament. Although his brothers initially believed they had gotten a better deal, Hades would demonstrate that he was arguably the most powerful of the three because he controlled both death and wealth. Hades drew the underworld. Zeus and his siblings needed a headquarters worthy of their newfound position as universe rulers after they defeated their father and won the cosmic lottery. They picked Mount Olympus, Greece's highest peak, in part because of the breathtaking views and in part because it was close enough to humans to meddle in human affairs whenever they felt bored, but far enough away to preserve a sense of mystery. With its golden palaces, ambrosia gardens, and overall sense of divine superiority, Mount Olympus developed into the first gated community in the ancient world. While the other gods set up their own realms within this celestial neighbourhood, Zeus hired the Cyclopes to construct him a throne room that would make any earthly palace appear like a garden shed. A family tree that would make any genealogist question their sanity was represented by the 12 Olympian gods who would govern from this mountain paradise. Zeus had never met a divine being he didn't want to have children with, regardless of whether he was married to someone else at the time, so the pantheon grew to include some of his children in addition to the original 6 siblings. Zeus and the Titaness Leto had twin children, Apollo and Artemis, who introduced hunting, archery, poetry and music to the divine family. Apollo was the first triple threat performer in the ancient world, becoming the god of the sun, music and prophecy. As the goddess of the hunt and the moon, Artemis made the decision to remain eternally virgin, so she avoided her relatives' drama by spending most family get-togethers in the woods. After Zeus swallowed her pregnant mother, Metis, to stop a prophecy that his children would overthrow him, Athena grew fully from his head, armed and prepared for battle. Everyone seemed to be unaware of the irony that Zeus was now adopting his father's child-eating tactic, albeit in a different way. Being born from your father's skull after he ate your mother did not prevent you from becoming one of the most revered gods, as Athena went on to become a goddess of wisdom and war. After Cronus castrated Uranus, Aphrodite emerged from the sea foam, bringing beauty and love to Olympus, and more relationship drama than a soap opera during the day. She had a knack for making everyone fall in love with the wrong people at the worst possible times, so her very presence ensured that no divine gathering would be peaceful. Zeus's son with Hera, Ares, became a god of war, but not the kind of war that Athena stood for, one that was strategic and noble. Ares, who is basically the divine counterpart of that relative who turns every family barbecue into a political argument, was more interested in the violent, bloody and chaotic aspects of combat. It says something about his character that even his own parents didn't like him. Depending on your preferred version of the story, Hephaestus, the god of fire and metalworking, was either Hera's son by himself or another child of Zeus and Hera. Hera threw him off Mount Olympus in shame because he was so ugly and had a serious disability from birth. After surviving the fall and learning from sea nymphs how to make things, Hephaestus returned to Olympus as the main maker of impossible things for the gods. His forge evolved into the heavenly equivalent of a posh custom shop, crafting everything from Achilles' armour to Zeus thunderbolts. Anybody who had ever dealt with ancient commerce would understand why Hermes, Zeus's son with the nymph Maia, became the messenger god, the underworld's guide, and the patron of travellers, merchants, and thieves. Hermes served as the god's translator and diplomat as well, which was extremely helpful in a household where poor communication frequently resulted in plagues, wars, and the transformation of humans into different plants and animals. Because she was primarily concerned with providing food for mortals rather than becoming embroiled in the power struggles and romantic entanglements that consumed her siblings, Demeter, the goddess of agriculture and the harvest, remained one of the more stable figures in the pantheon. Later, when her daughter Persephone became the focus of the first kidnapping scandal in the underworld, her major drama would unfold. You would think that the Olympians would have spent their time as sage, kind lords of the universe after they had taken up residence in their new digs and established their various divine portfolios. Rather, they acted like a very strong hybrid of middle management and reality TV stars, complete with the petty, envious and bad decision-making traits that go along with that. With his views on marriage, loyalty and leadership, Zeus, the king of the gods, established the standard for the entire pantheon. Zeus pursued romantic relationships with gods, nymphs and mortals with the zeal of someone collecting rare stamps, treating monogamy as more of a suggestion than a commitment, even though he was married to Hera. His inventive methods of courtship involved changing into different animals, natural phenomena, and inanimate objects, anything it took to get past his target's common sense or his wife's prying eyes. For her part, Hera handled her husband's adultery with the forbearance of someone who had long since given up on a traditional marriage and determined that retaliation was more fulfilling than forgiveness. Zeus did control lightning, after all, so Hera usually vented her resentment on Zeus's lovers and their offspring rather than directly facing Zeus. With its imaginative tortures, impossible tasks and transformations that would make contemporary horror films seem mild, her persecution of Zeus's conquests became so methodical that it resembled a small industry. The marriage of the couple turned into an example of how to fail at managing relationship issues. When Zeus had an affair, Hera would discover it and punish everyone but Zeus. Zeus would then get upset about Hera's meddling, and the ensuing marital conflict would materialize as natural disasters that would make life miserable for everyone on the planet. Frequently, earthquakes, floods, droughts, and plagues were merely unintended consequences of the divine couple resolving their problems. Meanwhile, Poseidon, who governed the seas, approached marriage with the same temperament that his brother did, because Poseidon was notorious for taking personal offence at small slights and expressing his wrath through storms that could sink entire fleets, sea monsters, and tsunamis. Sailors learned to make offerings before every voyage, not because they were deeply religious. He was the type of god who would destroy your ship because he didn't like the way you treated him, and then accuse you of not treating him with the respect he deserved. With less shape-shifting and more involuntary conversion of his romantic interests into various sea creatures, the sea god's love life was nearly as complicated as Zeus's. Poseidon reportedly thought that the ideal way to remember a love affair was to transform his ex-lover into a species of fish, or a coral reef, resulting in a Mediterranean teeming with aquatic creatures with deeply personal histories. As the lord of the underworld, Hades gained a reputation for being the most practical of the three brothers, presumably due to the fact that handling the dead called for more administrative expertise than artistic flair. With appropriate admissions procedures, classification schemes for various soul types, and explicit protocols for exceptional situations, the underworld functioned like a well-run bureaucracy. Hades avoided most of his family's drama and concentrated on the pragmatics of divine rule because he seldom left his domain. Even though they were twins, Apollo and Artemis had quite different approaches to their divine duties. With the zeal of a performer who never encountered an audience he didn't wish to dazzle, Apollo embraced his role as the god of poetry, music, and the sun. He inspired poets, created music contests, and moved the sun across the sky every day with the punctuality of someone who knew that crops and plants relied on him. On the other hand, Artemis approached her responsibilities as the moon and hunt goddess with the gravity of a wildlife preserve manager. She kept a pack of hunting hounds that could follow anyone over any terrain, demanded complete chastity from her followers, and dealt swiftly and often fatally with those who disobeyed her. A successful hunt followed by an evening with her nymphs, away from the complexities of Olympic family dynamics, was her idea of a good time. With the methodical accuracy of a military strategist and the intellectual curiosity of a scholar, Athena approached her dual roles as goddess of wisdom and warfare. After defeating Poseidon in a competition to determine who could give the city the most useful gift, she was made the patron goddess of Athens. Athena offered an olive tree, while Poseidon offered a saltwater spring. By selecting the tree, the Athenians showed that even in antiquity, people valued sustainable agriculture over ostentatious but unworkable gestures. Examining Aphrodite's distinct role in divine chaos is essential to any discussion of Olympic dysfunction. Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty and love, had the ability to make anyone fall in love with anyone else, regardless of their existing relationships, tastes, or common sense. With all the restraint of someone who had been granted access to a nuclear reactor and told it was a new type of nightlight, she used this ability. Aphrodite's own romantic life served as an example of the difficulties her realm could bring about. She had an egregious affair with Ares, the god of war, even though she was married to Hephaestus, the most loving and loyal of the gods. The Greeks were fascinated by the cosmic irony that resulted from the relationship between the god of war and the goddess of love. It seemed that the two were more closely related than anyone wanted to acknowledge. One of Olympus's biggest scandals arose from their affair when Hephaestus, believing his wife was cheating, created an impenetrable invisible web. After putting it over his marital bed, he declared that he would be gone for a few days. Believing they had privacy, Aphrodite and Ares were caught in the act when the net ensnared them in a precarious situation. The other gods were then invited by Hephaestus to observe his wife's disloyalty. The goddesses remained at home in embarrassment, while the male gods came to gaze and chuckle. The entire incident showed that even divine beings could suffer public humiliation, comparable to that of contemporary social media scandals. Greek mythology's most well-known tales are the result of Aphrodite meddling in mortal affairs. Aphrodite bribed Paris of Troy with the love of Helen, who was already married to Menelaus of Sparta, starting the Trojan War, which claimed thousands of lives and destroyed one of the greatest cities in antiquity. Paris's choice of Aphrodite's offer over Hera and Athena's alternatives set off a series of events that would change the ancient world and inspire epic poetry for centuries to come. Additionally, the goddess was skilled at fabricating improbable romantic scenarios. She caused King Minos of Crete's wife, Pasiphae, to fall in love with a bull, which resulted in the creation of the Minotaur and the requirement for a complex labyrinth to keep the beast in check. She made Myrrha fall in love with her own father, which led to a family scandal that even the gods found awkward and the birth of Adonis. She inspired the sculptor Pygmalion to fall in love with his own statue, but in that instance she felt sorry for him and made the statue come to life as Galatea. Aphrodite's approach to her divine duties was exemplified by these interventions. She felt that love was the most potent force in the universe and that everyone should experience it, regardless of whether they desired it, were prepared for it, or could bear its consequences. Her gift of love was like getting a wild animal as a pet, beautiful, thrilling, and able to ruin your entire life if you don't treat it with the respect it deserves. Aphrodite's meddling in their affairs taught the other gods to be cautious. She was not above using her power to settle scores or further her own agenda, and she could make them fall in love with mortals, with each other, or with totally inappropriate targets. The last thing Zeus needed was for Hera to have divine help complicate his already complex love life, so even he was cautious not to offend his daughter too much. Despite his own difficult relationship with Fidelity, Hermes approached godhood like someone attempting to construct the perfect resume, whereas his fellow Olympians focused on specific facets of divine responsibility. Despite having more job titles than a contemporary startup CEO, Hermes was able to excel at all of them. Messenger of the gods, guide to the underworld, patron of merchants, protector of travellers, and divine sponsor of thieves. Hermes' adaptability resulted from both necessity and his personality. Being Zeus's youngest son, he had to establish his own place in a pantheon, where his older, more established relatives had already claimed all the evident divine portfolios. Being the god you called when you needed something done fast, quietly, or creatively was his answer to becoming indispensable to everyone, both divine and mortal. His position as a divine messenger demanded diplomatic abilities that would stump experts in contemporary international relations. Hermes frequently mediated truces in wars where both sides viewed compromise as a sign of weakness, delivered news that would have made recipients want to shoot the messenger, except that he was immortal and incredibly swift, and carried messages between gods who were actively attempting to kill one another. Escorting souls to the underworld was another of the messenger god's responsibilities. This task called for a special blend of efficiency and empathy. Without becoming overly invested in each person's unique story, Hermes had to assist recently deceased mortals in comprehending their predicament, navigating the formalities of death, and transporting them to their ultimate destinations. With a path that extended from Earth to the lowest reaches of Hades, it was similar to being a cosmic social worker. Hermes recognised that larceny and commerce were frequently separated by little more than legal nuances and clever marketing, which is why he supported both thieves and merchants. The skills necessary for ancient trade, such as the ability to quickly determine value, negotiate under pressure, and occasionally make quick exits when deals went wrong, were very similar to those needed for theft. Though he favoured his protégé to concentrate on the former whenever feasible, Hermes recognised the entrepreneurial spirit inherent in both legal business and creative theft. Since travel was risky, uncertain, and necessary for survival in those days, he was one of the most widely worshipped gods in antiquity for protecting travellers. Prayers to Hermes could mean the difference between arriving at your destination and becoming a cautionary tale for future travellers. His symbols also indicated safe lodging and trusted merchants. Hermes' roadside shrines marked safe places to rest. The god's creativity went beyond his work obligations to include his hobbies. After transforming a tortoiseshell into a musical instrument, Hermes created the lyre and gave it to Apollo in return for being acknowledged as the divine patron of animal husbandry. In addition to creating the first alphabet and the panpipes, he also set the rules for athletic competitions. Like someone who viewed immortality as a chance to become an expert in every possible skill and pastime, his creative energy seemed limitless. Because of his many roles that kept him busy and on the road, as well as the fact that he had mastered the art of remaining impartial in family disputes, Hermes' relationship with his family was noticeably more harmonious than most Olympic relationships. In general, he was the family member who could be relied upon not to exacerbate already existing issues, mediated compromises that allowed everyone to save face, and conveyed messages between warring relatives without taking sides. Perhaps because he was too busy to become deeply involved in the kind of dramatic relationships that took up so much of his family's time, his romantic life was surprisingly simple in comparison to theirs. Although Hermes had relationships and affairs, they were usually short-lived, pleasant, and devoid of the curses, metamorphoses, and natural catastrophes that marked other divine romances. Demeter was arguably the most useful and necessary of all the Olympic gods. She governed whether people ate or starved, whether crops thrived or failed, and whether civilization survived or fell apart due to famine as the goddess of agriculture, the harvest, and the fertility of the earth. She was one of the more steady and dependable members of the pantheon because of her work, which required patience, attention to detail, and a thorough understanding of natural cycles. Demeter took her heavenly responsibilities seriously, as if she knew that her actions had a direct impact on millions of lives. With the commitment of a scientist and the power of someone who could personally modify these variables when needed, she kept an eye on plant diseases, weather patterns, and soil conditions. Because Demeter's mood could affect whether their families survived the winter, farmers learned to keep an eye out for indications of her favour or disapproval. In contrast to some of her relatives, who appeared to see humans mainly as amusement, she had a generally positive relationship with mortals. Demeter established the religious festivals that enabled communities to commemorate bountiful harvests while preparing for the upcoming lean months, taught agriculture to early civilizations, and imparted the knowledge of bread making and food preservation. She was the type of goddess who genuinely wished for her followers to succeed and was prepared to put in the effort necessary to achieve that goal. The trauma of losing her daughter Persephone was exacerbated by this pragmatic, caring approach. The story started when Hades decided he needed a wife because he was lonely in his underworld kingdom and sick of ruling over the dead alone. Hades simply abducted Persephone as she was gathering flowers in a meadow and dragged her down to his realm through a fissure in the ground, bypassing the intricate courtship rites that other gods had to go through. When her daughter vanished, Demeter's response was prompt and decisive. She neglected the crops, the seasons, and the whole natural cycle that kept the world running as she turned her back on her divine duties and started looking for Persephone on the earth. Fruit trees withered, fields went arid, and the planet entered what was effectively the first nuclear winter. Only this time, a grieving mother with supernatural abilities was to blame rather than atomic fallout. The goddess followed every rumour and possibility as she searched the known world and beyond. While living among mortals and disguising herself as an elderly woman, she witnessed their cruelty and kindness firsthand and never gave up on finding her daughter. Nothing could grow while Demeter was in mourning because her grief was so deep that it impacted the very nature of fertility and growth. The other gods realized they were facing a crisis when famine swept the planet and mortals started to perish from starvation. Empty temples do not produce the awe and adoration that gods need for their mental health, and dead worshippers do not offer sacrifices. When it became evident that Demeter's labour strike would bring civilization to an end unless something was done, Zeus, who had previously ignored the issue in the hopes that it would end on its own, was compelled to step in. A delicate diplomatic issue confronted the king of the gods. Since the underworld was Hades' sovereign territory, and forcing him to give up his bride would set a precedent that might restrict Zeus's own romantic adventures, he couldn't just order Hades to return Persephone, since Demeter had justifiable complaints, and the other gods were beginning to feel sorry for her. He was unable to order her to return to her duties. He required a solution that would save face for all parties, while also satisfying everyone. Zeus dispatched Hermes to bargain with Hades, proposing to acknowledge the union in return for Persephone's liberty to visit her mother. Hades consented, but only on the proviso that anyone who ate in the realm of the dead would inevitably return there because Persephone had eaten pomegranate seeds while in the underworld. The compromise reached during the negotiations gave everyone a sense of partial success, but did not fully satisfy anyone. Every year, Persephone would spend some time with her mother on Earth, and some time with her husband in the underworld. Only when her daughter was present would Demeter return to her duties. The arrangement established the seasons, autumn and winter, when Persephone returned to Hades and Demeter's sorrow put the world to rest, and spring and summer, when Persephone returned to Earth and Demeter's happiness caused everything to bloom. Because of her exceptional blend of military skill and intellectual prowess, Athena stood out among the 12 Olympians. As a goddess of war and wisdom, she stood for the deliberate, calculated approach to fighting, as opposed to the violent mayhem that defined her half-brother Ares' realm. Athena stood for the strategy, tactics, and strategic application of force that could win conflicts with the fewest possible casualties, while Ares symbolized the heedless rage and bloodlust of combat. Her peculiar birth, emerging fully developed and armed from Zeus's head after he ingested her pregnant mother, represented the kind of instantaneous, comprehensive knowledge that defined her method of problem-solving. In contrast to other gods who acquired knowledge through experience or gradually improved their skills, Athena came into being fully in control of her realms and aware of the ways in which war and wisdom could work in tandem. Athena's wisdom was useful, actionable intelligence that could be used to solve actual issues, not the abstract philosophical kind that is discussed in academic settings. By teaching mortals how to make better tools, stronger buildings, and innovations that enhance their daily lives, she rose to become the patroness of craftsmanship, architecture, and technology. Her contributions to humanity were practical abilities that enabled civilization rather than impersonal ideas. This practical wisdom was reflected in her approach to warfare. Athena favoured tactics that won battles with few resources and casualties, whereas Ares favoured direct conflict and overwhelming force. She was the goddess you prayed to when you had to defeat a stronger foe, defend your city against insurmountable odds, or win by cunning rather than brute force. Athena's strategic thinking was exemplified by her competition with Poseidon for the patronage of Athens. Both gods were asked to present gifts that would help the populace when the city needed a patron deity. Impressive, dramatic, and ultimately pointless for a city that already had access to the sea, Poseidon struck the ground with his trident and created a spring of salt water. By planting an olive tree, Athena gave the city access to food, lamp oil, building materials, and a sustainable resource that would last for many generations. The Athenians selected Athena's gift because they understood that its usefulness outweighed ostentatious displays. This choice made Athens a hub of knowledge, wisdom, and strategic thinking. Values that would go on to produce some of the greatest philosophers, architects, and military commanders in history, long after faith in the ancient gods had waned. Athena's influence continued to shape the city's personality. She served as an example of how divine wisdom could impact mortal conflicts during the Trojan War. Athena sided with the Greeks because she thought they embodied the values of tactical innovation and strategic thinking that she valued, while other gods made their decisions based on personal preferences or familial allegiances. She helped create the Trojan horse strategy that ultimately put an end to the 10-year siege and gave advice to heroes like Odysseus, who approached obstacles with cunning rather than force. Compared to other gods, Athena had very different relationships with mortals. Athena established mentoring relationships based on respect for one another and a common interest in ideas. as opposed to the intense, frequently destructive romantic entanglements that defined her relatives' interactions with humans. She inspired inventors to develop new technologies, mentored artisans to hone their craft, and counseled military leaders on tactics to safeguard their troops. She made a philosophical statement about the nature of wisdom by choosing to remain a virgin forever. Athena was aware that romantic relationships frequently weakened judgment and caused loyalties to be split, traits that were incompatible with the rational thought necessary for both wisdom and successful combat. She was able to maintain the objectivity required to base decisions on merit rather than emotion by staying unattached. When disputes arose between mortals and other gods, the goddess also acted as a divine mediator. She was uniquely suited to comprehend both sides of arguments and come up with solutions that met everyone's justifiable interests, while averting needless violence because of her wisdom and fighting prowess. Not only could she help you win, but she could do so without causing you any new issues, which made her the god you wanted on your side. Apollo exemplified divine multitasking on a scale that would impress contemporary productivity experts. If Athena stood for focused expertise, as the god of the sun, music, poetry, prophecy, healing and archery, Apollo oversaw duties that would have overwhelmed many other gods, while upholding standards of excellence that established benchmarks for mortals in each of these domains. Driving the sun across the sky every day required a level of consistency and punctuality that would be difficult for anyone juggling a cosmic commute. He ensured that daylight reached every corner of the earth at the right time and intensity by tying his chariot to 4 fire-breathing horses and driving across the heavens every morning. Because the entire natural world relied on his dependability, it was a duty that did not permit sick days, vacation time, or the opportunity to sleep in. He became the first crossover artist in history thanks to his musical abilities. Apollo was more than just a musician. He created musical instruments, established the concepts of rhythm and harmony, and served as an inspiration to his fellow gods and mortal musicians. His musical contests established the bar for artistic brilliance that mortal musicians would aim to reach for centuries, and his lyre became the standard instrument for divine performances. Poetry that was both entertaining and prophetic was produced by the gods through a combination of technical skill and divine inspiration. In addition to telling tales and expressing feelings, Apollo's poetry also offered moral advice, disclosed future realities, and preserved the cultural knowledge that societies required to endure and thrive. His impact on mortal poets was so great that inspiration itself came to be seen as a sign of divine possession by Apollo or his muses. The most significant source of prophetic guidance in ancient Greece was Apollo's oracle at Delphi. Apollo's priestess Pythia gave prophecies that affected Greek politics, colonization, war, and private affairs. City-states sought advice before founding new colonies, individuals sought advice on everything from marriage prospects to career choices, and kings sought the oracle before making important decisions. The oracle's predictions were renowned for being cryptic, necessitating interpretation that frequently became clear only after the events had taken place. This ambiguity was a characteristic that represented Apollo's view of the proper operation of prophecy, not a weakness in the system. Free will and the lessons that mortals needed to learn via experience would be eliminated by direct predictions. While maintaining the flexibility to make decisions and grow from them, cryptic guidance offered guidance. Because of his expertise in medicine, Apollo was able to both cause and cure plagues, making him the divine physician. Apollo's arrows had the power to spread disease that wiped out entire populations when mortals offended him or other gods. He could heal wounds, halt epidemics, and impart medical knowledge to mortals so they could take care of themselves if he was duly honoured and placated. The Greek understanding that health depended on upholding appropriate relationships with divine forces was reflected in his dual role as both the cause and the cure of illness. Even among the gods, his archery prowess was legendary, fusing supernatural accuracy with physical dexterity. Whether he was hunting wild animals, reprimanding mortals who had wronged him, or engaging in competition with other archers, Apollo's arrows never failed to hit their targets. He was the patron deity of athletes and competitors who aimed for flawless performance, because his skill with the bow represented the accuracy and concentration needed for success in any endeavour. Despite his divine status and impressive array of talents, Apollo's romantic relationships were notably unsuccessful. When Daphne changed into a laurel tree to get away from him, he stopped pursuing her. Apollo cursed Cassandra because she had promised to be his lover in exchange for the gift of prophecy. But she had broken the agreement, making her predictions unbelievable. He became more understanding of mortals going through similar struggles after learning from these failed relationships that even divine perfection couldn't ensure love's success. Artemis chose a path that valued solitude, independence, and the wild places that existed outside of human civilization, while her twin brother Apollo embraced the public aspects of godhood with its contests, oracles, and constant interaction with mortals. Like a cosmic mashup of wilderness guide and emergency room director, she carved out a divine identity as the goddess of the hunt, the moon, and childbirth, one that was both nurturing and fiercely protective. Artemis made a philosophical statement about autonomy and self-determination when she chose to remain eternally virgin, in addition to it being a personal choice. As a young girl, she begged Zeus to give her chastity for all eternity, as well as a bow and arrows, a pack of hunting hounds, and a group of nymphs to be her friends. It was akin to requesting the ideal feminist starter kit, which included weapons, devoted companions, and the absence of romantic complications. Her hunting expeditions through the ancient world's mountains and forests were renowned for their accuracy and efficiency. Artemis hunted to keep the balance between civilization and wilderness, ensuring that wild animals remained wild while safeguarding human settlements from creatures that posed real threats. She did not hunt for fun or to collect trophies. She was the patroness of moral hunters because her arrows were quick and kind, made to kill cleanly and without needless suffering. One of the most effective instances of female camaraderie and support in mythology was the goddess's bond with her nymphs. These nature spirits formed a community that functioned without the consent or authority of men, having taken the same vow of chastity as their mistress. With the effectiveness of an old-fashioned security detail, they hunted, travelled, and defended one another from unwelcome romantic advances. This selected family was completely and frequently brutally protected by Artemis. Actaeon, the hunter, was killed by his own hunting dogs after she changed him into a stag when he unintentionally witnessed her bathing. This punishment made it very evident that privacy and consent should be respected. In order to prove that intelligence could overcome physical strength, Artemis deceived the giant hunters Otus and Ephialtes into killing each other with their own spears when they tried to take her and Hera as wives. Her status as a virgin was interestingly contrasted with her role as the goddess of childbirth. When their mother Leto was in labour, Artemis helped give birth to her own brother, which provided her with a unique perspective on the difficulties and risks involved in bringing a new life into the world. She evolved into the divine midwife, called upon by goddesses going through their own maternal struggles as well as mortal women having a difficult time giving birth. Because of this duty, Artemis became extremely protective of expectant mothers and new mothers, extending her guardianship beyond her immediate nymphal circle to encompass any woman who was vulnerable during childbirth. Regardless of their other religious preferences, she was one of the most practically significant deities for ancient families, because her interventions could mean the difference between life and death for both mother and child. Since lunar cycles were traditionally linked to both female biology and the nocturnal activities that defined much of ancient hunting, Artemis's association with the moon complemented her hunting and childbirth responsibilities. With the same dependability that Apollo's sun chariot exhibited during the day, her silver chariot, pulled by 4 golden-horned deer, followed the moon's course across the night sky. The goddess had high but reasonable expectations for her devotees. She required her nymphs to be completely chaste, fully committed to the hunt and loyal to the group at all times. She offered them safety, friendship, and the opportunity to live their lives as they saw fit, independent of the expectations of their families, communities, or future husbands. It was a social contract that provided alternatives to the few choices that the majority of ancient women had. Because Artemis had chosen a lifestyle that was fundamentally incompatible with conventional relationships, her infrequent romantic relationships typically ended tragically, not because she was naturally unlucky in love. Her fleeting interest in the hunter Orion ended when, according to one version of events, he died and became a constellation. Her belief that independence was better than the hassles of romance was strengthened by these encounters. Her relationship with her family was significantly more harmonious than most Olympic relationships, in part because she avoided getting involved in their disputes due to her self-imposed seclusion, and in part because she was useful to everyone due to her practical contributions such as managing wildlife populations and assisting with difficult births. She was the family member who didn't cause trouble during the quiet times but was there when needed. Hephaestus stood out among the many lovely, strong and captivating gods in the pantheon because he had overcome major personal obstacles to become indispensable through talent and willpower alone. He turned his early experiences of rejection and disability into a special kind of strength that made him perhaps the most practically useful member of the Olympic family. He was the god of fire, craftsmanship and technology, as well as the divine blacksmith. The origin story of Hephaestus seems to be an old-fashioned tale of triumphing over hardship by virtue of one's own greatness. His mother, Hera, was ashamed of his appearance and threw him from Mount Olympus because he was born with physical limitations that made him ugly by divine standards. He became even more crippled as a result of the fall, but it also brought him to the sea nymphs Thetis and Eurynome, who saved him and taught him the skills of craftsmanship and metalworking. Growing up with the sea nymphs taught him how to turn disadvantages into strengths. Hephaestus acquired abilities that made him indispensable because he was unable to match other gods in terms of physical perfection or fighting skill. He gained skills in working with fire, metal and precious stones, producing items that were so beautiful and useful that they were considered legendary in antiquity. His forge evolved into the heavenly counterpart of an upscale custom workshop, creating everything from Achilles' armour to Zeus' thunderbolts. As an adult, Hephaestus returned to Olympus as a master craftsman whose services were much needed, rather than as a supplicant looking for acceptance. The other gods soon realised that only Hephaestus could make the tools, weapons and ornaments needed for their divine way of life. He was invaluable to a family that had previously rejected him due to his appearance because of his ability to create the impossible. His workshop was the pinnacle of ancient technology. Hephaestus made tools that could operate on their own with his guidance, automated bellows that kept the forge at the ideal temperature, and golden servants to help him. Because of his superior knowledge of engineering, design and metallurgy, he was the patron deity of blacksmiths, craftspeople and anyone else who used their hands to make practical things. The god's method of craftsmanship blended practical utility with creative vision. In addition to being aesthetically pleasing, his creations fulfilled functions and provided solutions that were not possible with just divine might. Hephaestus created chains that could contain a titan when Zeus needed a means of tying Prometheus to a bond for stealing fire. Hephaestus made a shield that represented the entire universe, and offered Achilles the ideal defence when he needed armour that would keep him safe when fighting gods and heroes. One of the most intricate partnerships in mythology was his union with Aphrodite. The combination of the physically impaired god of craftsmanship and the goddess of beauty upended preconceived notions about compatibility, attraction, and the nature of love. Hephaestus's response revealed his intelligence and his grasp of divine politics, even as Olympic rumours circulated about Aphrodite's adultery with Ares. Instead of facing his wife and her lover head-on, Hephaestus used his skill to reveal their affair in a way that preserved his own honour while making them appear foolish. An iconic illustration of how skill and intelligence could overcome physical strength and conventional beauty was the invisible net that held the lovers in bed. He was different from other wronged gods in that his retaliation was both imaginative and appropriate. Compared to most other gods, Hephaestus had a noticeably more benevolent relationship with mortals. As a patron of artisans and labourers, he recognised the importance of hard work and the difficulties faced by those who use their hands to create useful objects. His festivals honoured the kind of fruitful labour that enabled civilization, and his temples served as meeting spots for artisan guilds. His contribution to the creation of the first mortal woman, Pandora, revealed his technical prowess as well as his grasp of divine politics. Zeus ordered Hephaestus to create a woman who would both bless and curse humanity after he decided to punish mortals for Prometheus's gift of fire. Though he was aware that Zeus's gift had complications that would impact mortal life for generations, Hephaestus skillfully crafted Pandora to be indistinguishable from a goddess. Under Mount Etna and other active volcanoes, the god's volcanic forges developed into hubs of heavenly industrial production. These mountains rumbling in eruptions were interpreted as the sounds of Hephaestus at work, producing the tools and weapons the gods needed for their varied escapades and duties. Even by divine standards, his productivity was legendary, indicating that he found fulfillment in his work that went beyond the need for approval from others. It's important to consider the Olympian gods' greatest triumphs and most spectacular failures as our exploration of their lives and times comes to an end. Despite their immortality and cosmic might, these divine beings showed that wisdom, happiness, and healthy family relationships are not always the results of having boundless resources and eternal life. Perhaps the creation of civilization itself was the greatest accomplishment of the gods as a whole. They gave mankind the foundation for everything that sets human society apart from the animal kingdom. Fire from Prometheus, agriculture from Demeter, craftsmanship from Hephaestus, wisdom from Athena, and medicine from Apollo. Their temples developed into educational hubs, their festivals offered chances for cross-cultural interaction, and their moral teachings, despite the hypocrisy of their own actions, provided ethical frameworks that governed human conduct for centuries, with each god in charge of particular facets of human and natural activity and working with their peers to preserve cosmic harmony. The Olympic system also produced the first multinational management structure in history. When it functioned properly, this divine bureaucracy made sure that crops grew as planned, seasons changed on time, and natural disasters only happened when mortals had gravely offended someone important. The interpersonal relationships of the gods, however, showed the same dysfunctional patterns that afflict any family business managed by conceited relatives with unrestricted authority and inadequate communication skills. From minor nymphs to major heroes, everyone was impacted by the collateral damage caused by Zeus's adultery and Hera's retaliation. Poseidon's outburst destroyed coastal cities and sank ships. Apollo's romantic rejections changed lovers and produced prophets who were cursed. The political frequently turned disastrous, and the personal had a nasty habit of turning political. Instead of using mediation, their method of resolving disputes usually involved escalation. The Trojan War, 10 years of bloodshed that destroyed both sides and provided fodder for epic poetry, was the outcome of Paris's decision to accept Aphrodite's bribe over those offered by Hera and Athena. It also showed that divine pride was more significant than human life. Instead of seeking diplomatic solutions, Demeter's response to the kidnapping of her daughter brought the world to the verge of agricultural collapse. The way the gods treated mortals demonstrated their incapacity to uphold moral principles or grow from past errors. They penalized disrespect and rewarded devotion, but their definitions of these terms were arbitrary and could alter according to their emotions, hobbies, and family dynamics. Mortals who appeased one god might unintentionally offend another, leading to improbable circumstances in which virtue was largely dependent on good fortune. However, the Olympic pantheon also produced some of the most inspirational tales of moral courage, inventiveness, and tenacity in history. By supporting Athens, Athena established a hub of scholarship and democracy that shaped civilization for thousands of years. Communities used the advice from Apollo's oracle at Delphi to make tough choices and steer clear of needless confrontations. Hephaestus showed that a person's physical limitations need not stop them from contributing significantly to their community. Ancient people used the stories of the gods as a kind of psychology to help them comprehend and deal with the complexity of human nature. Hera's jealousy and need for respect, Apollo's quest for perfection, Artemis's need for independence, and Zeus's battles with authority and responsibility were all divine figures that represented common human experiences, while also implying that even immortal beings had difficulties. Most significantly, the Olympians showed the potential and perils of unbridled power. They had the power to change reality as they saw fit, perform miracles, and resolve impossibly challenging issues. They could also let personal grievances take precedence over their obligations to the world they ruled, destroy civilizations, and torture innocent people. Their experiences served as warnings about the value of restraint, discernment, and responsibility. Lessons that hold true in any time period where people or organizations have substantial influence over others. Their cultural influence was changed rather than eradicated by the slow erosion of belief in the Olympic gods. Their conflicts became metaphors for the timeless human conflicts between duty and desire, individual ambition and collective responsibility, and reason and passion, and their stories became literature rather than religion. Think about the amazing impact these ancient divine figures have had on our contemporary world as you curl up deeper under your blanket and feel the soft pull of sleep drawing near. Even though they no longer reign from Mount Olympus, the Olympian gods continue to have an impact on our language, literature, psychology, and perception of human nature in ways that would have surprised their original devotees. When you say that someone has an Achilles heel, you're bringing up the tale of a hero whose divine protection failed him at one crucial moment. When you refer to a long, challenging voyage as an odyssey, you're alluding to Odysseus's wanderings, which were both aided and hindered by different Olympian gods who couldn't agree on whether he should be punished or assisted. The young man who fell in love with his own reflection, thanks to divine intervention that punished his vanity, comes to mind when you call someone narcissistic. The personalities of the gods have evolved into models for comprehending human psychology. Carl Jung realized that the Olympic pantheon reflected archetypal patterns that have existed throughout history and in many cultures, aspects of human nature that we still recognize and grapple with today, are reflected in the divine personalities of the rebellious trickster, Hermes, the nurturing mother, Demeter, the creative artist, Apollo, and the wise mentor, Athena. The stories of the Olympian gods are still told and reimagined in contemporary literature, film, and television, which find fresh significance in their antiquated rivalries and relationships. Greek mythology is introduced to new generations through Percy Jackson's adventures, which also modernise divine figures for audiences today. Wonder Woman embodies contemporary ideals of justice and equality, while obtaining her abilities from the Olympic pantheon. The Greek tradition of powerful beings using their abilities to protect or torment common mortals is even reflected in superhero comics. Our conceptions of leadership, bureaucracy, and power distribution have been shaped by the gods' approach to governance, which combines specialized duties, familial relationships, and cosmic authority. The notions that leaders must strike a balance between their personal interests and their public duties, that different facets of life call for different kinds of expertise, and that corruption results from power without accountability can all be linked to the myths surrounding Zeus and his divine kin. Their romantic relationships and family disputes have given rise to surprisingly current models for comprehending the intricacies of marriage, parenthood, and love. The dysfunctional marriage of Zeus and Hera provides insight into the impact of power disparities on interpersonal relationships. Demeter's ferocious defense of Persephone serves as an example of the difficulties parents encounter when their kids grow up and are on their own. Even having the ideal credentials doesn't ensure romantic success, as Apollo's unfulfilled loves show. A sophisticated understanding of human nature that predated modern psychology by millennia is reflected in the gods' moral ambiguity, their capacity for both great kindness and terrible cruelty. The Olympic gods embodied the contradictions that define real people, in contrast to the purely good or purely evil deities found in some religious traditions. They were able to exhibit both wisdom and foolishness, generosity and selfishness, and love and hatred, frequently within the same story, or even the same interaction. Their stories were more psychologically realistic and, as a result, more helpful for comprehending human behaviour because of their moral complexity. Stories about beings who had unbounded power but still had very human limitations help us understand situations where people act with unexpected kindness or cruelty, when leaders make choices that seem to go against their professed values, and when families go through both intense love and bitter conflict. The Olympic pantheon also created ways of thinking about cooperation, specialization, and diversity that still shape the way we set up complicated institutions. These organizational principles were ingrained in myths about gods who governed various facets of the universe while upholding an overall divine government. These included the notion that different talents require different approaches, that effective leadership frequently entails coordinating specialists rather than micromanaging them, and that even the most capable individuals require colleagues with complementary skills. The ancient Greek belief that the universe was essentially understandable and that humans could comprehend their place within greater cosmic patterns was perhaps most persistently embodied by the Olympian gods. Despite their strength and immortality, the gods were subject to laws, had repercussions for their deeds, and lived by moral standards that mortals could adopt and use in their own lives. One of the pillars of Western civilization was this optimistic outlook, which held that life had purpose, that knowledge was achievable, and that people could shape their own destinies with hard work and wisdom. The stories of the gods taught that even the most powerful beings were subject to moral laws that went beyond their own desires, that creativity could overcome constraints, and that intelligence could triumph over brute force. Dreams of marble temples shining in Mediterranean sunlight, of divine voices resonating across ancient valleys, or of immortal families assembling on a mountain peak to discuss the fate of both gods and mortals, may cross your mind as you drift toward sleep. These dreams transport you back thousands of years of human storytelling to innumerable generations who drew inspiration and meaning from stories about creatures who are both remarkably similar to us and completely different from us. The Olympian gods endure because they represent universal truths about relationships, human nature, and the never-ending difficulties of living in a complex world, not because we believe in their literal existence. Their tales serve as a reminder that even immortal beings must learn to strike a balance between their obligations to others and their own desires, that stupidity and wisdom frequently coexist, and that power entails both opportunities and responsibilities. You will be using insights that were initially conveyed in tales of Zeus's lightning bolts, Athena's strategic acumen, Aphrodite's intricate gifts, and Hephaestus's inventive tenacity when you awaken tomorrow and confront the difficulties of your own mortal existence. Even though the gods are old, their teachings are still as current as the news of the day and as fresh as your morning joe. Rest easy knowing that you are a part of an ongoing human tradition of using storytelling to find meaning, and that the questions you are faced with about power and love, justice and wisdom, personal ambition and group responsibility are the same ones that have inspired and challenged people ever since they first gazed up at the stars and wondered what immortal beings might think of our short, complex lives. The boy who would reshape continents took his first breath in the shadow of the Altai Mountains. Kublai Khan came into the world in 1215, not as the obvious heir to power, but as the fourth son of Tolui and Sorghaghtani Beki. While his grandfather Genghis Khan carved an empire with blood and thunder, young Kublai's education took a different path, one that would eventually redefine what it meant to rule the largest contiguous land empire in history. Unlike his brothers, who mastered horseback archery before they could properly speak, Kublai found his early calling in the quieter pursuits of the mind. Sorghaghtani, his Nestorian Christian mother, made a calculated decision that history would later vindicate. While ensuring her son possessed the riding and shooting skills expected of Mongol nobility, she also engaged Chinese scholars to tutor him in Confucian classics, Buddhist philosophy, and the sophisticated administrative techniques of sedentary civilizations. This unconventional upbringing wasn't merely academic indulgence, it was strategic foresight. Sorghaghtani recognized that conquering China, the wealthiest and most complex society on earth, would require more than military might. It would demand cultural understanding and administrative finesse that no Khan before had possessed. "The bow conquers the throne," went an old Mongol saying, "but ink preserves it." Kublai internalized this wisdom in ways his predecessors never had. While his grandfather and uncles ruled from horseback and felt most comfortable in the open steppe, Kublai developed a fascination with urban life and permanent structures. As a young man, he constructed an experimental Chinese-style palace in the Mongolian heartland, a move that scandalized traditionalists who saw dwelling in anything but felt tense as an affront to their nomadic identity. This cultural flexibility extended to religion as well. Though raised by a Christian mother, Kublai never fully embraced her faith. Instead, he developed an intellectual's appreciation for philosophical Buddhism while maintaining traditional Mongol shamanic practices for political expediency. This religious pragmatism would later become a cornerstone of his imperial policy. What's often overlooked is how Kublai's early governance in northern China served as a laboratory for his later imperial vision. Appointed as viceroy to Chinese territories in 1251 by his brother Mongke Khan, Kublai surrounded himself with advisors from diverse backgrounds. The Tibetan Lama Drogon Chogyal Phagpa became a spiritual mentor, while Chinese Confucian scholars like Liu Bingzhong helped him navigate the labyrinthine traditions of Chinese bureaucracy. In these formative years, Kublai's governance style emerged, where other Mongol princes treated conquered territories merely as sources of plunder and tax revenue. He attempted to integrate local elites into his administration and adapt governance to regional conditions. This approach provoked criticism from Mongol traditionalists who viewed such accommodation as weakness, yet it laid the groundwork for his later ability to maintain control over vastly different cultural regions. Perhaps most telling about Kublai's character was his relationship with Chabi, his principal wife. Unlike the purely political marriages common among Mongol nobility, their partnership evolved into a genuine intellectual collaboration. Historical records suggest Chabi's influence moderated some of Kublai's harsher tendencies and encouraged his interest in Chinese culture. She advocated for policies protecting Chinese civilians during military campaigns and influenced appointments of moderate officials in his early administration. The Mongol Empire faced a pivotal moment when Mongke unexpectedly passed away in 1259. Kublai's younger brother Arik Böke seized the opportunity to claim the Great Khanate, rallying traditionalists who resented Kublai's perceived cultural apostasy. What followed was not merely a succession dispute, but an ideological battle for the empire's soul. Would the Mongols remain conquerors who ruled from horseback or transform into administrators of a multi-ethnic empire? The ensuing civil war demonstrated Kublai's strategic patience. Rather than immediately marching on the Mongolian heartland, where Arik's traditionalist support was strongest, he consolidated power in northern China, securing agricultural resources and tax revenues that would eventually finance his campaign. This decision, prioritizing economic infrastructure over symbolic homelands, revealed the pragmatic ruler he was becoming. The boy who would reshape continents took his first breath in the shadow of the Altai Mountains. Kublai Khan came into the world in 1215, not as the obvious heir to power, but as the fourth son of Tolui and Sorghaghtani Beki. While his grandfather Genghis Khan carved an empire with blood and thunder, young Kublai's education took a different path, one that would eventually redefine what it meant to rule the largest contiguous land empire in history. Unlike his brothers, who mastered horseback archery before they could properly speak, Kublai found his early calling in the quieter pursuits of the mind. Sorghaghtani, his Nestorian Christian mother, made a calculated decision that history would later vindicate. While ensuring her son possessed the riding and shooting skills expected of Mongol nobility, she also engaged Chinese scholars to tutor him in Confucian classics, Buddhist philosophy, and the sophisticated administrative techniques of sedentary civilizations. This unconventional upbringing wasn't merely academic indulgence, it was strategic foresight. Sorghaghtani recognized that conquering China, the wealthiest and most complex society on earth, would require more than military might. It would demand cultural understanding and administrative finesse that no Khan before had possessed. "The bow conquers the throne," went an old Mongol saying, "but ink preserves it." Kublai internalized this wisdom in ways his predecessors never had. While his grandfather and uncles ruled from horseback and felt most comfortable in the open steppe, Kublai developed a fascination with urban life and permanent structures. As a young man, he constructed an experimental Chinese-style palace in the Mongolian heartland, a move that scandalized traditionalists who saw dwelling in anything but felt tense as an affront to their nomadic identity. This cultural flexibility extended to religion as well. Though raised by a Christian mother, Kublai never fully embraced her faith. Instead, he developed an intellectual's appreciation for philosophical Buddhism while maintaining traditional Mongol shamanic practices for political expediency. This religious pragmatism would later become a cornerstone of his imperial policy. What's often overlooked is how Kublai's early governance in northern China served as a laboratory for his later imperial vision. Appointed as viceroy to Chinese territories in 1251 by his brother Mongke Khan, Kublai surrounded himself with advisors from diverse backgrounds. The Tibetan Lama Drogon Chogyal Phagpa became a spiritual mentor, while Chinese Confucian scholars like Liu Bingzhong helped him navigate the labyrinthine traditions of Chinese bureaucracy. In these formative years, Kublai's governance style emerged, where other Mongol princes treated conquered territories merely as sources of plunder and tax revenue. He attempted to integrate local elites into his administration and adapt governance to regional conditions. This approach provoked criticism from Mongol traditionalists who viewed such accommodation as weakness, yet it laid the groundwork for his later ability to maintain control over vastly different cultural regions. Perhaps most telling about Kublai's character was his relationship with Chabi, his principal wife. Unlike the purely political marriages common among Mongol nobility, their partnership evolved into a genuine intellectual collaboration. Historical records suggest Chabi's influence moderated some of Kublai's harsher tendencies and encouraged his interest in Chinese culture. She advocated for policies protecting Chinese civilians during military campaigns and influenced appointments of moderate officials in his early administration. The Mongol Empire faced a pivotal moment when Mongke unexpectedly passed away in 1259. Kublai's younger brother Arik Böke seized the opportunity to claim the Great Khanate, rallying traditionalists who resented Kublai's perceived cultural apostasy. What followed was not merely a succession dispute, but an ideological battle for the empire's soul. Would the Mongols remain conquerors who ruled from horseback or transform into administrators of a multi-ethnic empire? The ensuing civil war demonstrated Kublai's strategic patience. Rather than immediately marching on the Mongolian heartland, where Arik's traditionalist support was strongest, he consolidated power in northern China, securing agricultural resources and tax revenues that would eventually finance his campaign. This decision, prioritizing economic infrastructure over symbolic homelands, revealed the pragmatic ruler he was becoming. The Toluid civil war that erupted after Mongke's death pitted not just brother against brother, but competing visions for the Mongol future. While most historical accounts frame this conflict through military campaigns, the deeper struggle occurred in the halls of governance and finance. Kublai's 4-year campaign against Arik Böke featured an innovation that distinguished it from previous Mongol succession disputes: the systematic use of economic warfare. Controlling the agricultural heartland of northern China, Kublai restricted grain shipments to the Mongolian steppe, where Arik's supporters struggled to feed their families and livestock. This approach minimized direct military confrontation while steadily eroding his opponent's base of support. Throughout this conflict, Kublai demonstrated unexpected restraint toward captured enemies. After his final victory in 1264, he spared Arik's life, a mercy uncommonly extended in Mongol politics, though Arik would die mysteriously just 2 years later while in Kublai's custody. This initial clemency was notable for a man whose grandfather had created mountains of skulls across Central Asia. The war's resolution left Kublai as Great Khan in name, but the empire's fracturing had begun. The Western Khanates, the Golden Horde in Russia, the Chagatai Khanate in Central Asia, and the Ilkhanate in Persia, acknowledged Kublai's position with decreasing sincerity. Each pursued increasingly independent policies, rendering the title of Great Khan more symbolic than practical beyond East Asia. This reality shaped Kublai's vision. Rather than exhausting resources trying to reimpose central authority across the sprawling Mongol domains, he focused eastward, turning his grandfather's conquest into something new, a Chinese-style dynasty with Mongol characteristics. In 1271, at the age of 56, Kublai made this transformation official by proclaiming the Yuan dynasty. The name itself, meaning origin or beginning in Chinese, signalled his intent to establish not just a continuation of Mongol rule, but a legitimate Chinese imperial regime. This declaration came with a comprehensive adoption of Chinese imperial institutions, from 6 administrative ministries to elaborate court rituals. Yet beneath the Chinese imperial facade, Kublai maintained distinctly Mongol power structures. He instituted what historians later called the four-class system, arranging his subjects in a strict hierarchy. Mongols at the top, followed by Central Asian Muslims and other non-Chinese peoples, the Semu, then Northern Chinese, and finally Southern Chinese at the bottom. This system ensured Mongol military and political dominance while incorporating useful talents from all groups. Kublai's administrative innovations were practical responses to governance challenges. Unable to read Chinese himself, he commissioned the creation of the Feigi's Pe script, a writing system that could transcribe multiple languages, including Mongolian and Chinese. This script appeared on official seals and currency, allowing communication across linguistic divides within his administration. His legal system represented a similar hybrid approach. Rather than imposing Mongol customary law universally, or adopting Chinese legal traditions wholesale, Kublai created a tiered system where different ethnic groups were judged according to different legal standards. Mongols answered to traditional Mongol law, Muslims to Islamic law, and Chinese to modified Tang dynasty codes. Perhaps most revealing of Kublai's intellectual character was his establishment of the Muslim Astronomical Observatory in Beijing. While previous rulers might have consulted astrologers before campaigns, Kublai assembled a multicultural scientific team, including Chinese, Muslim, and even European scholars, to improve calendar systems, develop navigational tools, and study celestial phenomena. This institution reflected his genuine intellectual curiosity and recognition that knowledge from diverse traditions could serve practical governance. The Khan's personal habits similarly blended traditions. While maintaining the Mongol custom of hunting expeditions, Kublai transformed these into elaborate affairs, combining Chinese imperial pageantry with steppe traditions. His hunting park at Xanadu, made famous centuries later by Coleridge's poem, featured not only game reserves but also agricultural demonstrations and botanical collections, reflecting his interest in natural sciences. By the time he consolidated his position as Emperor of China, Kublai Khan had evolved from a Mongol prince with Chinese tutors into something history had not seen before. A ruler equally comfortable discussing Confucian ethics, Buddhist cosmology, and the practical logistics of cavalry warfare. Perhaps most revolutionary was Dadu's religious landscape. Previous Chinese capitals had hierarchically arranged temples reflecting imperial orthodoxy. Kublai instead created what might be considered the world's first deliberately multi-religious imperial capital. Buddhist temples stood alongside Taoist sanctuaries, Confucian academies, Muslim mosques, Nestorian Christian churches, and even a Jewish synagogue. This arrangement wasn't merely tolerant, it was strategically pluralistic, allowing the emperor to draw legitimacy from multiple religious traditions simultaneously. The city's demographic composition reflected equally revolutionary thinking. While traditional Chinese capitals segregated foreigners in designated quarters, Dadu integrated multiple ethnic neighbourhoods throughout its urban fabric. Specialised craft districts developed where artisans from across the empire, Uyghur papermakers, Persian astronomers, Tibetan Thangka painters, and Chinese porcelain masters lived and worked in proximity, creating unprecedented cultural exchange. Security considerations shaped the city in distinctive ways. Unlike previous Chinese capitals where the imperial precinct stood at the centre, Dadu's palace complex was positioned against the northern wall, allowing for an emergency escape route to the Mongol heartlands if rebellion threatened. The imperial hunting preserve adjacent to the city served dual purposes: recreation for the court and a buffer zone that could be rapidly militarised in crisis. What's rarely appreciated about Dadu is how its construction stimulated technological innovation. The massive demand for building materials accelerated the development of mass production techniques for standardised bricks and roof tiles. The need to transport these materials efficiently prompted improvements in canal boat design and lock systems. The imperial workshops established to furnish the palace complex became facilities for technical exchange, where Persian glass-blowing techniques merged with Chinese porcelain traditions. By the time foreign visitors like Marco Polo arrived at Kublai's court, Dadu had already transformed from a construction project to a functioning imperial capital. Its population surpassed 500,000, making it among the world's largest cities. Its markets offered goods from as far away as Madagascar and Scandinavia. Its libraries housed texts in dozens of languages, and at its centre sat a ruler whose very environment now reflected his unique position, neither fully Mongol nor Chinese, but something history had never witnessed before. While Kublai Khan's continental conquests earn prominent attention in most historical accounts, his maritime ambitions and their spectacular failures reveal perhaps more about the limitations of his imperial vision than his successes on land ever could. The Khan who conquered the Sung dynasty did not simply inherit China's existing naval capacity, he dramatically expanded it, creating the largest maritime force Asia had seen up to that point. By 1274, Kublai controlled over 5,000 ships, from river patrol vessels to massive ocean-going warships. His shipyards along the Yangtze and in Korea constructed vessels that dwarfed anything found in European waters during the same period. What drove this continental ruler toward maritime expansion? The answer lies partly in economic calculation. By the 1270s, maritime trade routes connected East Asia with Southeast Asia, India, and the Middle East in a network that transported more wealth than the traditional Silk Road ever had. Controlling these sea lanes promised greater revenue than taxing caravan trade. Additionally, Kublai recognised that naval power could outflank regional rivals who might block land routes. The expeditions against Japan in 1274 and 1281 represent more than failed conquests. They mark critical turning points in East Asian military history. The first invasion fleet comprised approximately 900 ships carrying an estimated 23,000 troops, including Mongol, Chinese, and Korean contingents. Contemporary Japanese accounts describe these vessels employing technologies unfamiliar to Japanese defenders, including early explosive weapons derived from Chinese gunpowder developments. What's seldom acknowledged is how these invasions accelerated military technology transfer across East Asia. The Korean shipwrights drafted into Kublai's service brought their distinctive hull designs and sailing techniques into Chinese shipyards. Mongol cavalry tactics were adapted for marine landings. Chinese siege engineers developed floating platforms for their trebuchets. This cross-cultural military synthesis created entirely new approaches to naval warfare. The infamous kamikaze or divine wind typhoons that scattered both invasion fleets have become central to the narrative of Kublai's Japanese campaigns. However, evidence suggests the second expedition in 1281 faced significant problems even before the storm struck. Coordination between the Korean and southern Chinese fleet components proved nearly impossible due to different maritime traditions and command structures. Ships designed for different waters, the relatively protected Korean coast versus the open East China Sea, found themselves inappropriately deployed. Archaeological excavations of the invasion fleet wrecks near Takashima Island have revealed fascinating details about Kublai's naval technology. The recovered vessels show a surprising standardization of construction techniques, suggesting mass production methods that anticipated European shipbuilding approaches by centuries. Recovered weapons include sophisticated composite bows designed specifically for marine combat and early grenades with ceramic casings, technologies that would not appear in European naval warfare until much later. Less known than the Japanese campaigns were Kublai's naval expeditions to Southeast Asia. Between 1278 and 1287, he dispatched multiple fleets to various parts of what are now Vietnam, Cambodia, Myanmar, and Indonesia. These expeditions faced challenges different from those in Japan. Tropical diseases decimated northern troops, and dense river systems negated the mobility advantages of Mongol cavalry once they landed. The campaign against Java in 1293 represented the furthest extension of Kublai's maritime reach, nearly 3,500 miles from his capital, and encountered unique difficulties. Local understanding of monsoon timing gave Javanese forces a decisive advantage. When Kublai's fleet arrived, they found harbours empty of trading vessels they had hoped to capture, and coastal areas already harvested of food supplies. The 1293 expedition ultimately returned with tribute but failed to establish lasting control, demonstrating the logistical limitations of projecting power across such distances. What truly distinguished Kublai's maritime ventures from previous Chinese naval operations was their hybrid nature. His fleets incorporated personnel and techniques from multiple traditions: Chinese navigational knowledge, Korean shipbuilding, Mongol command structures, and even Muslim navigators familiar with Indian Ocean conditions. Ships carried multiple types of provisions to accommodate diverse crews, including kumis, fermented mare's milk, for Mongol officers alongside rice for Chinese sailors. Perhaps most tellingly, these naval expeditions altered Kublai himself. Court records describe him becoming increasingly fascinated with maritime technologies. He personally interviewed returning captains, collected nautical maps, and commissioned treatises on Southern Ocean navigation. The Khan, who had begun his career as a steppe horseman, eventually developed such appreciation for maritime affairs that he established specialized schools for navigational astronomy and map-making in his capital. Yet despite these innovations, Kublai's maritime ambitions ultimately represented imperial overreach. The failed campaigns consumed enormous resources. The second Japanese expedition alone is estimated to have cost nearly 2 years' tax revenue from all of Korea. These expenses, combined with the massive costs of building and maintaining Dadu, placed strains on the imperial treasury that would have long-term consequences for Yuan dynasty stability. Among the overlooked dimensions of Kublai Khan's rule was his pioneering use of food as an instrument of statecraft. The imperial kitchen became a microcosm of his broader imperial project, a space where cultural synthesis wasn't merely symbolic but tangibly experienced through daily ritual and sustenance. The court's dining practices reflected Kublai's complex cultural positioning. Unlike previous Mongol rulers who maintained strict nomadic eating habits even after conquests, Kublai orchestrated elaborate culinary performances that strategically deployed traditions from across his domains. Court banquets featured carefully choreographed sequences of dishes representing different territories: steppe kumis followed by northern Chinese wheat buns, southern rice preparations, Central Asian pilaf, and Persian sweets. Archaeological excavations at the Yuan Palace complex have revealed specialized kitchen areas for different culinary traditions, each with distinct equipment and dedicated staff. The Imperial Food Service employed over 12,000 people, including hunters, farmers, butchers, cooks, servers, and food tasters, making it one of the largest court departments. This elaborate system served both practical and symbolic functions, ensuring the Khan's security through careful food preparation while demonstrating his dominion over diverse resources and traditions. Kublai maintained certain Mongol dietary customs that visibly distinguished him from Chinese emperors. He continued the steppe tradition of the White Feast, featuring dairy products, alongside the Red Feast, featuring meat. His preference for mare's milk, erag, and dried meat strips proclaimed his Mongol identity, even as he adopted Chinese administrative practices, yet he strategically incorporated Chinese imperial food customs when politically expedient, particularly during ceremonies attended by Chinese officials. What distinguished Kublai's approach from simple cultural accommodation was its systematic nature. Court records detail elaborate protocols for determining which culinary traditions would be featured at which events, with specific foods functioning as diplomatic signals. When receiving emissaries from Tibet, The court served butter tea prepared in the Tibetan style, despite the Khan's personal dislike for it. Muslim diplomats were presented with meals prepared according to halal requirements, overseen by Muslim cooks maintained specifically for such occasions. The Khan's personal dining regimen combined medical theories from multiple traditions. His physicians included practitioners of Chinese medicine, Islamic Unani medicine, and traditional Mongol shamanic healing. Each contributed dietary recommendations that were synthesized into the Khan's eating plan. Contemporary accounts describe medicinal soups combining Chinese herbs, Central Asian spices, and ingredients from as far as India, prepared according to schedules aligning with both Chinese cosmological calendars and Islamic medical timing. Kublai's famous hunting expeditions at his summer capital of Xanadu, Shangdu, featured elaborate outdoor feasting that merged Mongol traditions with imperial Chinese ritual. These events, which could involve thousands of participants, followed precisely choreographed sequences. The Khan would first honour his ancestors with traditional Mongol offerings, then participate in the hunt itself, culminating in a feast where animals killed during the hunt were prepared using techniques from multiple culinary traditions. The multicultural composition of Kublai's court created unprecedented culinary exchange. Chinese techniques for fermenting vegetables spread northward into Mongolia. Mongol methods for preserving meat influenced Chinese practices. Persian fruit cultivation techniques transformed gardens around Dadu. This cross-cultural exchange accelerated the development of what would later be recognized as distinct regional Chinese cuisines. Some of Kublai's most effective diplomatic deployments of food occurred during his interactions with foreign emissaries. According to Marco Polo's account, visitors were first served familiar foods from their homelands, prepared by cooks who specifically researched foreign techniques, before being gradually introduced to Mongol and Chinese delicacies. This culinary progression mirrored the broader diplomatic process of establishing comfort before negotiation. One of Kublai's most significant culinary innovations was the development of imperial food supply chains that connected distant ecological zones. Specialized imperial farms around Dadu cultivated fruits and vegetables from across Eurasia. Fast horse relay stations, primarily developed for military and administrative communication, were adapted to transport perishable delicacies. Court records note shipments of fresh seafood from the Yellow Sea, reaching the imperial table within days of harvest, and fruits from tropical southern provinces arriving in edible condition at the northern capital. Archaeological evidence from Yuan dynasty elite tombs reveals the material culture supporting this culinary cosmopolitanism. Burial goods include Persian-influenced metal serving vessels alongside Chinese porcelain and Mongol ceremonial cups. This material hybridization reflected the lived experience of dining at Kublai's court, where the vessels themselves communicated political messages about cultural synthesis and imperial reach. By the later years of his reign, Kublai's court cuisine had evolved into something distinctly different from both traditional Mongol fare and Chinese imperial dining. It represented a third tradition, a Yuan court cuisine that embodied in edible form the Khan's vision of universal rule transcending ethnic and cultural boundaries, a sensory embodiment of his new type of empire. Beyond his military campaigns and architectural ambitions, Kublai Khan's most enduring innovation may have been his transformation of how information moved through and shaped his vast domains. Under his direction, the Mongol Empire evolved from a conquest state into an information empire whose administrative sophistication would influence East Asian governance for centuries. The cornerstone of this transformation was Kublai's development of the world's most extensive postal relay system. Building upon the Mongol Yam network established by Genghis Khan, Kublai systematically expanded and formalized this communications infrastructure until it encompassed over 1,400 postal stations across East Asia. Unlike earlier iterations that primarily served military coordination, Kublai's postal system became a comprehensive information network supporting administrative governance. What made this system revolutionary was its unprecedented speed and reliability. Official communications could travel up to 250 miles per day, a pace unmatched anywhere else in the medieval world. This goal was achieved through a precisely organized relay system, where stations were positioned approximately 25 to 30 miles apart, the distance a horse could gallop at speed before requiring replacement. Special passport tablets, paisa, issued in silver, gold, or platinum indicated the bearer's authority level, and determined how many horses they could requisition, and how quickly local stations needed to respond. The scale of this operation was staggering. Historical records indicate that at its peak, the system maintained approximately 300,000 horses, employed tens of thousands of riders and station personnel, and delivered not just messages, but also officials, tax shipments, and commercial goods deemed important to imperial interests. The entire system operated under the jurisdiction of a specialised ministry whose records documented every horse, rider, and parcel in motion across the empire. This communications infrastructure enabled another of Kublai's innovations: standardised administrative reporting. Local officials throughout the realm were required to submit regular reports on population, agricultural production, weather conditions, and local events according to standardised formats. These reports flowed upward through provincial centres to the capital, creating what historians now recognise as one of history's first systematic government information gathering operations. The bureaucracy Kublai established to process this information was equally innovative. Unable to staff the entire administration with Mongols, who lacked experience in managing sedentary populations, he created a multi-ethnic civil service that included Chinese scholar officials, Uyghur financial experts, Persian astronomers, and Tibetan religious administrators. Most notably, he established specialised training academies where officials from different backgrounds learned standardised administrative methods, creating institutional knowledge that transcended individual cultural traditions. Particularly significant was Kublai's approach to language within this bureaucracy. Rather than imposing a single imperial language, as most conquering regimes did, he developed a sophisticated translation system. Key documents were produced in multiple scripts, including Chinese, Mongolian Fagspa script, Uyghur, Persian, and Tibetan. The Imperial Secretariat included dedicated translation bureaus for each major language group within the empire, ensuring that directives from the centre could be accurately implemented across diverse regions. The wealth of data flowing into Dadu enabled novel approaches to governance. Kublai pioneered large-scale statistical compilation to monitor agricultural production, population trends, and tax collection efficiency. When unusual patterns appeared, such as unexpected population declines or harvest yields, specialised investigators would be dispatched via the postal system to assess conditions directly. This feedback loop created a more responsive imperial administration than previous Chinese dynasties had achieved. Perhaps most remarkable was Kublai's development of paper currency as an instrument of economic integration. While paper money had existed in China previously, Kublai expanded its use and standardized its implementation across his territories. The notes issued under his authority, backed by silver reserves and carrying stern warnings against counterfeiting, facilitated commerce across regions with different traditional currencies and commodity standards. These notes represented more than economic policy. They were information technology that allowed the centre to influence distant markets. By controlling the quantity of currency in circulation, the Khan's financial ministers could respond to regional economic conditions more quickly than physical commodity money would allow. When Marco Polo described these paper that passes for money to European audiences, he was documenting not just a curious foreign practice, but one of history's most advanced economic control systems. The information infrastructure extended beyond government administration into the realm of scientific knowledge. Kublai established specialised bureaus for astronomical observation, cartography, historical documentation, and medical research. Each was tasked with systematically collecting and synthesizing knowledge from across Eurasia. The Astronomical Bureau, for instance, combined Chinese calendrical traditions with Islamic mathematical techniques and Tibetan astrological concepts to create more accurate predictive systems. By the middle of Kublai's reign, this multifaceted information system had transformed governance across East Asia. Officials who might never travel to the capital nevertheless operated within standardized protocols established there. Regional variations in administration certainly persisted. The system was too vast for perfect uniformity, but the overall effect was a degree of integration previously unachievable across such diverse territories. As Kublai Khan entered his 7th decade, the contradictions inherent in his imperial project began to manifest more acutely. The years between 1280 and his death in 1294 reveal a ruler grappling with the limitations of his vision and the mounting costs of maintaining the world's largest empire. While historical accounts often attribute the challenges of Kublai's later years to personal decline, his increasing corpulence, episodes of gout, and deepening reliance on alcohol, closer examination reveals systemic pressures that would have challenged even a younger, more vigorous ruler. The very success of his Chinese-style administrative state created unsustainable financial burdens that the empire's economic base struggled to support. The construction and maintenance of Dadu alone consumed resources on an unprecedented scale. The imperial household, with its 40,000 servants, required vast sums simply for daily operation. The postal relay system, vital for administrative control, maintained hundreds of thousands of horses requiring constant fodder. The military garrisons positioned throughout the realm demanded regular payment. Archaeological evidence from late Yuan dynasty administrative centres shows increasing sophistication in financial record-keeping, likely a response to mounting fiscal pressures. These economic strains manifested in policies that gradually undermined popular support for Yuan rule. Tax collection became increasingly aggressive. The issuance of paper currency, initially a brilliant financial innovation, evolved into a problematic dependence as the government printed more notes than its silver reserves could credibly back. By the late 1280s, inflation had become a serious problem in core provinces, eroding the purchasing power of government stipends and merchant revenues alike. Environmental factors compounded these challenges. The 1280s witnessed a series of natural disasters across East Asia, floods along the Yellow River, droughts in the southern provinces, and unusually harsh winters in the northern regions. Contemporary Chinese records describe these as heaven's disapproval of Yuan governance, reflecting growing ideological resistance to Mongol rule. Modern climate research suggests these events coincided with a cooling period that affected agricultural productivity across Eurasia, creating systemic pressures no ruler could have fully addressed. Kublai's personal response to these mounting difficulties reveals much about his character in these final years. Rather than retreating from his multicultural governance model, he doubled down on it, recruiting additional foreign experts, particularly Muslim financial administrators with experience managing complex economies. This decision, while pragmatically sound, further alienated Chinese elites who resented being passed over for these positions. The Khan's later military campaigns reflect a similar doubling down on established patterns despite diminishing returns. The Burmese expeditions of 1283 to 1285, while ultimately extracting tribute, required disproportionate resources for limited strategic gain. The Java campaign of 1293 stretched imperial logistics beyond sustainable limits. These operations suggest a ruler attempting to maintain the momentum of expansion, even as the core empire's foundation showed signs of strain. What's seldom appreciated about Kublai's final years is his apparent awareness of the contradictions in his position. Court records document increasing periods of withdrawal to his hunting lodge at Xanadu, where he would surround himself with Mongol companions and engage in traditional steppe practices. These retreats seem less recreational than restorative, attempts to reconnect with his cultural roots amid the increasingly complex demands of ruling a predominantly Chinese empire. The Khan's relationship with his chosen successor, Temür, who would rule as Emperor Chengzong, offers further insight into his late-life thinking. Unlike earlier Mongol transitions where potential heirs competed militarily for succession, Kublai arranged an orderly transfer of power through bureaucratic channels. He engaged Chinese ritual specialists to formalize Temür's position, creating documentary legitimacy that would withstand challenges. This approach represented a final embrace of Chinese administrative traditions over Mongol customary practices. By 1292, with his health clearly failing, Kublai faced rebellion in the southern Chinese provinces and growing unrest in his Mongolian homeland, where many traditional nobles resented his Sinicization. His response to these dual pressures was characteristically balanced, dispatching Chinese-style bureaucratic investigators to the south, while sending Mongol military commanders to reassert authority in the north. When Kublai Khan died in February 1294, he left behind an empire fundamentally transformed from what he had inherited. The cosmopolitan administrative state he constructed had permanently altered East Asian governance traditions. The commercial networks he fostered had created new patterns of trade that would outlast Yuan dynastic control. The cultural synthesis he embodied had demonstrated possibilities for multiculturalism that challenged traditional assumptions about ethnic and cultural boundaries. What ultimately undermined Kublai's imperial project was not any single policy failure, but the inherent tension between Mongol military power and Chinese administrative complexity. His personal charisma and cultural flexibility had temporarily bridged this divide, but sustaining this balance proved impossible for his successors. Within 3 decades of his death, natural disasters, economic mismanagement, and growing Chinese nationalism would combine to end Mongol rule in China. Yet Kublai's legacy extended far beyond the Yuan dynasty's relatively brief tenure. The administrative geography of modern China still reflects boundaries established under his rule. The concept of China as a multi-ethnic state rather than exclusively Han Chinese traces its roots to Yuan governance models. The integration of Central and East Asian cultural traditions that characterizes northern Chinese cuisine, architecture, and art finds many of its origins in the cultural policies of his reign. Perhaps most significantly, Kublai Khan's rule marked a pivotal moment in global history, when the world's largest land empire attempted to transform itself from a conquest state into a sustainable administrative system. The ultimate failure of this transformation in no way diminishes the ambition of the attempt or its lasting influence on subsequent political formations across Eurasia. As the winter winds swept across the steppes in 1294, they carried away a ruler unlike any before him, a man who had bridged worlds and reimagined what empire could mean. The great Khan was gone, but the world he had remade would never be the same. You're stepping into the everyday life of ancient Egypt, far from the grand temples and royal processions. Here, along the Nile's banks and within mud brick villages, ordinary people wake each morning to work that has sustained their families for generations. The rhythm of their days follows the river, the sun and the seasons, creating a world held together by routine, shared labour, and the quiet knowledge of how things have always been done. You wake before dawn most mornings, not to an alarm but to your body's recognition of first light filtering through the small window, opening near your sleeping mat. The air holds a coolness that will disappear within hours. You sit up slowly, letting your eyes adjust to the dim interior of your home, where your family still sleeps in the comfortable silence of early morning. Your first task, like most mornings, involves water. You reach for the ceramic jar near the doorway, checking its weight. Nearly empty. This means a walk to the riverbank or to the village well before the day grows hot. You step outside into air that feels gentle against your skin, carrying the faint dampness that rises from the Nile each night. Other people are already moving through the village. You see a neighbour lifting her own water jar onto her shoulder, balancing it with practiced ease. A man passes, leading a donkey loaded with bundles of reeds. Children who woke early play quietly near a doorway, drawing shapes in the dust with sticks. No one speaks much yet. Morning feels like a time for movement rather than conversation. The path to the river follows the same route you've taken since childhood. Your feet know each dip and rise in the packed earth. Date palms create patches of shade along the way. You notice the season by small signs, the height of the river against its banks, the colour of the water, and whether certain plants have begun to flower or fade. These details tell you what work needs doing, what foods might be available, and how the weeks ahead will unfold. At the riverbank you find others already filling their jars. The water moves slowly here, barely rippling. You kneel on the smooth stones worn by countless people performing this same task. The water feels cool as you dip your jar beneath the surface, letting it fill gradually to avoid stirring up silt from the bottom. You lift it carefully, testing its weight before hoisting it onto your hip for the walk home. On your return, you pause where someone has set up a simple arrangement of baskets containing vegetables and dried fish. This isn't a formal market, just a neighbour with extra produce from their garden plot. You trade a small piece of linen you wove last week for a handful of onions and some lettuce. The exchange happens with nods and brief words. Both of you know roughly what things are worth, and what constitutes fairness in these small transactions. Back home, you pour some water into a shallow bowl for washing, and save the rest for cooking and drinking throughout the day. Your family begins to stir. Your youngest child sits up, rubbing sleep from his eyes. Your wife moves to the grinding stones to begin working grain into flour, a task that takes up a portion of nearly every morning. The sound of stone against stone creates a steady, rhythmic scraping that carries through the village as other women do the same work in their homes. After a simple breakfast of bread and some dates, you head to your work. If you're a farmer, this means walking to the fields that your family has cultivated for generations. The Nile's annual flooding has left behind rich, dark soil that needs little encouragement to produce wheat and barley. You check the irrigation channels, making sure water flows where it should. Sometimes a channel gets blocked with debris or mud, requiring you to clear it with your hands or a simple wooden tool. If you work with your hands in other ways, your morning might involve gathering materials. Reed cutters wade into the marshes where papyrus grows tall and thick. You grasp a stem near its base and slice through it with a curved blade, then gather the reeds into bundles. The work requires attention, but not constant thought. Your hands know what to do. The marsh birds continue their activities around you, barely noticing your presence. Clay workers walk to riverbanks where the mud has the right consistency. You test it with your fingers, looking for that particular texture that will shape well without crumbling. You fill baskets with the clay and carry it back to your work area, where you'll shape it into pots, dishes or bricks over the coming days. Each load represents future objects that your household or neighbours will use until they eventually break and need replacing. Wood is scarce in this landscape, so those who work with it move carefully through stands of acacia trees or tamarisk, selecting branches that can become tool handles, furniture parts, or supports for doorways. You don't cut living trees without need. Instead, you look for dead branches, fallen limbs, and wood that the river has deposited during flood season. You recognise which woods will split easily, which will hold up under weight, and which work best for different purposes. Gathering fuel for cooking fires involves collecting dried dung from livestock pens and fields where animals graze. This isn't unpleasant work, just practical. The dried material burns steadily and provides the heat needed for baking bread and cooking stews. Children often help with this task, filling baskets and carrying them home. They learn early that nothing gets wasted, that every material has its use in keeping daily life running smoothly. Women and girls gather wild plants that supplement cultivated foods. You know which marsh grasses have edible roots, which desert plants produce seeds worth collecting, and when different plants reach their peak. This knowledge passes from mothers to daughters through years of walking the same paths, pointing out plants and teaching when to harvest and what to avoid. You fill the fold of your linen dress with your findings, carrying them home to sort and prepare. The village well serves as another gathering point. If your home isn't close to the river, you come here instead, taking your turn at the rope and bucket. While waiting, you hear bits of news. Someone's daughter is marrying into a family from the next village, someone's goat gave birth to twins, and someone needs help replastering their roof. Information flows naturally in these spaces where people pause in their work. Basketry materials require regular collecting. You need palm fronds, reeds, and tough grasses to weave the containers that hold everything in your household. You gather these materials in quantity when you find them, storing them in a dry place until needed. The work of gathering never really ends. As soon as you've collected enough of one material, another runs low and needs replenishing. By mid-morning, most people have completed their first round of gathering and returned home or to work areas. The temperature has risen noticeably. You see people seeking shade as they continue their tasks, moving their work under trees or beneath simple reed shelters. The urgency of early morning has passed. Now comes the steadier rhythm of the main workday, where tasks begun this morning will continue through the afternoon. You sit in the shade of your home's outer wall, examining a basket that has developed a split along one side. This basket has carried vegetables from the garden and grain from storage for several years. You don't discard it. Instead, you soak some reed strips in water until they become pliable, then weave them through the damaged section, reinforcing the weak spot. Your fingers move almost without conscious direction, following patterns you've repeated countless times. Within a short while, the basket is whole again, ready for more years of use. Repair work fills a significant portion of daily life. Objects break, materials wear down, and structures need attention. You address these needs as they arise, usually before they become serious problems. This morning's maintenance keeps everything functioning without requiring dramatic interventions or expensive replacements. Your neighbour sits nearby, working on a cracked grinding stone. He examines where the stone has split, determining if it can still be used or needs replacing. The crack isn't severe. He'll continue using it for now, but he's already thinking about where to obtain a new stone when this one finally gives out completely. That might not happen for months or even years, but awareness of eventual need guides his planning. Clothing requires constant attention. Linen fabric, while durable, develops tears and worn spots with regular use. Women spend parts of most days mending garments, using bone needles and linen thread to close seams and reinforce areas that receive the most stress. A man's loincloth that tears at the waist gets a new tie. A child's dress that has grown too short receives an added band of fabric at the hem. Nothing gets thrown away while it can still serve a purpose. You watch your wife work on a piece of weaving, creating new linen from thread she spun herself. The loom stands upright, leaning against the house wall. She works the shuttle back and forth, building the fabric row by row. This slow, methodical process eventually produces the material your family uses for clothing, bedding, and trading. She can work while also keeping an eye on the children and participating in conversations with neighbours who pass by. Pottery repair happens regularly. Clay vessels crack or chip. For small damage, you make a paste from mud and use it to seal the crack. For larger breaks, you might drill small holes on either side of the break and tie the pieces together with cord. A pot that can no longer hold liquids might still serve for storing dry goods. Even broken pieces get ground up and mixed into new clay rather than discarded. Your home itself needs regular maintenance. The mud brick walls don't last forever without care. You mix new mud with chopped straw and water, creating a plaster that you spread over areas where the wall has begun to crumble or crack. The work isn't difficult, just repetitive. You smooth the mud with your hands, working it into all the gaps and weak spots. Once it dries, it blends with the existing wall, adding strength and extending the structure's life. Roof repair requires more effort. The roof consists of wooden beams covered with reed mats and topped with mud. When rain comes, rare but hard, it can wash away some of the mud covering or loosen the reeds. You climb onto the roof several times a year to check its condition and make repairs. You replace old reed mats with new ones, add fresh mud where needed, and make sure water will drain properly rather than pooling and seeping through. Tools need sharpening and repair. You take your hoe to a neighbour who has skill with stone and metal. He examines the blade, noting where it has worn down or developed nicks. Using careful strikes with a harder stone, he reshapes the edge, making it effective again. You'll return his help later when he needs assistance with a task that requires more than one person. This exchange of skills and labour holds the community together without formal accounting. Fishing nets need constant attention if you make your living from the river. You spread the net on the ground and examine every section, looking for breaks in the cordage. Where you find damage, you tie new cord into place, matching the net's pattern. This work requires good light and patience. Rush through it, and you'll miss problems that will cost you fish later. Take your time, and the net will serve reliably when you cast it into the water. Boats require even more careful maintenance. Whether you own a small reed boat for personal use, or work on a larger wooden vessel, you check it regularly for damage. Reed boats need rebinding where the bundles have begun to separate. Wooden boats need their seams sealed with pitch and resin to prevent leaking. You turn the boat over to examine its bottom, looking for areas where wear has made the hull thin or weak. Early attention to small problems prevents larger failures that could leave you stranded on the water. Storage containers for grain and other foods need protection against moisture and pests. You coat the insides of large clay vessels with a mixture that helps preserve their contents. You check wooden boxes and baskets for signs of insects or mould. Good storage means your food lasts from one harvest to the next, providing security through seasons when fresh food becomes scarce. Children learn repair work by watching and helping. A young boy holds tools for his father while a broken plough gets fixed. A girl watches her mother mend clothing, learning which stitches work best for different types of tears. By the time children reach adolescence, they already possess many of the skills they'll need to maintain their own households. This knowledge transfers through quiet demonstration rather than formal teaching. You notice that repair work creates a meditative state. Your hands stay busy while your mind wanders or rests. You think about tomorrow's tasks, remember past events, or simply exist in the moment without particular thoughts demanding attention. The repetitive nature of the work allows for this kind of mental ease, making it restful despite being physical labour. Older people in the village often specialise in repair work that requires experience and knowledge rather than physical strength. An elderly woman might spend her days repairing baskets while sitting in the shade, her skilled fingers working quickly through problems that would stump younger people. An older man might shape replacement tool handles, drawing on decades of knowledge about which woods work best and how to shape them for comfortable use and long life. Seasonal changes affect repair work. After the flood season, many items need attention due to the moisture and rough handling during that busy time. After harvest, tools that saw heavy use need care before storage. You develop a mental calendar of when different types of maintenance typically become necessary, preparing for these needs in advance when possible. The afternoon grows hotter, and you move your repair work to a shadier spot. You'll continue until the temperature becomes truly uncomfortable, then pause for rest before resuming later when things cool down. The pace of work adjusts naturally to the day's conditions. No one expects maximum effort during the hottest hours. That would be wasteful of energy and potentially harmful. Instead, you work steadily when conditions allow and rest when they don't. You live surrounded by people you've known your entire life. The village consists mostly of extended families whose connections go back generations. Your neighbour to one side is your cousin. The family across the narrow lane shares a grandparent with your father. This web of relationships shapes daily life in ways that don't require explanation or enforcement. Children move freely between households. A child playing near your doorway might belong to your sister's family, your neighbour's family, or your own family. Adults keep a general watch over all children without strict assignment of responsibility. If a child wanders too close to danger, whoever notices will redirect them. If a child needs food or water, they can get it from any nearby adult. This collective care means children rarely lack supervision, even though no single person watches them constantly. You share labour naturally when tasks require more hands than one household can provide. Building a new storage shed, replastering a large wall, or moving heavy stones becomes a group activity. People show up without formal invitation, understanding that today you need help and tomorrow someone else will. You work together in comfortable silence or with light conversation, breaking periodically to drink water or rest in the shade. Food sharing happens regularly without formal ritual. If your family has caught extra fish, you give some to neighbours. When someone bakes more bread than their household needs, they distribute the surplus. No one tracks these exchanges precisely. The assumption is that everything balances over time, that generosity flows in all directions, and that everyone benefits from this informal system. A family experiencing temporary hardship receives food and help from others without shame or obligation to repay quickly. Knowledge passes between neighbours constantly. You mention that your onions are being affected by some kind of pest. An older neighbour describes a mixture of water and crushed leaves that might help. Another person suggests planting something different in that spot next season. You try these suggestions, and if they work, you'll pass the information along to someone else facing a similar problem. The village collectively holds far more knowledge than any individual possesses. Disputes happen, but rarely escalate. If your goat wanders into someone's garden and causes damage, you apologise and help repair any harm done. If someone's child accidentally breaks something of yours, the parents acknowledge it and make things right. The close quarters and extended relationships encourage resolution rather than ongoing conflict. Holding grudges becomes too costly when you see the person every day and rely on them for various forms of help and cooperation. Women gather in the mornings to grind grain together. This work goes faster with company, and the time becomes social. You talk about children, about whose palm tree is producing well this year, and about small, funny incidents that happened recently. Laughter comes easily. The sound of multiple grinding stones creates a rhythm that carries across the village, marking the morning hours as surely as the sun's position. Men often work near each other even when performing individual tasks. You might repair a fishing net while your brother-in-law shapes a new hoe handle, and your neighbour patches his sandals. Being together makes the work feel less solitary. If someone encounters a problem, others can offer suggestions or assistance. The loose congregation of people creates a sense of companionship without requiring constant interaction. Elderly members of the community receive care from the whole village. If an old woman can no longer walk to the river for water, younger women bring it to her. If an elderly man needs help with repairs to his home, others take care of it without being asked. In return, older people offer wisdom, settle occasional disputes, and provide childcare when their mobility allows. Their presence stabilizes the community, connecting present activity to past experience. Skill specialization exists but isn't rigid. One person might have a particular talent with pottery, another with basket weaving, and another with carpentry. People seek out these specialists when they need something made well, but everyone possesses basic competence in most necessary tasks. If the potter needs a basket, he can make it himself, even though it won't be as fine as what the basket weaver would produce. This widespread capability means the community doesn't become helpless if one skilled person is unavailable. Children learn adult work through gradual inclusion. A young girl begins by watching her mother bake bread, then helps with simple tasks like adding fuel to the fire, then assists with mixing dough, and eventually makes bread herself while her mother watches. A boy follows his father to the fields, first just walking along, then carrying light loads, then learning to use tools, and finally working independently. This progression happens naturally over years without formal stages or ceremonies. Families often work their fields or pursue their crafts side by side. Your field borders your brother's field, making it easy to talk while you both work. If one of you finishes a task earlier, you might help the other complete theirs. This cooperation increases efficiency without requiring planning or meetings. It simply makes sense to help each other when you're already present and able. Evening brings different patterns of gathering. After the main work ends, people sit outside their homes, enjoying cooler air and softer light. Conversations happen between doorways. Someone might be carving a piece of wood, another person braiding rope, and another person just sitting and watching children play. The atmosphere feels relaxed, with no urgency pushing anyone to accomplish specific goals. Music sometimes emerges spontaneously. Someone begins singing while they work. Others might join in or might not. A person with a simple flute plays a melody that drifts across the village. These moments of music create shared pleasure without interrupting other activities. The songs often have words everyone knows and verses that have been sung for generations, telling stories or describing seasonal changes or simply celebrating ordinary life. Festivals and celebrations punctuate the year, bringing more formal gatherings. But even these maintain an easy, familiar quality rather than requiring elaborate preparation or exotic elements. People wear clean clothing, share special foods, and perhaps dance or play games. Children especially enjoy these breaks from routine. The celebrations acknowledge the seasons, the river's cycles, and the community's continuation through another year. The village functions through habit as much as through active cooperation. You know when your neighbour typically goes to the river, so you time your trip differently to avoid crowding. You understand which paths people prefer for different purposes, so you don't block them with your activities. These small adjustments happen unconsciously, creating order without rules or enforcement. Strangers rarely appear in the village. When they do, people approach them with cautious curiosity rather than fear or hostility. A travelling merchant might arrive with goods from distant areas. People examine what's offered and make some trades, and the merchant moves on. A message carrier bringing news from another village receives food and rest before continuing. The occasional presence of outsiders reminds you that your world extends beyond immediate surroundings, even though most of your life unfolds within a small, familiar territory. The sun reaches its highest point, and you feel the temperature increase noticeably. This isn't a signal to stop working entirely, but everyone automatically adjusts their pace and location. You move from direct sunlight into shade. If you've been performing strenuous physical labour, you switch to lighter tasks or simply pause. Your body has learned over years to recognise when pushing forward would be unwise. You sit with your back against the cool mud brick wall of your home, feeling the contrast between the wall's temperature and the heated air. Others in your family and throughout the village make similar adjustments. The streets become quieter. The sounds of grinding stones and hammering fade. Children retreat to shaded areas, their play becoming calmer and less energetic. Water becomes especially important during these hours. You drink from the jar you filled this morning, feeling the liquid cool your throat and settle in your stomach. You wet a cloth and wipe your face, neck and arms, removing dust and sweat. This simple act refreshes you without requiring much effort or water. The damp cloth also helps lower your body temperature slightly as the moisture evaporates. Some people use this time for tasks that don't require movement or exertion. Your wife continues her sewing in the shade, her hands working slowly and steadily. An older child practices writing on a piece of broken pottery, forming the symbols they're learning. A neighbour repairs a sandal, the leatherwork requiring attention but not physical strength. These activities maintain productivity while respecting the day's thermal peak. Sleep isn't uncommon during these hours. You might lie down on a mat inside your home, where the walls block direct sunlight and provide relative coolness. Your eyes close, your breathing deepens. This rest isn't full nighttime sleep, just a brief surrender to the body's preference for stillness when conditions become uncomfortable. You wake naturally after a short time, feeling somewhat restored and ready to resume work. Babies and young children almost always sleep during these hours. The heat affects them more strongly than adults, and their bodies demand more frequent rest anyway. Mothers nurse their infants, then lay them down in the coolest part of the home. Older toddlers curl up on sleeping mats, sometimes several children together, seeking each other's company even in sleep. The household becomes very quiet, most voices dropping to whispers to avoid disturbing these resting children. Animals also seek rest during peak heat. Donkeys stand in whatever shade they can find, heads lowered, appearing almost to doze. Dogs sprawl in dust beneath trees, barely moving. Even birds reduce their activity, calling less frequently and staying within foliage rather than flying between trees. The whole landscape seems to acknowledge the sun's power during these hours and chooses not to challenge it unnecessarily. You notice how rest creates a natural division in the day. Morning work feels like one complete period, ending when heat becomes too strong. Afternoon work, which will resume later, becomes a second period with its own character. This break prevents exhaustion and makes the total amount of work feel more manageable. Without it, the day would feel relentless, wearing you down rather than simply keeping you busy. Conversation during rest periods differs from morning talk. Voices remain lower, quieter. Topics become less practical and more reflective. Someone might mention a dream they had, or recall an event from years ago, or simply make observations about birds or clouds or the quality of light. No one expects quick responses or active engagement. The talk drifts, pauses and resumes without pressure. If you're in the fields rather than the village, you rest beneath whatever trees are available or in the shadow of a wall or large rock. Other workers spread out similarly, each finding their own spot. The fields become still except for the occasional sound of someone shifting position or taking a drink. The landscape shimmers in the heat, making distant objects unclear and wavering. Some people use rest time for grooming and personal care. You might check your fingernails and toenails, trimming them with a sharp stone if needed. You comb through your hair with your fingers, removing tangles and debris. These small acts of maintenance feel satisfying without requiring real energy. They also help you feel more comfortable when you return to work. The river continues flowing regardless of human activity, its sound constant and soothing. If you're resting near the water, you listen to its gentle movement, the way it laps against the banks and swirls around reeds. This sound has accompanied every moment of your life, becoming so familiar you barely notice it consciously. Yet its absence, if you travelled far from the river, would feel strange and unsettling. As the afternoon progresses, the worst heat gradually passes. You sense this shift before you could name any specific change. Perhaps the air feels slightly less heavy. Perhaps shadows have lengthened just a bit. Perhaps your body simply knows it has rested enough. You stand, stretch, and prepare to return to work. Others throughout the village make similar movements. The sounds of activity resume gradually rather than all at once. A grinding stone starts up. Someone calls out to a neighbour. Children emerge from their sleeping spots and begin playing again, their energy renewed. The day's second phase begins naturally, without any signal or announcement. You return to the task you left earlier, or begin a new one if the previous work finished before rest became necessary. Your body feels capable again, ready for several more hours of effort. The rest has served its purpose, not just restoring physical energy, but also providing mental relief from sustained focus. The afternoon stretches ahead, long enough for meaningful accomplishment, but not so long that you can't envision its end. You begin preparing the evening meal while afternoon light still provides good visibility for the detailed work involved. First, you check your supplies, inventorying what's available. The household stores barley and emmer wheat in large clay vessels. You also have onions, garlic, and some dried fish from recent trading. A basket holds dates that are beginning to wrinkle but remain good. Some fresh lettuce and cucumbers came from the garden this morning. Making bread forms the foundation of the meal, as it does most days. You measure out grain and carry it to the grinding stones. These stones, one flat and one curved, have worn smooth hollows from years of use. You pour grain into the hollow of the lower stone, then use the upper stone to grind it with repeated circular motions. The grain gradually breaks down into flour, though it remains coarser than what you could achieve with more time and effort. The grinding produces a rhythmic scraping sound that other women in neighbouring houses also create. You can hear 3 or 4 other families performing the same task at roughly the same time. Your arms develop a steady rhythm that you can maintain for the extended period needed to produce enough flour for your family's bread. The motion becomes almost meditative, requiring attention but not intense concentration. Once you have sufficient flour, you mix it with water in a ceramic bowl. Your hands work the mixture, adding water gradually until the dough reaches the right consistency. Too dry, and it won't hold together. Too wet, and it will stick to everything. You've made bread countless times, and your hands know the feel you're seeking. You knead the dough briefly, then shape it into flat, round loaves. The fire pit sits outside your home, a circle of stones containing ashes and partially burned wood. You add dried dung and some small sticks to the existing coals, blowing gently to encourage flames. The fire catches, growing gradually rather than blazing up all at once. You let it burn until you have a good bed of hot coals, then reduce the flames to a more controlled level. You place the bread loaves directly on hot stones arranged around the fire, turning them periodically to ensure even cooking. The bread begins to firm up, developing a slightly crispy exterior while remaining softer inside. The smell of baking bread drifts through the village, mixing with similar scents from other households. This smell signals the approach of evening and the end of the workday as reliably as the sun's position. While the bread bakes, you prepare other food. You slice onions and garlic, combine them with water and a bit of oil in a clay pot, and set it near the fire to cook slowly. The dried fish gets soaked in water to soften it, then added to the pot. This simple stew will provide flavour and substance beyond the bread. You stir it occasionally, making sure nothing sticks to the bottom of the pot. Fresh vegetables require minimal preparation. You rinse the lettuce and cucumbers in water, then slice them into pieces that can be easily eaten. These will be served raw, providing a crisp texture and fresh taste that contrasts with the cooked elements of the meal. You arrange them on a flat ceramic dish that has survived years of daily use despite several repaired cracks. Dates need only to be checked for any that have spoiled or attracted insects. You sort through them, discarding a few that have gone bad and arranging the rest in a bowl. Dates provide sweetness that most other foods lack. Children especially look forward to them, often eating them as a treat separate from the main meal. You have some beer that you prepared several days ago. The process involves sprouting grain, drying it, grinding it, mixing it with water, and allowing it to ferment. The result is thick, nutritious, and mildly alcoholic. You strain it through a basket to remove solid particles, then pour it into jars for serving. Beer provides hydration, nutrition, and a pleasant mild buzz that helps everyone relax in the evening. The bread finishes baking. You remove each loaf from the hot stones using a folded cloth to protect your hands. The bread has risen slightly and developed brown spots where it contacted the stones. You stack the loaves in a basket, covering them with a cloth to keep them warm and protect them from dust. The stew has simmered long enough for the flavours to blend and the fish to break down into small tender pieces. You taste it, judging whether it needs anything else. Perhaps a bit more water to thin it slightly. You stir in the addition and let it cook a few moments longer. Your children gather as the cooking nears completion, drawn by the smell and by the knowledge that mealtime approaches. They know not to ask for food until you're ready to serve, but they stay close, anticipating. Your husband arrives from the fields, setting down his tools and washing his hands and face before joining the family. You lay out the food on simple ceramic dishes and the woven mat where your family eats. Everyone sits, reaching for bread first, tearing pieces from the loaves. You ladle stew into bowls, passing them around. The vegetables get shared from the common dish, each person taking what they want. The dates remain in their bowl, available throughout the meal. Eating doesn't require much conversation. Hungry people focus on food. The tastes are familiar, comforting rather than exciting. This meal closely resembles yesterday's meal and tomorrow's meal. The consistency provides security rather than boredom. You know what to expect. You know you'll have enough. You know your body will feel satisfied when you finish. Children eat quickly, their hunger demanding immediate satisfaction. Adults eat more slowly, taking time to enjoy the food and the break from work. Someone might comment on the bread's texture, or mention that the fish was particularly good. These observations acknowledge the cook's work without requiring elaborate praise or response. After the main eating finishes, people continue sitting, perhaps having a few more dates or another cup of beer. The children drift away to play briefly before full darkness arrives. Adults talk quietly about tomorrow's plans or about nothing in particular. The empty dishes sit temporarily forgotten, the clean-up something that can wait for the moment. Eventually you gather the dishes and carry them to a large bowl, where you'll wash them with water and sand. The simple friction of sand removes food particles and grease. You rinse the dishes with clean water and stack them to dry. The cooking pot gets similar treatment, though you leave a thin layer of residue that will season it for future use. The fire dies down to coals. You don't extinguish it completely. These coals will make starting tomorrow's fire easier, saving time and fuel. You sweep up any spilled grain or food scraps, feeding them to the household animals or adding them to the compost area. Nothing edible goes to waste. Even scraps have value as feed or fertilizer. The sun lowers toward the horizon, casting long shadows across the village. The quality of light changes, becoming softer and more golden. You feel the temperature dropping, the oppressive heat of midday finally breaking. This shift brings relief and signals the day's end approaching. Work that must finish today receives final attention, while tasks that can wait get set aside for tomorrow. You sit outside your doorway, taking advantage of the pleasant temperature and remaining light. Your wife joins you, bringing simple handwork that doesn't require close focus. She's repairing a tear in a child's clothing, her fingers moving automatically through familiar stitches. You're not doing anything in particular, just resting and watching the village settle into evening. Children play in the narrow lanes between houses, their games growing gentler as their energy wanes. They chase each other at half speed, laughing but without the shrieks that characterised their earlier play. Some draw in the dust with sticks, creating temporary pictures that will be erased by tomorrow's foot traffic. Others sit in small groups, talking and handling simple toys made from clay, wood or bundled reeds. A neighbour passes by, leading their donkey back from the fields. The animal walks slowly, its head bobbing with each step. Its load has been removed, and it seems to understand that work has ended for the day. Your neighbour nods in greeting but doesn't stop. Everyone is engaged in the same process of winding down, and interrupting it with lengthy conversation feels wrong somehow. Smoke rises from cooking fires throughout the village, creating a haze that softens the air and carries mixed scents of baking bread and cooking stews. This communal cloud of smoke marks the transition from work time to home time, from public activity to private family life. The smell has become so associated with evening that you'd probably feel disoriented if it were absent. You hear someone singing in a nearby house, a woman's voice carrying a familiar melody. The song has words you've known since childhood, verses about the river and the harvest and the turning seasons. Other voices occasionally join in for a phrase or two before falling silent again. The music provides a soundtrack to the evening's activities without demanding active listening or participation. A few older children gather around an elderly man who's begun telling a story. He's told this particular story many times before, and the children know most of it, but they listen anyway. The story involves animals that can talk, and a series of mishaps that eventually resolve happily. The old man's voice rises and falls with practiced timing. The children laugh at the funny parts even though they know they're coming. Inside your home, you light a simple oil lamp as the natural light becomes insufficient for seeing clearly. The lamp consists of a shallow dish containing oil with a twisted wick of linen. The flame is small but provides enough light for basic tasks and navigation. Most families have several of these lamps placed strategically around their homes. The flickering light creates moving shadows that give the space a different character than it has during the day. Your youngest child comes to you, tired and ready for sleep earlier than the older children. You pick her up, feeling her weight settle against your chest. She's had a full day of playing, helping with small tasks and exploring her immediate world. Now her body demands rest. You carry her to the sleeping area, lay her on her mat, and cover her with a light piece of linen. She's asleep almost immediately, her breathing deepening into the rhythm of rest. Your wife finishes her mending and sets it aside. She drinks some water, then begins braiding her hair for sleep, working it into a simple plait that will keep it from tangling during the night. You watch this familiar routine, having seen it nearly every evening of your married life. The consistency of these small rituals creates a sense of order and predictability that feels comforting rather than boring. The older children eventually come inside, surrendering to the growing darkness and their own fatigue. They don't need much encouragement to prepare for sleep. They move to their sleeping mats, arranging them in preferred positions. They might talk quietly among themselves for a few minutes, reviewing the day's events or making plans for tomorrow's play. Their voices grow softer and less frequent as sleep overtakes them. You step outside one more time, checking the sky. Stars are beginning to appear, faint at first, but gradually becoming more visible as the last daylight fades. The air has cooled significantly. You can hear the river's constant sound more clearly now that daytime activity has ceased. A dog barks somewhere in the village, its sound carrying clearly in the quiet. Another dog answers briefly, then silence returns. The fire outside has reduced to a few glowing coals. You decide whether to bank it for the night or let it die completely. If you bank it, you cover the coals with ash, which preserves some heat and makes morning fire starting easier. If you let it die, you'll need to start fresh tomorrow, but that's not difficult when you have experience and proper materials. You return inside and secure the door by placing a piece of wood across the opening. This provides minimal security, but the village is safe and theft is rare. The door mainly keeps out animals and provides privacy rather than functioning as serious protection. You check that all family members are present and accounted for, a quick mental inventory that brings reassurance. The oil lamps burn quietly, their flames barely moving. You leave one lamp lit but reduce its wick to conserve oil. The small flame provides just enough light to navigate if someone needs to get up during the night, but not so much that it disturbs sleep. The shadows in the room become deeper, creating a cocoon-like atmosphere that encourages rest. You lie down on your own sleeping mat, feeling the day's accumulated fatigue in your muscles and joints. The mat isn't thick or particularly soft, but you're accustomed to it. Your body relaxes into the familiar surface. Your wife lies nearby, close enough to touch if either of you reaches out. The children's quiet breathing creates a subtle rhythm in the darkness. Tomorrow will bring similar tasks, similar rhythms, and similar challenges. But that thought doesn't trouble you. The consistency means you know what to expect, know you can handle it, and know your family will be fed and safe and together. These certainties allow you to let go of the day without worry, to sink into sleep without your mind churning through anxieties or concerns. The lamp flame wavers slightly as air moves through the room. The night settles fully over the village. All the preparation, all the work, and all the cooperation that sustain this day have brought you to this point of rest. You close your eyes, feeling sleep approach like a gentle tide. You wake in darkness when your infant daughter begins to fuss. The sound starts quietly, just small noises that signal discomfort or hunger rather than true distress. You're alert immediately but not alarmed. Nighttime waking is normal, expected, and part of the natural rhythm of caring for young children. You've done this many times before with your older children, and you'll do it many times more before this child grows past the need for night feeding. You reach for the baby, lifting her gently. Her body feels warm and slightly damp from sleeping in the night's warmth. You settle her against you in the position that works best for nursing, supporting her head and body with practiced ease. She latches quickly, her suckling creating a small rhythmic sound in the quiet house. You lean back against the wall, comfortable enough for the duration of the feeding. The rest of the house remains mostly asleep. Your husband has stirred slightly but not fully awakened. The older children haven't moved. This kind of night waking rarely disturbs the whole household. Everyone has learned to sleep through the quiet sounds of infant care, waking only if something seems genuinely wrong. The remaining oil lamp casts barely any light, just a dim glow that allows you to see shapes and movement without fully illuminating the space. Your eyes have adjusted to the darkness well enough that this minimal light feels sufficient. You don't need to see clearly to care for your baby. Your hands and body know what to do without guidance from your eyes. The baby nurses steadily, her small hands resting against your chest. You feel her gradually relaxing as her hunger eases. These nighttime feedings create moments of quiet connection, just you and this child in the peaceful darkness. During the day, other demands constantly interrupt your attention. At night, there's nothing else requiring your focus. You can simply be present with her without thinking about the dozen other tasks that usually occupy your mind. When she finishes nursing, you hold her upright briefly, gently patting her back until she burps. Then you lay her back down on her mat, covering her again with the light cloth. She settles immediately, her body going limp with satisfied sleepiness. You remain sitting for a moment, making sure she's truly settled before you lie down yourself. An older child wakes, needing to relieve himself. He sits up quietly, then makes his way to the doorway. The family keeps a simple pot near the entrance for nighttime use, avoiding the need to go outside in darkness. The child uses it without difficulty, then returns to his sleeping mat. The whole process happens almost silently, disturbing no one. By the time the child lies back down, he's already falling back into sleep. You hear someone in a neighbouring house moving around, probably dealing with their own child's nighttime needs. The sounds carry easily through the thin walls and in the still night air. You find these sounds companionable rather than intrusive. They remind you that other families are managing the same nighttime routines, that your experiences are shared and normal rather than unique or difficult. Sometimes a child has a bad dream. One of your sons whimpers in his sleep, his body twitching slightly. You move to him quickly, placing a gentle hand on his shoulder. He wakes briefly, disoriented and upset. You speak softly, reassuring him that he's safe, that it was only a dream, and that nothing bad is happening. He calms within moments, his fear dissipating as consciousness returns, and he recognizes his familiar surroundings. He lies back down, and you stay beside him briefly until his breathing deepens again. The night is never completely silent. The river provides constant background sound. Occasionally an animal makes noise outside, a donkey shifting position, or a dog investigating something. These sounds don't alarm you. They're part of the normal nighttime soundscape, familiar and expected. True silence would actually feel strange, perhaps even worrying. If a child becomes ill during the night, you respond calmly. You check for fever by touching their forehead, offer water if they're thirsty, and clean up any mess if they've been sick to their stomach. You know which mild herbs can help with common problems, and you keep some prepared for easy access. Most childhood illnesses pass quickly without needing anything more than comfort and basic care. You stay close to a sick child throughout the night if necessary, sleeping lightly so you can respond to their needs. Your own sleep during these years of young children is rarely unbroken. You've adjusted to this pattern, learning to fall back asleep quickly after attending to a child's needs. Deep sleep still happens, just in shorter periods between wakings. Your body has adapted to this rhythm, taking rest where it can find it rather than demanding 8 uninterrupted hours. Older children and adults might wake to step outside briefly, preferring to walk a short distance from the house rather than use the indoor pot. The night air feels cool and fresh. Stars fill the sky with more brightness than seems possible during the day. You notice the moon's phase without thinking about it, the same way you notice the river's level or the season. This information becomes part of your general awareness of the world's cycles. Occasionally someone has difficulty sleeping, lying awake while their mind churns through worries or plans. When this happens, you don't fight it. You simply lie quietly, resting your body even if your mind won't settle. Sometimes you step outside and sit for a while, looking at the stars and listening to the night sounds. The cool air and change of position often help sleep return. If not, you remain calm, knowing tomorrow's work will happen regardless of whether you slept perfectly tonight. The period before dawn brings the deepest sleep of the night. After whatever middle-of-the-night wakings have occurred, everyone tends to sink into heavier rest during these hours. The house becomes very still. Even the baby sleeps soundly, her small body finally satisfied with milk and rest. This is the time when you truly rest, when your body repairs itself from the previous day's work and prepares for the next day's demands. You wake gradually as first light begins to penetrate the darkness. You don't rise immediately. Instead, you lie quietly, noticing your body's transition from sleep to wakefulness. Your mind becomes aware before your body wants to move. You hear the first morning sounds beginning outside, birds calling, someone else starting their fire, and the village beginning its daily return to activity. The baby wakes and needs feeding again. You nurse her while still lying down, both of you drowsy and comfortable. The older children begin to stir, their movements becoming less still as consciousness returns. Your husband sits up, stretching and preparing to face the day. The night has done its work, providing rest and renewal. Now morning arrives again, bringing with it the familiar cycle of tasks and rhythms that structure your life. The routines you follow each day are the same routines your parents followed, and their parents before them, reaching back through more generations than anyone can count. The methods for grinding grain, building homes, weaving baskets and catching fish have changed little over centuries. This continuity creates a deep stability that allows life to proceed without constant reinvention or adaptation to dramatic change. You inhabit a world where knowledge accumulates gradually and then plateaus. Your grandparents knew essentially everything you need to know to sustain your life. They taught your parents, who taught you, and you're now teaching your children. The substance of this teaching remains constant. How to read the river's moods, when to plant and harvest, which materials work best for different purposes, how to maintain tools and structures, and how to live cooperatively within a close community. The gods exist in your awareness and occasionally receive offerings or acknowledgement, but they don't dominate daily life. You're not particularly religious in any intense sense. The divine feels distant, concerned with large matters beyond your immediate experience. Your practical concerns centre on crops, family, neighbours, and the steady progression of seasons. The massive temples and elaborate rituals belong to a different world than the one you inhabit most directly. Similarly, the pharaoh rules in theory but affects your daily life minimally. You're aware of his existence. You know your village exists within a larger political structure. Occasionally officials pass through collecting taxes or organising labour for large projects. But these intrusions are infrequent. Most days you live without thinking about royal authority or national politics. Your immediate world consists of people you know personally and work you understand completely. This narrow scope might seem limiting, but you don't experience it as confinement. You have everything necessary for life: food, shelter, family, community, and purpose. The lack of variety doesn't trouble you because you've never experienced anything different. The life you're living is the life everyone has always lived in this place. It feels complete rather than restricted. The Nile provides the foundation for everything. Its annual flood brings the silt that enriches your fields. Its water sustains crops, livestock, and people. Its fish supplement your diet. Its reeds provide building materials. Its predictable cycle gives structure to your year and your planning. The river's presence is so constant that you'd struggle to imagine life without it. Some of your ancestors long ago must have migrated to this valley, but that history has been forgotten. Now you simply belong here, part of a landscape shaped by the river's rhythms. Your village continues because each generation successfully raises the next. Children grow into adults who take over their parents' roles. Young people marry, combining families and creating new households that resemble their parents' households. The cycle repeats endlessly, each iteration almost identical to the previous one. This repetition creates profound stability, but also means individual lives blend together, becoming variations on the same essential pattern rather than unique stories. You're aware of other villages along the river, some nearby and some distant. Occasionally people travel between communities for trade or marriage. News filters through these connections, though slowly. You might hear about a particularly good harvest in a village 2 days' walk away, or learn that a skilled craftsperson has moved to a different area. But these distant events rarely affect you directly. Your world remains primarily local, focused on the people and places you encounter regularly. The work you do sustains life but doesn't dramatically improve it. Each generation lives approximately as well as the previous generation. Better weather might bring better crops in one year, and worse weather might bring hardship in another. But over time, things balance out to a consistent level of modest sufficiency. You have enough, which feels like the right amount rather than too little. The concept of having much more than enough doesn't really enter your thinking. Death comes periodically to the village, sometimes to the old, sometimes to the young, and sometimes to people in their productive years. You accept this as inevitable rather than fighting against it or demanding explanations. When someone dies, their family mourns, the community helps with burial preparations, and life continues. The dead person's role gets filled by someone else, usually a family member. The gap they leave closes quickly out of practical necessity. Memory persists for a while, then fades as new births and deaths create fresh memories. Your own individual significance feels small but not depressing. You're part of something larger than yourself, your family, your village, the long chain of ancestors who lived before you, and descendants who will live after you. This larger context gives meaning to your daily work even when that work seems repetitive or mundane. You're maintaining something important, keeping the pattern going, and ensuring that life continues in the way it should. The physical landscape around you bears the marks of human activity going back many lifetimes. The fields you work were cleared and shaped by your ancestors. The paths you walk have been worn smooth by countless feet. The irrigation channels follow routes established so long ago that no one remembers their creation. You're inhabiting and maintaining a landscape created by cumulative human effort over centuries. Stories circulate in the village about the old days, though these stories have become more myth than history. People speak of ancestors who were unusually wise, strong, or skilled. They mention events that happened long ago, though the details have grown vague. These stories create a sense of connection to the past, without providing precise historical knowledge. They suggest that people have always lived roughly as you live now, facing similar challenges and finding similar solutions. The future feels like it will resemble the past. You expect your children to live much as you've lived, your grandchildren to repeat the same patterns. Change happens, but slowly enough that it's barely perceptible within a single lifetime. A tool design might improve slightly. A crop variety might prove more productive. Building techniques might evolve gradually, but the fundamental shape of life remains constant. This stability allows you to face each day without anxiety about what it might bring. You know what needs doing. You know how to do it. You know others will help when necessary. You trust that the river will flood, crops will grow, children will be born, and life will continue. This trust isn't blind faith, but accumulated experience verified by generations of consistent patterns. As evening approaches and you prepare for sleep once again, you feel the day folding into the endless sequence of similar days that stretches behind you and ahead of you. Tomorrow will bring the same basic tasks with minor variations. The season will progress according to its established pattern. Your children will grow incrementally older. The village will continue functioning through the combined small efforts of all its members. You settle onto your sleeping mat, your body tired from work but satisfied by accomplishment. The day has been neither exceptional nor disappointing, just normal in the best sense of the word. You've done what needed doing, maintained what needed maintaining, and cared for those who needed care. This is enough. This has always been enough. This will continue to be enough for as long as anyone can imagine. The darkness deepens around you. The village grows quiet. The river flows on as it has always flowed. Your breathing slows and deepens. Sleep comes easily, naturally without resistance. Tomorrow waits, patient and predictable, ready to unfold in ways that require no explanation, because they've been repeated countless times before. You rest in the knowledge that you're part of something stable, something ongoing, something that works. Imagine yourself seated at your kitchen table on a Tuesday morning in October 1929, perhaps enjoying coffee from your beloved mug, the one that hasn't yet developed a chip in its handle. You're flipping through the newspaper, probably complaining about something perfectly mundane, like how the neighbour's dog keeps digging up your petunias. Life feels predictable, even a little boring. Then the phone rings, or maybe you hear it on the radio. The stock market has crashed. The stock market has not merely faltered or experienced a difficult day, but it has plummeted completely and catastrophically. Within hours, everything you thought you knew about your comfortable little world starts shifting beneath your feet like sand. Now you might be thinking, what does Wall Street have to do with my dinner table? Get ready to learn that everything is connected in ways that will make your head spin. Before the crash, American kitchens were experiencing a period of prosperity. Electric refrigerators replaced the old ice boxes that required actual blocks of ice. Consider how you might explain that to someone today. Yes, dear, a man came by twice a week with frozen water. No, we couldn't make our own. Cooking became easier with the newfangled appliances, and grocery stores brimmed with an abundance of options that would have left your grandmother dizzy. Families were eating beef roasts on Sundays, fresh vegetables from local farms, and desserts that didn't require a mathematical equation to figure out sugar ratios. Bread was white and fluffy, not because it was healthier, but because it felt fancy and modern. The poor ate brown bread, but America was far from impoverished. But here's the thing about prosperity. It's often built on a foundation that's more wobbly than anyone wants to admit. Banks were lending money recklessly, individuals were purchasing stocks with funds they lacked, and farmers were producing more food than the nation could consume. It was like a giant game of Jenga and someone was about to pull out the wrong block. When that crash came, it wasn't just rich investors in fancy suits who felt it. The ripple effect spread faster than gossip in a small town. Banks closed their doors, taking people's savings with them. Factories shut down, sending workers home with empty pockets. Suddenly, the cosy, middle-class way of life you'd been relishing vanished. The concept vanished as swiftly as ice cream on a sweltering summer day. The cruel irony was that there was still ample food available for cultivation. Farms across America were still producing wheat, corn, vegetables, and livestock. The problem wasn't that food had disappeared, it was that nobody had money to buy it. It's like being locked outside your house with the keys sitting right there on the kitchen counter, visible but completely out of reach. This is where our story really begins, because when people can't afford food, they get creative. By creative, I mean they learn to create meals using ingredients that would make modern food bloggers cry. Forget your artisanal this and organic that. People were about to discover that survival cooking is its kind of art form, though not necessarily one you'd want to Instagram. So there you were, perhaps still sitting at that same kitchen table, but now instead of casually reading the newspaper, you're studying it like it holds the secrets of the universe. Which ads are offering work? What stores are having sales? And most importantly, how can you feed your family on what feels like pocket change? The adventure was just beginning, although nobody referred to it as such at that time. They were too busy figuring out how to stretch a dollar until it screamed, and wondering how something as basic as putting food on the table had suddenly become the most challenging puzzle they'd ever faced. You know how today you might spend 20 minutes deciding between 17 different types of pasta sauce, weighing the merits of organic versus regular versus the store brand? Well, imagine if your entire grocery budget was less than what you now spend on a single lunch out, and suddenly those choices become a lot more focused. By 1932, the average family was spending about $15 a week on groceries, which sounds ridiculously cheap until you realise that's in 1932 dollars, and most people were lucky to have any dollars at all. It's as if someone handed you Monopoly money and instructed you to use it until next Thursday. Your grocery shopping strategy had to become more sophisticated than a military operation. First, you'd check every pocket, purse, and couch cushion for loose change. Discovering a nickel felt like unearthing a hidden treasure. Then you'd sit down with a pencil and paper, no fancy smartphone apps for budget tracking, and plan your shopping trip with the precision of a NASA mission. Every purchase had to serve multiple purposes, and luxury items like fresh meat or white sugar were carefully weighed against necessities like flour and potatoes. The grocery stores themselves started looking different too. Gone were the abundant displays and cheerful abundance of the Roaring Twenties. Shelves became sparser, and storekeepers started extending credit to long-time customers, keeping handwritten ledgers of who owed what. It was like a neighbourhood favour system, except the favours were keeping families from going hungry. You learned to think like a pioneer, even though you lived in town. Bulk purchases made sense when you could afford them. A large sack of flour might cost more up front, but it would last longer and cost less per pound than buying smaller amounts. Of course, such an arrangement required actually having enough money for bulk purchases, which was often a catch-22 situation that would make your head hurt if you thought about it too much. Shopping became a social activity in ways it had never been before. Women would compare notes on which stores had the best prices, share recipes for making meals stretch, and sometimes even pool their money for bulk purchases they'd divide up later. It was like having a very practical book club, except instead of discussing literature, you were debating whether potatoes were cheaper per pound at Miller's Market or Thompson's Grocery. The butcher became both your trusted companion and your greatest obstacle. While meat was costly, bones were inexpensive, and a quality soup bone could serve as the basis for numerous meals. You would request the cuts that were previously intended for pet food, and the butcher would frequently include surplus fat at no cost, which you would then cook and utilise in ways that would shock contemporary nutritionists, yet ensured your family's sustenance. Seasonal shopping took on new meaning. Summer meant fresh vegetables and fruits when they were cheapest, but it also meant thinking ahead to winter. Canning became less of a hobby and more of a survival skill. Your kitchen might fill up with mason jars like a general store, each one representing a meal saved for the months when fresh food would become even pricier. Store credit evolved into a delicate balance between dignity and desperation. Storekeepers knew their customers personally. They knew your family, your situation, and your history of payment. Getting credit wasn't just about financial reliability. It was about being part of the community. But using that credit meant admitting you needed help, which was harder for some people than others. The psychology of shopping changed too. You'd find yourself calculating not just price per pound, but meals per dollar. A bag of dried beans might be boring, but it could feed your family for a week if you knew how to cook them right. Meanwhile, that fresh apple that looked so appealing might represent an entire day's budget for luxury foods. Your bags may have been lighter when you got home, but your mental load was definitely heavier. You weren't just carrying groceries. You were carrying the responsibility of making every ingredient count, every meal matter, and every dollar stretch as far as humanly possible. And you were about to learn that creativity in the kitchen wasn't just nice, it was absolutely essential. Here's something that might surprise you. Before the Great Depression, leftover food was often just thrown away. Can you imagine? Families would actually toss perfectly delicious food because it was a day old or didn't look as appealing as when it was fresh. If you told someone from 1935 that people in the future would throw away food because it was approaching its expiration date, they'd probably think you were describing some kind of fantasy world. But once money became scarce, leftovers transformed from kitchen waste into precious resources. Every scrap of food became the star of its own potential meal, and home cooks developed an almost supernatural ability to resurrect yesterday's dinner into something that felt new and exciting, or at least edible. Take bread, for example. In better times, day-old bread might have been tossed to the birds or used for kindling. But during the Depression, stale bread became the foundation of entire meals. Bread pudding wasn't just a dessert, it was a way to use up every last crust. Breadcrumbs extended meatloaf, and bread soaked in milk became a filling breakfast that cost almost nothing. The art of the leftover soup became so refined that it was practically a science. You'd start with whatever scraps of meat remained from Sunday's dinner, maybe just some gristle and bones that today would go straight into the trash. Add some wilted vegetables that were past their prime, throw in yesterday's mashed potatoes for thickness, and suddenly you had a new meal that could feed the whole family. Every kitchen developed its own leftover ecosystem. People saved meat drippings and used them to flavour vegetables. Vegetable cooking water became the base for soups because throwing away anything with potential nutrients felt almost criminal. Even coffee grounds got reused, sometimes multiple times, until they were producing something that barely resembled coffee, but still provided a hot, caffeinated beverage. The psychology of leftovers changed completely. Instead of being considered somehow inferior to fresh food, leftovers became challenges to creativity. A good cook could take completely unrelated remnants and somehow make them work together in harmony. It was akin to performing as a culinary DJ, combining various ingredients to create a dish that exceeded its individual components. Casseroles emerged as the ideal way to utilize leftovers, even though they weren't referred to as casseroles in the past. They were simply anything we could combine in one pot. Have some leftover chicken. Mix it with yesterday's vegetables and top with whatever starch you could manage. Although it was unrefined, it provided a substantial meal, was cost-effective and effectively utilised all items that could have otherwise been discarded. The transformation of leftovers also changed how families thought about meal planning. Instead of planning individual meals, you started thinking in terms of food chains, how Sunday's roast chicken would become Monday's chicken salad, Tuesday's chicken soup, and Wednesday's chicken and dumplings. It was like meal planning chess, thinking several moves ahead. Children grew up with an entirely different relationship to food waste than their parents had. Not only was leaving food on your plate considered bad manners, but it also represented a significant waste of family resources. Kids learned to clean their plates not because of starving children in far-off countries, but because that leftover bite might be tomorrow's lunch. The creative leftover culture led to some surprisingly tasty discoveries. Combinations that seemed weird on paper actually worked well together. Leftover mashed potatoes mixed with flour became potato pancakes. Yesterday's vegetables mixed with eggs became frittatas before anyone knew what to call them. In ways that would influence American cooking for generations, necessity became the driving force behind invention. Storage became an art form too. Without reliable refrigeration in many homes, keeping leftovers safe required timing, temperature control, and a bit of luck. Root cellars, cool pantries, and even outdoor storage in winter became part of the leftover management system. You had to eat things in the right order to prevent spoilage, which meant planning your leftover consumption as carefully as your original meals. Looking back, this leftover revolution created cooking skills that modern Americans have largely lost. These skills, such as the ability to look at random ingredients and see potential meals, to stretch food beyond its obvious uses, and to waste absolutely nothing, were not just survival skills from the Depression era. They were the foundation of a more sustainable and creative approach to cooking that we could probably learn from today, even if we never want to have to rely on it quite so desperately. Imagine opening your pantry today and discovering that half the ingredients you normally use for cooking have disappeared. They were not spoiled or sold out at the store. They were just completely unavailable, or so expensive that they might as well have been made of gold. That's essentially what happened during the Great Depression, when basic ingredients became luxury items and home cooks had to become kitchen chemists, figuring out how to create familiar flavours and textures using whatever they could actually afford. Sugar was one of the first casualties. Real white sugar became so expensive that it was rationed out like precious gems. Families used honey when they could, molasses when they couldn't, and sometimes corn syrup or sugar substitutes made from their own beets. Desserts took on entirely different flavour profiles. Less cloyingly sweet, more complex, and sometimes earthy. Your grandmother's cookies probably tasted nothing like what you'd expect biscuits to taste like today. Butter virtually disappeared from many family tables, replaced by whatever fat was cheapest and available. Occasionally it was lard, which at least provided richness and flavour. Sometimes it was vegetable shortening, which was cheaper but didn't taste like much of anything. And sometimes families learned to cook with no fat at all, creating dishes that were healthier than they realised, but probably a lot less satisfying than what they remembered from better times. Meat substitution evolved into a complex game of culinary fantasy. People extended ground meat with breadcrumbs, oatmeal, or any spare grain, resulting in meatloaf that contained more filler than actual meat. Sometimes families made entire meals that were designed to taste like they contained meat, but were actually made from beans, vegetables, and creative seasoning. It was like culinary theatre. Everyone pretended it was the real thing, and occasionally the pretending was so good that it almost worked. Coffee was another heartbreaker. Real coffee became so expensive that families started mixing it with chicory, dandelion root, or whatever else could provide a bitter hot beverage that felt like coffee in the morning. Some substitutes weren't terrible. Chicory actually has a pleasant, earthy flavour. Others were more about the ritual than the taste, because starting the day with a hot cup of something was psychologically important, even if that something bore only a passing resemblance to actual coffee. Vanilla extract, which today you buy without thinking, became a luxury item that required creative substitution. Families learned to use almond extract sparingly, or to make their own flavourings from whatever was available. Some learned to make vanilla from scratch, though the process was time-consuming and the results were hit or miss. Baking became an exercise in making desserts that tasted good, without relying on the flavour enhancers that had become too expensive. Milk was often watered down or substituted entirely. Powdered milk, when available, was mixed thinner than recommended to make it last longer. Sometimes families made milk from other sources. Nut-based beverages weren't trendy health choices, but desperate substitutions for something that had become unaffordable. Children grew up thinking that thin, slightly off-tasting milk was normal, not knowing they were drinking a diluted substitute for the real thing. Even salt, something we take completely for granted today, sometimes required substitution. Families learned to use herbs, vinegar, or other flavour enhancers to improve food taste without relying on salt they couldn't afford. Gardens became medicine cabinets and spice racks, with families growing whatever they could to add flavour to otherwise bland meals. The psychology of substitution was complex. On one hand, it was practical and necessary. You used what you had because you didn't have choices, but it was also a way of maintaining normalcy and dignity. Calling a bean and grain patty a meatloaf wasn't just about flavour. It was about preserving the feeling that your family was still eating recognisable traditional meals. Some substitutions worked so well that they became permanent parts of American cooking. Others were abandoned as soon as better times returned, though they remained in family memories as reminders of when creativity wasn't just helpful. It was essential for survival. The substitute culture also created a generation of cooks who understood ingredients in ways that modern cooks often don't. They knew how fats behaved in cooking, how sweeteners affected texture and taste, and how to balance flavours without standard ingredients. They became masters of working with what they had rather than the recipes they assumed they could buy. This ingredient flexibility created a uniquely American approach to cooking that valued resourcefulness over authenticity, creativity over tradition, and making do over giving up. It was always creative and fed families when they otherwise would have gone hungry, even if it wasn't tasty. You've probably seen those perfectly manicured suburban lawns, right? Every blade of grass precisely the same height, not a dandelion in sight, maintained with the dedication usually reserved for religious practices. During the Great Depression, those immaculate lawns would have been viewed as the epitome of wasteful foolishness. Every square foot of available land became potential food production, and families learned that vegetables were a lot more valuable than ornamental grass. The transformation of American yards happened almost overnight. People who had never grown anything more challenging than houseplants suddenly found themselves studying seed catalogues like they were textbooks, trying to figure out how to turn their backyards into miniature farms. It wasn't exactly like the trendy urban gardening movement you see today. This wasn't about being eco-conscious or eating locally. This was purely a matter of survival. Your garden planning had to be strategic in ways that modern gardeners can barely imagine. You had to plant what would yield the most calories per square foot, store well through winter, and grow reliably in your specific soil and climate. Potatoes became the backbone of many family gardens because they were filling, nutritious, and could be stored for months. Beans were popular because they added protein to the diet and improved the soil for future crops. The seed situation was its kind of economics lesson. Due to the high cost of good seeds, families learned to save seeds from their best plants, forming informal seed banks that neighbours and relatives shared. Trading seeds became a social activity. You might trade your extra tomato seeds for someone else's extra bean seeds, creating a community network that helped everyone increase their food security. Tools were another challenge. A good shovel or hoe was an investment that many families couldn't afford, so tool sharing became common. Neighbours would coordinate their gardening schedules so they could pass tools back and forth, or families would make do with improvised tools, old kitchen spoons for planting seeds or homemade watering systems created from tin cans with holes punched in them. The process of learning was steep and unforgiving. Modern gardeners can look up solutions to their problems online, but Depression-era gardeners had to rely on neighbours, library books, and trial and error. If bugs devoured your beans or your tomatoes succumbed to blight, it not only represented a gardening setback but also a family food emergency. Pressure to succeed made every gardening decision feel crucial. Preservation became just as important as growing. Producing a bumper crop of vegetables was futile if they spoiled before they could be consumed. Families learned canning, pickling, root cellaring, and drying, preservation techniques that turned a summer's worth of vegetables into winter sustenance. Your kitchen might be filled with mason jars lined up like soldiers, each one representing security against future hunger. Urban gardening took on new meaning when every available space was pressed into service. Rooftops, vacant lots, and strips of land beside railroad tracks, anywhere that could support plant life, became potential sites for food production. City dwellers learned to grow vegetables in containers, window boxes, and any patch of soil they could claim or borrow. It was like an entirely different relationship with urban stone space, where every square foot was evaluated for its food-producing potential. The social dynamics of gardening changed too. Gardening knowledge became valuable currency. The neighbour who could successfully grow vegetables became someone worth knowing, and successful gardeners often found themselves teaching others, sharing not just seeds and tools, but knowledge and techniques. Gardening clubs weren't just social organisations, they were survival networks. Children learned to garden out of necessity, not as a relaxing family activity. Kids today spend their summers weeding, watering and harvesting, instead of at camp or playing video games. It wasn't always fun, but it gave them skills and an understanding of where food comes from that most modern children never develop. The psychological impact of growing your food was significant. In a time when so much felt out of control, jobs, money, the future, having a garden provided a sense of agency and self-sufficiency. While you might not have control over the economy, you could manage the watering of your tomatoes. The act of planting seeds was inherently optimistic, a statement of faith that the future would arrive and you'd be there to harvest what you'd planted. Some families discovered they actually enjoyed gardening and continued even after their economic situations improved. Others abandoned their gardens as soon as they could afford to buy all their vegetables again. But for a generation of Americans, The experience of growing their food created a different relationship with vegetables, with land, and with the connection between human effort and sustenance that influenced how they thought about food for the rest of their lives. People's ability to unite during difficult times is a characteristic of humanity. You've probably witnessed this during natural disasters or community crises, where neighbours who previously barely spoke suddenly come together to organise relief efforts and share resources. During the Great Depression, this instinct for mutual aid extended to food in ways that were both heartwarming and heartbreaking, creating community systems that kept people fed when individual families couldn't manage on their own. Community kitchens started appearing in churches, schools, and any building large enough to accommodate cooking for crowds. These weren't trendy communal dining experiences or social experiments in group living. They were practical solutions to the simple problem that many families couldn't afford food. But communities could sometimes pool resources to create meals that would feed everyone. The logistics were complex, the dignity was carefully preserved, and the social dynamics were unlike anything most communities had experienced before. The unspoken rules of community kitchens were intricate and important. Nobody discussed who could afford to contribute ingredients and who couldn't. Nobody kept track of who ate more than they brought. Everyone contributed something, even if it was just labour. Peeling potatoes, stirring pots, cleaning up afterward. It was a careful dance of maintaining pride while acknowledging need, of helping without making it obvious who was helping whom. Potluck dinners took on new meaning when families genuinely couldn't afford to feed themselves, let alone contribute to community meals. The mathematics of potluck became creative. One family might bring a giant pot of soup made mostly from vegetables and water, while another might contribute a small but precious amount of meat or seasoning. Together, these contributions created meals that were more substantial and varied than any individual family could have managed alone. Recipe sharing became an act of generosity that went beyond just culinary tips. When someone discovered how to make a filling meal from inexpensive ingredients, sharing that knowledge was like sharing wealth. Women would write down recipes on whatever paper they could find, creating informal networks of survival cooking that passed from kitchen to kitchen and neighbourhood to neighbourhood. The psychology of eating together changed when eating alone meant not eating enough. Community meals provided not just nutrition, but social connection, during a time when people felt isolated by their economic circumstances. Children who might have felt embarrassed about their family's financial situations discovered that many other families were experiencing the same challenges. Adults discovered that sharing meals also meant sharing the emotional burden of difficult times. Church basement dinners, neighbourhood soup kitchens, and informal meal-sharing arrangements created a parallel food distribution system that operated alongside and sometimes instead of traditional commerce. These weren't charity operations in the way we might think of them today, because the line between helper and helped was often blurry. Families might host a community dinner one week and depend on someone else's community dinner the next week. Seasonal community cooking made sense in ways that individual cooking didn't. When someone's garden produced more tomatoes than one family could use, it made sense to turn that abundance into sauce or preserves that could feed multiple families. Large-scale food preservation required equipment, space and knowledge that individual families often lacked, but communities could organise canning operations that benefited everyone involved. The economics of community cooking were fascinating and complex. Buying ingredients in bulk for community meals was more economical than individual family shopping, but it required coordination, trust, and some kind of informal accounting system to ensure fairness. Some communities used trading systems where labour was exchanged for meals or where families contributed different types of resources. Some provided ingredients, others provided cooking space, and still others provided labour. Children growing up in these community food systems learned different lessons about sharing, cooperation, and social responsibility than children who grew up in purely individual family units. They saw adults working together to solve problems, witnessed the practical mechanics of mutual aid, and understood that community survival sometimes required setting aside individual pride in favour of collective action. The end of community kitchen culture came gradually as economic conditions improved and families could afford to return to individual cooking and eating. Some communities maintained these traditions as social activities rather than survival necessities, but for most, the community kitchen period was remembered as a time when neighbours became family out of necessity, and when the simple act of sharing a meal carried weight and meaning that extended far beyond nutrition. Looking back, these community food systems created social bonds and survival skills that influenced how communities responded to future challenges. They proved that Americans could organise mutual aid systems when necessary. and that sharing resources didn't require government programs or formal charity, just neighbours willing to help neighbours and communities willing to take care of their own. The end of the Great Depression didn't happen like a light switch being flipped. It was more like dawn slowly breaking after the longest night anyone could remember. Families didn't wake up one morning to find their economic troubles over and their refrigerators magically restocked. Instead, prosperity gradually returned, permanently altering Americans' relationship with food. World War II played a strange role in ending food scarcity for some families, while creating new types of rationing for others. Defense jobs provided financial stability, but the implementation of wartime rationing often limited the amount of meat, sugar, and coffee that even the most affluent families could purchase. It was like having money, but being told you could only spend some of it, which was frustrating and forced continued creativity in the kitchen. The transition back to abundance was psychologically complex. You'd think that people who had to stretch every ingredient would waste food once they could afford it, but that's not what happened. Many families continued Depression-era cooking habits for years, decades, or even the rest of their lives. Once you've learned to see potential meals in food scraps, it's hard to unlearn that skill, even when you don't technically need it anymore. Children who had grown up during the Depression carried forward different attitudes about food than their parents had originally possessed. They knew how to cook from scratch, how to substitute ingredients, how to make meals stretch, and how to waste nothing. These skills served them well during future economic downturns, but they also influenced American home cooking in ways that lasted for generations. The grocery store experience transformed as abundance returned, but it never quite went back to the carefree shopping of the 1920s. People who had lived through the Depression maintained habits of price comparison, bulk buying when items were on sale, and stocking up against future shortages that might never come. The psychological scars of scarcity created shopping behaviours that persisted long after scarcity ended. Restaurant culture slowly returned, but it was different too. The casual throwing away of restaurant food that had been common in the 1920s was replaced by more careful eating, taking leftovers home, and appreciation for meals that someone else had prepared. The experience of not being able to afford to eat out made dining out feel more special and less routine when it became possible again. Food technology advanced rapidly in the post-war years, partly in response to lessons learned during the Depression about food preservation, nutrition, and efficient cooking. Frozen foods, improved canning techniques, and new appliances were developed with an understanding of how families actually cooked and ate during difficult times, not just during prosperous ones. The social aspects of food sharing evolved too. Potluck dinners, community meals, and neighbour-to-neighbour food sharing didn't disappear when they were no longer necessary for survival, though they became more about social connection than economic necessity. Communities that had learned to eat together during hard times often continued eating together during good times, maintaining bonds that had been forged over shared meals and mutual aid. Garden culture persisted in modified forms. Many families continued growing vegetables, not because they had to, but because they wanted to. The skills they'd learned during necessity became hobbies, and the victory gardens of the Depression era evolved into the recreational gardening that became a suburban staple in later decades. The recipes and cooking techniques developed during the Depression became part of American culinary tradition. Desperately created dishes became comfort foods associated with family, tradition, and resourcefulness. Casseroles, hearty soups, and creative uses of leftovers remained popular long after they stopped being economically necessary. Perhaps most importantly, the Great Depression created a generation of Americans who understood the difference between wanting food and needing it, between eating for pleasure and eating for survival. This distinction influenced how they raised their children, how they thought about waste, and how they appreciated abundance when it returned. The legacy of Depression-era food culture wasn't just about specific recipes or cooking techniques. It was about resilience, creativity, and the understanding that survival sometimes requires reimagining your relationship with basic necessities. Families learned that they could adapt to the unexpected, that communities could support each other through mutual aid, and that meals could be satisfying and meaningful even when they weren't elaborate or expensive. As you drift off to sleep tonight, maybe in a kitchen stocked with more food choices than Depression-era families could have dreamed of, it's worth remembering that the ability to adapt, to create something from nothing, and to find satisfaction in simplicity aren't just historical curiosities. They're human capabilities that remain available to us. skills that our grandparents and great-grandparents developed out of necessity, but that represents something valuable about human creativity and resilience. The Great Depression taught America that food is never just about food. It's about community, creativity, survival, and the remarkable human ability to make the best of whatever circumstances life serves up, even when those circumstances are nothing like what anyone ordered. Have you ever noticed that sometimes a person you get along with begins to make small demands that appear reasonable? This was Britain's relationship with the American colonies after 1763. Britain had just finished the French and Indian War, which sounded like a war between two groups, but was more like a neighbourhood brawl that involved most of the world. The British won, which was great for English speakers but disastrous for the French. However, winning wars is costly. Britain reviewed its bank account as if it were a credit card statement, following an extravagant holiday shopping spree. Britain knew who should pay for all those muskets and fancy uniforms. Meanwhile, the colonists saw their lives as reasonable. Everyone would mind their own business as they sent tobacco and other goods across the ocean. Britain sent back tea and manufactured goods. It was akin to a prosperous long-distance partnership. Britain then became involved in the daily details of trade. The Sugar Act of 1764 taxed molasses and sugar. You may wonder, what's the big deal about sugar taxes? However, molasses was not only used in cookies. Molasses played a crucial role in the production of rum, which was considered the most valuable commodity in the colonial economy. Taxing molasses was like taxing happiness. The colonists grumbled about the tax but believed it would be temporary. The Stamp Act of 1765 required tax stamps on almost all colonial paper. Buy a newspaper? Stamp duty. Need a will? Stamp duty. Are you enjoying a game of cards? It's stamp tax. Britain seemed to believe that the abundance of trees was excessive and required regulation. The colonists had a philosophical disagreement with the arrangement, which made things fascinating. They'd been managing themselves well, but now someone 3,000 miles away was telling them how to spend their money. It would be like your distant cousin rearranging your furniture because they helped you move. Britain's response to no taxation without representation was, but we're representing you. We're British, you're British, it's all very British and representational. This logic didn't convince colonists. When two people argue about one thing but are upset about another, things escalate. The Townshend Acts of 1767 taxed tea, paint, paper and glass. By now, Britain was taxing so much that colonists wondered if breathing was next. The colonial response of boycotting British goods worked better than expected. British merchants suddenly found their warehouses filled with unwanted items, such as 40 pounds of potato salad left over from a party that had no guests. Tensions were so high in 1770 that a knife could cut them. British soldiers kept order in colonial cities, but armed soldiers made people nervous. Hiring a bouncer for your book club may be technically beneficial, but it can significantly alter the atmosphere. The Boston Massacre occurred in March 1770, but calling it a massacre is like calling a small accident a major transportation disaster. British soldiers shooting into a crowd killed 5 colonists, which was tragic and unnecessary, but not a systematic slaughter. However, it gave the colonists something to be upset about, and anger is a powerful organising force. You're probably seeing how the story will end, but we're just beginning. After the Boston Massacre, Britain considered retreating. To maintain dignity in this relationship, they repealed most of the Townshend Acts, keeping only the tea tax. It was akin to expressing regret over a disagreement, yet asserting triumph over a minor issue. A couple of years were quiet. Britain resumed pretending the empire was running smoothly while the colonists returned to their daily lives. The situation resembled a state of artificial tranquility, as everyone chose to overlook the pressing issue of taxation, which was disguised by a powdered wig and held strong opinions. In 1773, Britain committed a strategic error, but it was more akin to making a blind decision. The British East India Company monopolised colonial tea sales under the Tea Act, making tea cheaper for consumers. One might assume that cheaper tea would be popular, but that was not the case. Principle, not price, was the issue. Local merchants' complete removal from the tea business presented colonists with a promising future. What prevented Britain from monopolising everything else if they could monopolise tea? It was like watching someone rearrange your furniture while claiming to help. The colonial response was swift and either brilliantly theatrical or completely insane. On December the 16th, 1773, Colonists dressed as Native Americans boarded British ships in Boston Harbour and dumped 342 chests of tea into the water. Their action was culturally insensitive and unconvincing. The Boston Tea Party was likely the most expensive tantrum ever. Boston Harbour briefly held the world's largest cup of weak tea, worth $1.7 million today. Britain's response to this aquatic protest was typical of someone who'd just seen their expensive tea turned into harbour seasoning. King George III and Parliament decided Massachusetts needed manners and were the ones to teach them. Britain's Intolerable Acts of 1774 said, "You want to act like children? Fine, we'll treat you like children." They grounded a city by closing Boston Harbour until the tea was paid for. Instead of colonial courts, British officials accused of crimes would be tried in Britain, which was like saying, from now on, when we break the rules, we'll judge ourselves. The Quebec Act, passed around the same time, extended Quebec's borders into the Ohio Valley, annoying most American colonists. Britain seemed to have thought, you know what this needs? More complications. However, Britain's plan backfired almost poetically. Instead of isolating Massachusetts and making an example of them, the Intolerable Act warned other colonies they could follow. It was akin to observing the neighbourhood bully target one child, and suddenly recognising that you could be the subsequent victim. At the First Continental Congress in Philadelphia in September 1774, delegates from 12 colonies, Georgia was undecided, discussed their options. 12 groups of people agreeing on anything is difficult, let alone 12 groups spread across 1,000 miles of 18th century transportation infrastructure. The Congress stopped importing and exporting colonial goods to Britain. They also agreed to meet again if things didn't improve, politely saying, "We're serious about this, and we'll prove it by having more meetings." Colonists were organising militias, which should have worried Britain more than it did. Farmers, shopkeepers and blacksmiths spent their weekends learning to march in straight lines and shoot muskets accurately. The militia movement was practical and psychological. It meant colonists were ready to defend themselves. It was a big mental shift to think of themselves as people who might need to defend themselves against their own government. By 1774, Britain and the American colonies were stockpiling weapons and making grievance lists. If this were a marriage, lawyers would be involved. You're familiar with the moment when someone utters something they cannot retract, and everything shifts within the argument. It happened on April 19th, 1775, in two small Massachusetts towns that most people in Britain and the American colonies had never heard of. General Thomas Gage, the British commander in Boston, was ordered to suppress the colonial rebellion by seizing weapons and arresting the leaders. He took a leisurely evening stroll with 700 of his closest friends to retrieve the colonists' military supplies from Concord, 20 miles from Boston. The plan was simple: march to Concord at night, grab the weapons, arrest Samuel Adams and John Hancock if they were there, and return for breakfast. It was the kind of plan that looks great on paper, but falls apart in practice. The colonists had a fantastic neighbourhood watch system. Paul Revere, William Dawes, and other riders patrolled the countryside to warn of the British. Revere's midnight ride is legendary, but he was captured halfway to Concord, proving that even famous historical events don't always go as planned. British troops arrived at Lexington at sunrise to discover 70 colonial militiamen on the village green. The militia was armed but outnumbered, making this a tense neighbourhood dispute rather than a military conflict. Who fired the first Lexington shot is unknown. It could have been a British soldier, a colonial militiaman, or a musket accident, which happened more often than you'd think with 18th century firearms. We know that 8 colonists died and 1 British soldier was wounded after the smoke cleared. British troops continued to Concord, where things improved initially. They managed to move most of the valuable military supplies, but they also destroyed some. Their day went awry when they returned to Boston. The colonial militia kept busy while the British searched Concord. With word of the Lexington fighting spreading, militia units converged from all directions. The British encountered the Concord militia as well as nearby farmers and shopkeepers armed with muskets who then fled. The retreat from Concord to Boston became a day-long battle. The British found it unsporting for the colonial militia to hide behind trees and stone walls, shoot at officers, and not line up in neat formations to be shot at. It was like a game where the other side changed the rules. The British limped back into Boston with 273 casualties to 95 colonial losses. More importantly, they learned that colonial militia were different from European armies. The colonists didn't understand that war should be gentlemanly. The colonies heard Lexington and Concord news faster than small-town gossip. Connecticut and New Hampshire militia marched toward Boston within days. The British were besieged in their own stronghold, which was unexpected. In May 1775, the Second Continental Congress met in Philadelphia and faced a simpler but more complicated situation than the first. Since the shooting had begun, they didn't have to debate armed resistance's legitimacy. They were running a war without realizing it, making it more complicated. Congress appointed a committee, as politicians do in confusing situations. They appointed several committees, but the most important one organized the colonial military forces into an army. After some debate, they chose George Washington, a Virginia planter with military experience and a good horse. Washington accepted the appointment with the reluctant grace politicians have perfected since. That he didn't feel qualified for the job but would do his best was either humility or political theatre. Probably both. The Battle of Bunker Hill in June 1775 showed that colonial forces could defeat professional British troops with good defence and enough ammunition. After inflicting heavy casualties on the British, the colonists retreated. A defeat that felt like a victory was exactly what colonial morale needed. The American colonies were in open rebellion against Britain by 1775, though nobody wanted to call it that. Admitting you've made a big decision can be harder than choosing it. In early 1776, the American colonies were fighting Britain, organising their own government and printing their own money, but they were still trying to reconcile. It was like someone who moved out of their parents' house, got a new apartment, and started a new job but insist they're staying with friends until things work out at home. In January 1776, Thomas Paine published Common Sense and said what everyone was thinking. In the 18th century, most political writing sounded like it was meant to put people to sleep, but Paine could explain complex political ideas in simple language. Common Sense argued that independence was necessary and desirable. Paine noted that kings were usually useless or harmful. It was absurd to think that one person should rule millions of others based on their parents. It was like entrusting your finances to someone whose great-grandfather was good with money. It sold 150,000 copies in 3 months, which was like going viral in 1776, but with radical political theory instead of funny cat videos. Taverns and town squares suddenly hosted whispered conversations. Meanwhile, the war spread beyond Massachusetts. The American invasion of Canada seemed like a good idea at the time, but it taught you why most military adventures are bad. The invasion failed spectacularly, proving that winter, distance, and hostile populations stop armies. In the South, the British were finding their optimism about loyal colonists supporting them wrong. While rallying loyalist support in North Carolina, most people preferred to stay home and avoid being shot, which was probably wise. Back in Philadelphia, the Continental Congress struggled to wage war while seeking peace. It was like planning a wedding while divorcing, possible but difficult. King George III unexpectedly pushed for independence. In December 1775, he declared the American colonies in open rebellion and no longer under his protection. He meant, fine, if you want to act like you don't need me, then you really don't. The king hired German mercenaries, Hessians, to fight the colonists, which was like bringing in armed strangers to settle a fight with your kids. This gesture made reconciliation less appealing. Even moderates in Congress thought independence might be the only option by spring 1776. You can't negotiate with someone who's declared rebellion and hired foreign soldiers to shoot you. Thomas Jefferson was chosen to write the Declaration of Independence because he was a good writer and because the other committee members had more important tasks. Jefferson, who was 33, wrote one of the most important documents in history while still paying off student loans. Jefferson's initial draft was longer and more accusatory. His inflammatory language, including blaming King George for the slave trade, was edited out by Congress for political reasons and because slaveholders were hypocritical. The final declaration, approved on July 4, 1776, was a political masterpiece that was both philosophical and practical. It stated why the colonies were declaring independence, listed their grievances against Britain, and announced their intention to form a new nation. The most famous line, "We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal," changed politics and philosophy. In a world where most people were ruled by divine kings, the idea that government should be based on consent was radical. In 1776, all men meant something different than it does today. Women, enslaved people, and Native Americans couldn't vote. Despite its promissory note status, The Declaration was a start. The Declaration signing wasn't as dramatic as paintings suggest. Many delegates signed a formal copy in August, but some waited until November. John Hancock's large signature was likely more about habit than defiance. Public reaction to independence was mixed. Patriots held bonfires, bell-ringing and readings. In a new nation that had declared their former government illegitimate, loyalists worried about their future. Many wanted to know if they'd finally stop arguing about taxes. The Declaration of Independence turned the colonial rebellion into a national liberation war. No turning back, independence or defeat, no middle ground. Declaring independence was simple. Winning independence required defeating the world's strongest military force, which was like challenging the neighbourhood bully to a fight and discovering that he was a professional wrestler with several angry friends. The UK response to the Declaration of Independence was swift and overwhelming. Their largest expeditionary force, over 30,000 troops and a massive fleet, targeted New York City. They wanted to capture the most important colonial port, split the rebellion in half, and end this nonsense before it got out of hand. While commanding the Continental Army, George Washington learned that it was like herding cats, except the cats were armed, had strong opinions about military hierarchy, and went home when their enlistments expired. The army consisted of Continental regulars, state militia, and volunteers who came and went as needed for farm work. Washington's first major battle as a commander, the Battle of Long Island in August 1776, nearly ended the revolution before it began. British General William Howe outmanoeuvred Washington's army, trapping them on Brooklyn Heights with their backs to the East River. Most military professionals call being trapped with a river behind you and a superior enemy force in front of you a problem. Washington solved it with one of the most daring retreats in history, evacuating 9,000 troops across the East River at night without the British noticing, like sneaking out of a party while the host was distracted, but with cannons. The retreat from New York became a disaster that tested independence supporters' loyalty. Washington's army disintegrated as soldiers deserted, enlistments expired, and militia units returned home. He had less than 3,000 troops left by December, and most of their enlistments expired on New Year's Eve. During this dark period, volunteer Thomas Paine wrote The Crisis, which began with the famous line, "These are the times that try men's souls." He meant that things were bad, but giving up wasn't an option. The British capture of Fort Washington in November, taking nearly 3,000 Americans, was the lowest point. Its main goal was to stop British ships from sailing up the Hudson River, but it proved that building a fort in the wrong place is worse than none. By Christmas 1776, the revolution was tenuous. The British and Hessians controlled New York and were about to defeat Washington's army. Many colonists who supported independence were beginning to doubt their decision. Washington decided desperate times required desperate measures. He led his remaining troops across the ice-choked Delaware River on Christmas night to surprise 900 Hessian soldiers in Trenton. The crossing was dangerous due to a winter storm, and many soldiers didn't have proper shoes, leaving bloody footprints in the snow. According to military historians, it was audacious, but insane. The attack on Trenton worked well because the Hessians didn't expect anyone to attack in a blizzard the day after Christmas. The Americans took nearly 1,000 prisoners and needed military supplies, but they also won battles. Washington won again at Princeton a week later, convincing many that independence wasn't hopeless. Morale rose, enlistments rose, and the revolution stumbled into 1777. The British had a new 1777 strategy that looked great on paper but ignored North American geography. To divide the rebellion and isolate New England, 3 armies were to converge on Albany, New York. About 8,000 troops under General John Burgoyne would march south from Canada. Another force would move east from Lake Ontario. General Howe marched north from New York City. Albany would be their meeting place to shake hands and watch the revolution fall. The plan had one minor flaw. It required precise coordination between armies separated by hundreds of miles of wilderness, with no reliable communication, in an era when the fastest way to send a message was to give it to a horseback rider and hope he didn't get lost or shot. Burgoyne began his march south in June 1777 with confidence and a large baggage train that included his wardrobe and tons of champagne. He was the kind of general who thought maintaining standards during a war was admirable, but too difficult to do while marching through forests. General Horatio Gates and the New England militia surrounded Burgoyne's army near Saratoga. October found Burgoyne trapped, outnumbered, and low on supplies. He gave up his army on October 17th, 1777. The victory at Saratoga changed the war, but not because it won American independence. There were still years of fighting. Instead, it convinced France that the Americans might win, making supporting them worth annoying Britain. The American victory at Saratoga had far-reaching effects. Diplomats in European capitals saw the American rebellion as a threat to British power, not a colonial tantrum. Nothing pleased European powers more than British problems. France, in particular, watched the American situation with the same interest as a neighbour fighting with their spouse. After secretly giving the Americans money and weapons since 1776, they were ready to reveal their support. The Franco-American alliance of February 1778 was one of the most unlikely diplomatic partnerships. France was an absolute monarchy with a rigid class system, while America fought for democracy and individual liberty. They teamed up like a vegetarian and a butcher who disliked the same restaurant. However, shared enemies make strange bedfellows, and both countries wanted to lower Britain. France could avenge their humiliating defeat in the 7 Years' War, while America gained a powerful ally with a navy that could challenge British control of the seas. As expected, the British declared war on France, turning the American Revolution into a global conflict. Spain joined France in 1779 and the Dutch in 1780. Britain suddenly found itself fighting colonial rebels in most of Europe, which was like fighting everyone at the bar in the 18th century. This global expansion benefited America in unexpected ways. British resources allocated to crushing the American rebellion had to be spread across theatres. To defend British Caribbean and Mediterranean possessions, ships that could have blocked American ports were needed. The American war was a frustrating stalemate. British forces abandoned the northern colonies after the Saratoga disaster and focused on the south, where loyalist support was stronger. British strategy in the south started well. Over 5,000 Americans were captured in 1778 and 1780 in Savannah and Charleston. Their new strategy seemed promising at first. However, like many invading armies, the British assumed that controlling cities meant controlling the countryside. American militias and hit-and-run irregulars ruled the areas between British strongholds. Francis Marion, known as the Swamp Fox, was famous for attacking British supply lines from the South Carolina wetlands before retreating into terrain regular armies couldn't navigate. Before the term, it was guerrilla warfare and it plagued the British occupation of the South. The British found their loyalist supporters fewer and less reliable than expected. After British military rule, which often involved requisitioning supplies, quartering soldiers, and treating civilians as enemies, many colonists switched sides. The Battle of Kings Mountain in October 1780, where American militia surrounded and defeated loyalist troops, changed the southern campaign. The victory showed that American forces could win decisive battles without Continental Army regulars, convincing many fence-sitters to join the rebellion. In late 1780, General Nathaniel Greene took command of American forces in the south and devised a counterintuitive but effective strategy. He used constant movement and carefully chosen battles to wear down British forces instead of defending territory. Greene famously said, "We fight, get beat, rise, and fight again." It wasn't a heroic military philosophy, but it worked. The British could win battles, but not Greene's attrition war. British General Cornwallis chased American forces across the Carolinas in 1781 in a futile attempt to win a decisive battle. His army was shrinking due to casualties, disease and desertion, while the Americans were multiplying with each defeat. Cornwallis realized the South couldn't be pacified while Virginia supplied and reinforced the rebellion. He marched his army north into Virginia to cut off American supplies and force a final battle. Cornwallis established a base at Yorktown, Virginia, to receive British naval support for his army. This reasonable plan relied on Britain controlling the seas, a safe assumption for most of the war. All of America's diplomatic patience paid off in 1781. The French fleet under Admiral de Grasse arrived in American waters to aid the final push for victory. Washington saw a rare opportunity when Cornwallis fortified Yorktown. Cornwallis would be trapped like Burgoyne at Saratoga if the French Navy controlled Chesapeake Bay, while American and French ground forces besieged Yorktown. Secretly transporting American and French forces from New York to Virginia was difficult, but it worked. Cornwallis was surrounded by 16,000 American and French troops in late September 1781, and French ships controlled his escape route. The American Revolution ended with the 3-week siege of Yorktown. Cornwallis surrendered his army on October 19th, 1781, ending Britain's last major American force. The British band supposedly played The World Turned Upside Down during the surrender ceremony, which would have been symbolic. They probably played something more conventional, but the sentiment was right. War is often easier to win than to end. After Yorktown, everyone knew British defeat was inevitable, but turning military victory into political independence required delicate diplomatic manoeuvring that made actual fighting seem easy. British political denial after Cornwallis's surrender was masterful. The Prime Minister, Lord North, said he felt like he had been shot in the chest after losing an army. British officials maintained the war would continue. That optimism lasted about as long as expected. British public opinion, which had never supported the American war, decisively opposed a losing war. Members of Parliament asked uncomfortable questions about why they were spending so much to fight people who clearly didn't want to be empire partners. Lord North's government fell in March 1782, replaced by a peace-minded ministry. Negotiations were easier because Lord Rockingham, the new Prime Minister, opposed the American war from the start. 18th century peace talks were complicated, making modern diplomatic negotiations seem simple. France, Spain and the Dutch also had territorial demands and agendas. France sought former war territory. Spain wanted Gibraltar back from Britain, and had North American ambitions that conflicted with American interests. Dutch traders wanted their rights back. Everyone wanted to gain from the peace settlement. Benjamin Franklin, John Adams, and John Jay were smart people who agreed on the goal, but disagreed on almost everything else on the American negotiating team. Franklin wanted to work with France. Adams was suspicious of everyone, and Jay believed France was trying to limit American expansion. Americans benefited from these personality differences. European diplomats never knew which American they would meet, which kept them off balance and prevented coalitions against American interests. Due to their complexity and 18th century communication, the negotiations took over a year. London-Paris messages took days to arrive, and government instructions to negotiators often arrived after circumstances had changed. American territorial boundaries were a major issue. The British were willing to recognise American independence, but they weren't sure how much territory to include. The British thought the Americans' ambition to control the Atlantic Ocean and Mississippi River was unusual for a former colony. The Americans got most of what they wanted through skillful negotiation, and Britain's decision to grant generous territorial concessions to keep America friendly after the war. It was like giving someone a nice farewell gift to remember you by. On September 3rd, 1783, the Treaty of Paris ended the American Revolution and recognized U.S. independence. From the Atlantic to the Mississippi River and Canada to Florida, the new nation was one of the world's largest on paper. Britain agreed to withdraw all its military forces from America, but it took years. Some British posts in the Northwest Territory weren't evacuated until the 1790s, causing tensions but not threatening American independence. The peace process was complicated by other issues addressed in the treaty. Repaying American debts before the war to British merchants was reasonable but difficult to enforce. American state governments ignored the oath to treat wartime British loyalists fairly. The peace treaty's announcement was celebrated but underwhelming in America. Many people were used to war after 8 years, and didn't know what peacetime was like. The Continental Army was quickly disbanded because Congress couldn't pay the soldiers, and because Americans were wary of standing armies. Washington's emotional farewell to his officers at Fraunces Tavern in New York ended a shared experience that had united 13 colonies into one nation. In America and Europe, Washington's commission resignation and return to private life were notable. If Washington voluntarily gave up power, he would be the greatest man in the world according to King George III, who had spent 8 years trying to defeat him. After the American Revolution, the hard work of nation-building began. The 13 former colonies had won their independence, but they had to figure out how to govern themselves, pay their debts, and build a society from the diverse regions, cultures, and interests of the new United States. After years of roommates, the end of the war was like moving into your own apartment. Exciting and liberating, but also quiet and full of unanticipated responsibilities. The colonists were too busy fighting British rule to plan ahead. Peacetime governance was failing under the Articles of Confederation, which had ruled the nation during the war. The federal government couldn't tax, regulate, or enforce its laws. It was like managing a household where no one agreed on who paid the bills or made the rules. A story for another night. Rest and contemplate how a group of colonial subjects became citizens of an independent nation with only determination, good government ideas, and stubborn persistence from believing you're right. The revolution that began with tea tax debates ended with the creation of a new nation based on the radical idea that people could govern themselves. It was imperfect. It would take generations to guarantee equality to all Americans, but it was a start. Sometimes starting